Well, good morning and welcome everyone to the beautiful Daren Sammy Cricket Ground here in Grosseille, St. Lucia. It's day number 2 of the very first 4-day unofficial test match, the first of 2 between West Indies A and Bangladesh A here in St. Lucia. And we are going to look at the very first ball of the morning. Jeremiah Louis bowling to Naeem Hassan. And alongside me this morning on commentary is Mr. Greg Wilson. Greg has played 4 first-class matches and 2 list day matches for Windward Islands in the years of 2000, 2001, 2001 and 2002. Good morning, Greg. How are you?
I'm well, and it's a pleasure to be here, and want to say good morning to our listeners and viewers.
Yes, man, it's a pleasure to be alongside you as well here in beautiful St. Lucia. And the West Indies have been doing well in this match thus far. Louis, who's operating from the pavilion end this morning, bowled really well yesterday as this one was driven away nicely through the offside by Hassan, who has looked really good as well. He is on 25 now, and yesterday we saw Marquino Mindley bowling expertly, leading the attack for the West Indies with 3 wickets. Justin Graves had 2, and Sherman Lewis as well, who was off the field, he had 1. And the 2 batsmen really standing up is the captain, Mohammad Mithun, who is on 42 at the moment, and Naeem Hassan on 25.
Yes, these 2 batted admirably yesterday. Certainly, they would want to continue from where they left off.
Yeah, definitely so. And this is the kind of deliveries we tend to see from Jeremiah Louis. He just attacks that off stump. He invites the batsmen on the offside, looking to get them to drive. He has 3 slips and the gully in position, so that you as a bowler, you'd want to invite the batsman to get playing through that offside.
Yes, certainly the captain has given him this sort of feel that would certainly assist him with the sort of line and length, and certainly would be encouraging him to bowl on off-stump line, as you did indicate, with 2 slips and a gully and a man at point. So certainly you would want to be keeping that ball outside the off-stump.
And we had seen this yesterday. A lot of movement from these bowlers, more so from Justin Graves. He was getting a lot of movement from that end as well. And I think a factor to consider, and that would contribute to this movement that we are seeing, I think it's the wind factor here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yes, the wind factor, and also if you're from our vantage point, you could see a little tinge of green out in the middle as well.
Yeah, and that pitch report yesterday, we saw, that tinge of green. There's some cracks as well. The pitch was quite hard, so it's going to assist the seamers, and hence we saw the success yesterday from Graves, Lewis and Mindley. This time, allowed appeal for leg before, may just be going down the leg side. We'll surely have a look at that again.
Probably pitch outside the awesome, but they did come back a bit, and perhaps the height also could have been a factor.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see where that ball started and then it came back, almost squaring up Naeem Hassan.
Yes, good delivery, good movement off the wicket for Jeremiah this morning.
Normally, on the start of a day's play, the West Indies bowlers, they get into things very quickly. As the day progresses, they tend to lose focus a bit. It's a quicker delivery, I assume, there from Jeremiah Louis, as that completes the very first over of the morning, and just 2 runs coming off it. It's 137 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, well, one would say a good start by Jeremiah this morning. Certainly looking to make the batsman play as much as possible, and this is what you really want from your bowler, especially early in the innings.
Yeah, certainly, and the sun is out nicely this morning here in Grosseille, and the weather gods have blessed us with this in its magnitude. Looking at the batting scorecard thus far for Bangladesh A, Mamadou Hassan Joy, he went for a duck. The top scorers, Saif Hassan 20, Mohammad Mithun, who is there still on 42, Naeem Hassan on 25, and Shadman Islam as well, the opener. He was there for a while, he had 17. It's good to see Mindley coming in very early into the attack this morning. Marquino Mindley getting his 100th first class wicket yesterday.
Yes, certainly picking up some 2 wickets yesterday, as you didn't get Schumann Lewis picking up a wicket, and Justin Greaves as well was among the wicket. So certainly they would want to make very early inroads into the batting of the Bangladesh A team.
And the top partnership thus far between Mohammad Mithun and Naeem Hassan, that of 46. This partnership just approaching 50. But here's Mindley. I'm driving beautifully through the offside is Mohammad Mithun, and that's 4. Brilliant shot there from the right-hander. He continues to deal in boundaries, Mohammad Mithun.
It's a bit of a loose delivery, one would say, from Mindley, really serving up a juicy volley outside the off stump, and the batsman had no second invitation when this one upishly safe shot for 4.
Yeah, and playing it along the ground, just into the ground. It bounced up nicely, and Mindley just over pitching, as you said. And he's bowled 12 overs. This is a 13th over. He's done a lot of work for the West Indies team, and that one coming back in to the right-hander. But this is what we have seen, Greg, a lot of bounce from the surface.
Yes, the Bossejo Cricket Ground, generally you get a fair bit of bounce, both for the spinners and the fast bowlers. So certainly there is something in it for spinners, bowlers, and certainly batsmen. If you do apply yourself, you can score runs as well.
Yeah, the Bangladesh batsmen found it a bit difficult to negotiate the onslaught from Mindley, Greaves and Lewis. And this one just holding its line. But from that end, the bowlers running in from the media centre end and running towards the pavilion end. The ball, some deliveries, you have to say, just keeping a bit low. We saw Tevin Imlak taking that one very low down there. Yesterday we saw that as well.
Yes, occasionally the ball slightly outside the off stump. On occasion it tends not to carry as much as the other end.
This time again, past that cover fielder. Mithun drives nicely, and he'll get 2. So he earns himself 2 runs.
Again, this last delivery, we see perhaps Mindley looking for a bit of swing. This one was pitched well up, and batsman just caressing this one through the covers and getting himself 2 easy runs.
Yeah, and the key for him, and what we've seen in his innings, is that he's not looking to overhit the ball. He's playing the ball on its merit. And as we said, he's a senior man, Mohammad Mithun. He's played a lot of games for Bangladesh, the senior team. And he likes that area. Anytime the ball is short, he's cutting into that region. When it's full, he's driving, a chance for a run out. But Mithun is back in time. He gets another 2 runs.
Yes, sweetly driven again by Mithun through the cover region. Seems to be one of his favorite shots.
Yeah, he likes that area. And Mindley has been a bit too full this morning, you have to say. I think he's just settling in to this morning's play.
Yes, we've seen quite a few of the deliveries, at least 3 out of the 4 deliveries that he has bowled. It has been pitched well up to the batsman.
Yeah, he needs to get a bit closer to Mithun, just pull back his length a bit. There's only 1 slip, and that gully fielder in position. That's better, and he's gone. Mithun, speaking about getting that ball a bit closer to him, Greg, and pulling back his length, there was Mithun fending at it, took the outside edge, and a good low catch by Tevin Imlak.
Yes, good catch taken by the wicketkeeper Imlak, but credit has to go to Mindley for really pulling back the length as you did in the kit, and certainly this one was what we would say in the corridor of uncertainty. Really had to play at it and got the edge, and a good catch taken by keeper. So good breakthrough there by West Indies this morning.
Yeah, and Mithun has to go for 48, missing out on his half century by just 2 runs. And yes, certainly Mindley picks up his 4th of the innings, and he will be looking for that fifer. And he's continuing to impress everyone. Greg Mindley, the Jamaican.
Yes, certainly he's putting up his hands, as we would say. Perhaps just 1 wicket away from picking up a fifer here at the Bossejo Cricket Ground. And certainly with only 7 wickets down, he's very much in with a chance of doing that.
Yeah, 3 wickets to go again for the West Indies. I mean, speaking about how, on a morning of the day's play, very early, the West Indies tends to be on the A game with their bowling. They get into the lineup very early, but they tend to lose that focus. So I think they'd want to continue to, press on the accelerator here now. Don't look to let the Bangladeshis settle. Look to, overhaul them very early in this innings. There are 2 guys looking on at the cricket. They must be happy with what they are seeing from the West Indies A team at the moment.
Well, we're just in another set of spectators just moving in. But certainly the West Indies would want to continue making further inroads with some 7 wickets down. It's a problem that West Indies teams have had in the past when it comes to wrapping up the tail. So certainly they would not want the Bangladesh tail to wag for too long.
Yes, certainly. And you can't afford to settle. You have a team in this position. You want to continue to press on. You want to pick up those wickets as early as possible and close off the innings. Jeremiah Louis is going to continue from the pavilion end. He's bowled nicely. He's yet to pick up a wicket, Jeremiah Louis. But look at his figures. 11 overs, none for 23, Greg. What do you make of that performance?
Yes, certainly he has been bowled very economically, but certainly he would want something in the W column.
He would. And you have seen his partners, Lewis, Mindley and Graves, getting into the act. But you have to, I think his spell has been a crucial one as well. Having not picked up a wicket, I think it's a crucial spell. He built up pressure on the Bangladesh batsman.
Yes, certainly you do need a bowler at least to keep in things tight at one end while the others are picking up wickets. So certainly this has been his role in this innings.
It's an excellent delivery. And I'm happy you mentioned a role, and we need to add something to that responsibility. Many times we see players play the game, but they don't seem to understand their role and responsibility. Louis has settled in. He has realized, hey, Mindley, Lewis, Graves have been doing the job. What I need to do is just focus on a nice line and length, support these guys, and that has been good. Care to, elaborate on the roles and responsibilities and how important is that?
Yes, certainly, whether it is with bat or with ball, players do have a role to play in teams. For example, you'd have certain batsmen, say for the likes of, say, Shivnan Chandapal when he was with the West Indies. He would basically play the anchor role and bat right through the innings, whereas you have other more attacking batsmen who would really take the attack to the bowlers at certain times. The same apply with bowlers, whether it's attacking legs spinners or whether it's attacking bowlers. Certainly, they do have their role to play in the team.
Yeah, and that would coincide with a point as well. Normally we tend to speak about batsmen batting in partnerships, and bowlers as well need to bowl in partnerships. It's Louis again, and he's just tightening up that line a bit. He has understood the plan here this morning, needing to finish things off, and he's attacking the pad of Naeem Hassan, and now Raju Rahman Raja, the new man coming out there to the middle to replace his captain Mohammad Mithun. So he's now joined Naeem Hassan. Good to see Hassan having a word with him very early in his innings, just maybe telling him what to expect.
Yes, more so the players coming off the subcontinent, they are not too familiar with those sort of wickets, say like what you would have at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. So certainly he perhaps would have been giving him a few words of advice as to, probably get into position very quickly.
Yeah, because Louis tends to rush on to you a bit. Jeremiah Louis, man who plays for the Leeward Islands. Leeward Island Hurricanes. Yeah, so you don't want to be there to a new batsman. You want to get him playing very early. He'll just leave those into the gloves of the keeper. He won't be tempted by those deliveries. Raju Rahman Raja, he's just come out there to the middle. That's his first delivery that he's faced.
Yes, certainly Jeremiah would need to get a little closer, make him play as many deliveries as possible.
That's more like it from Jeremiah Louis. Bang on target there from him as he completes his second over of the morning. 46 overs have been bowled. Bangladesh A batting first. They are 146 for the loss of 7.
Yes, again, as we have indicated earlier on, Jeremiah really not giving the batsmen too many freebies, so to speak. Just one run coming off his second over. So certainly he's continuing to pile on the pressure. He has bowled some 12 overs and has only conceded 24 runs. So basically economy rate of just 2. So certainly this is very good bowling by Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, and Greg, you mentioned Jeremiah Louis hitting that tight line and length. That's consistency. But do you think, a concern for the West Indies senior team and maybe the West Indies A team as well, do you think that's a concern, consistency?
Yeah, certainly we see a lot of players. We've not seen the sort of consistency that you would want for them. Like we say, sometimes they blow hot and cold. In one game they look very good, and then another match they show up and they look very ordinary. So we've not seen that certain level of consistency that you would require from players, say, at the international level.
It'll be Mindley to continue. So he's hitting a hard length now, Makino Mindley. I think that's the length that has troubled Naeem Hassan the most. Because Naeem Hassan, there's no one in this Bangladesh A team that has played the straight drive back past those mid-on and mid-off fielders yesterday other than Naeem Hassan. He was the only guy that was able to hit boundaries straight down the ground, playing in the V.
Yes, this is indication of a good batsman.
Yeah. And with the ball nipping around as well. This one coming back in. But there is protection down there at fine leg. Wide fine leg in position. A bit too straight there from Mindley. Naeem Hassan doing the right thing, turning the strike over. But what he's doing is that he's showing confidence in Raju Raman Raja.
Yes, certainly he has the confidence in Raja. Certainly he would want to come and prove and make his contribution as well with the bat.
And of course we're into the lower middle order now. And I think sometimes these players don't like to be associated with that word known as tail-enders, Greg.
Yeah, well, now a lot of the low order batters, one would say, do spend quite a bit of time in the nets, and they do value the wicket more than before.
Time short delivery that's climbing on Raja, who is off the mark. And he played that one well, you have to say, just playing it into the ground. It didn't get into a good position, but in the end, he played it well, dropping the hands on it.
Yeah, good testing delivery there to Raja by Makino Mindley. Certainly would want to test his ability, whether he could perhaps hook or cut very early, and it's very early days in his innings. It is not the sort of deliveries that low order batsmen really like to receive early in their innings.
Well, I was telling you, Greg, that we saw Naeem Hassan playing the straight drive well. And yesterday I was looking at Anik. That's one of the Bangladesh batsmen who struggled, I'd say. Anik seemed to, have some problems with that short delivery from Makino Mindley. And he struck him on the shoulder, on the elbow, on 2 occasions. And I was asking why he didn't, include a short leg fielder. Then he did. And that was really putting the pressure on Anik. And maybe I think they could use this trick as well to Hassan, who doesn't seem to be as proficient with the short pitch bowling.
Well, this is a fill-in position. For some reason or the other, we don't see too many. West Indies teams tend to employ too frequently. That is a short leg, especially to the fast bowlers. certainly it does play in the mind of the batsmen, especially when they're not too proficient at playing the short pitch deliveries.
Yes, certainly, and that deep forward square leg fielder who was on the boundary comes into the circle, Mindley bringing him just next to the umpire. The umpire Carl Tuckett at square leg. That's Stage Narayan Chandapal, that fielder. This time a loud appeal for leg before, and he's given. That's 5 for Makino Mindley. Makino Mindley picks up his 102nd first-class wicket. And Makino Mindley, the Jamaican speedster, you beauty. What a well-deserved fifer for Makino Mindley, Greg.
Yes, good accomplishment there by the young man, Mindley. Certainly pitching this one up to Naeem, and certainly perhaps playing across the line of this one, and was beaten for pace in the process, and was struck right in front of the stump and was adjudged LBW by the umpires. So good returns there for Makino Mindley. Has taken 5 for 53 of 14.5 overs.
Yeah, and we were speaking about him having the time to get that fifer, and he has been the main destroyer for the West Indies. Captain Joshua De Silva must be happy with that effort. And from all what we've seen yesterday with the issues with the run-up at the northern end of the ground here, you know, there was a long delay, and we were saying that maybe the West Indies A team could have already finished the job with the Bangladesh A team, and they could have been batting without that delay happening. But, you know, these things sometimes are meant to happen, and look at them now. The West Indies A, they are 148 for 8. Good fight back, though, you have to say, from Hassan and Mithun to get the Bangladesh A team to 148. At one point, it didn't look as though they would have gotten to 100, 150, but it looks as though they will get past that now. But it would be these two guys, Reju Rahman and Anamul Haq, would have to face up to Mindley, whose tail would be up, and his over has been completed as well. And Louis would look to be the man who'll be continuing from that end. That is the pavilion end. So it's Anamul Haq, the man who's come out to partner with Reju Rahman Raja. And it's Louis looking for his first of the innings. And the Bangladeshis not enjoying their time out there in the middle in the first innings, you have to say. I mean, they've just, you know, getting familiar with the conditions here in Grosile. What a delivery that was from Jeremiah Louis. That kept going as it passed the batsman. Imlak wasn't able to collect, and it ran away for 4 byes.
Certainly a very quick delivery there by Jeremiah. Fair bit of pace and also bounce. The keeper attempted to collect this one in front of first slip and really burst through the gloves and went down through the third man region for 4 byes. So certainly Jeremiah seems to be generating a fair bit of pace out there. This one again moving away from the batsman. He needs to be careful here, Raja. Very interesting slip cordons there. Certainly is giving him all the support. Yeah, Josh De Silva has been that kind of captain. He has given his bowlers the support that they need. This time again, he was looking to leave at the very last moment. Took the bottom edge of the bat. Luckily, that didn't go onto the stumps. It kept going towards the slip cordon. Well, clear indication that Raja has not quite settled out there yet. Certainly indecisive as to whether to play or whether to leave.
He was expecting that one to jump a bit more, hence he was leaving it. He kept his bat very low in the end. As he was raising the bat, it took the bottom edge. So Mindley just making some changes to the field. He's moving that deep backward square leg a bit straighter and a bit closer to the boundary as well. That one taking the inside edge again. Fortuitous single there. And this one is thrown away. I can't understand why Tevin Imlach was throwing that one away, and he gives away 4 runs. 5 to Raman Raja.
Yeah, pop it of cricket there by Imlach, attempting a run out, but not realizing there was no one backing up, because the bowler in his follow throw was perhaps almost halfway down the track, so there was no way he would have been back at the wicket to receive that ball that was thrown by the keeper. So a bit of poor cricket there by wicketkeeper Imlach.
Yeah, not good awareness there from Imlach. So Animal Haq is going to face his first ball. He is facing up to Louis. This time he's just fishing outside the off stump there, Animal Haq. And he's having his first look at Louis. And he needs to be watchful. Immediately you can see Raja going out just to have a word with Haq.
Yes, good first delivery there by Jeremiah to Haq. Really, this one just a touch outside the off stump, really inviting him to play. Certainly wasn't certain as to whether to play or leave. He certainly was committed into this one, and luckily for him did not get an edge to this one.
It's quite hot out there in the middle. The West Indies A team would want to get off the park very quickly. This one flicked away, but not getting away from Imlach. And that completes the 48 over. It's 157 for the loss of 8. Haq is yet to score, and Raja is on 6.
Yes, the Bangladesh A team continuing the fight out there. These two certainly would need to settle down and see if they could push the Bangladesh total perhaps a little closer to 175, 180. But Jeremiah, his last over one was perhaps a very expensive over in the context of the game for him. There was some 4 byes and then the overthrows by the wicketkeeper Imlach. So certainly he wouldn't be too happy with the sort of figures he has presently, considering how he was bowling a very tight line and length from yesterday.
Yes, certainly. I think he has been a bit undone. We saw 2 catches as well drop off Jeremiah Louis' bowling yesterday. And he has been a bit unlucky, you have to say, Louis. You have to feel for him. As a bowler, you have catches dropped off your bowling, and it's not going for you. You see, the ball moving away from the keeper, it's going for 4 byes, and the wicket keeper throwing the ball past the stump, all kind of things happening. And it's really not going that well for him. But he's been trying his best, he's been bowling well. And Mindley looks to be the man looking to finish things off for the West Indies A. And it's good to see Josh De Silva persisting with Marquino Mindley, and why not?
Yes, Mindley certainly, he has had good returns, has picked up some 5, and with some 8 wickets down, he certainly would fancy himself to pick up a few more wickets. Certainly, which bowler was pick up 5 wickets would want to drop the ball so early in the morning. So certainly he would want to be bowled as long as possible, and perhaps would want to wrap up the inning and put his legs up.
Yeah, definitely. 5 for 53 in 14. What a spell this has been for Marquino Mindley. And it seems as though they have listened to us, Greg. They're now going to put in that short leg fielder. Looks to be Tejanarain Chandapol, the man occupying that area. And, well, the batsmen calling for the chest guard and all of the extra protection, realizing that that short leg fielder is in position, and they're going to be peppered with some short bowling from Marquino Mindley.
Yes, certainly, and the surface would assist him in that sort of ploy. So why not?
Let's see what Mindley does. There it is, a short delivery into the air, but it's gonna drop in no man's land. It wasn't well handled at all there by Rahman.
Yes, certainly Mindley has shown that he is prepared to serve up a few short ones to the lower order batter, and wasn't a bad delivery. But certainly he was just fortunate enough that the ball did not go to hand. Did not handle this one well at all.
But many times you see, bowlers try to bowl short deliveries and they're not on target. And you ask bowlers, when they're bowling short deliveries, bowl it on the body of the batsman. That's the only way it's going to be testing. And Mindley has done it well in this innings. Well, he's now just strayed a bit in his line.
But to be fair to the bowlers, if you look at most teams when they are practicing, you hardly see the bowlers come in and run hard at the batters.
Yeah.
I could tell you, having been here and look at the international teams, perhaps the Australians are the ones who really come out there and they practice really hard. The bowlers, when they come at the batsman, they come really hard at them. Unlike the West Indians, you've had occasions where you have had our local players bowling at them, and once they receive a few short deliveries, they're out of the net.
Yeah. That's true. And, I think it's something, that's an excellent delivery there from Mindley, you have to say. Just mixing it up. He's bowled 2 short deliveries, now getting that one in full. The batsman wouldn't have expected that. But yes, that's a good point, Greg. Have a look at that delivery again. Pitching and moving away. That's what you want to see from your pace bowler.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery. Just was not lucky enough to have gotten an edge or a glove to the keeper. But certainly excellent delivery by Mindley.
And Josh De Silva was in that short fine leg position. Now he's gone back into the first slip region. Again, Mindley. This is absolutely brilliant from Makino Mindley.
Yes, certainly, as we would say, down the corridor of uncertainty. The batsman, Hack, certainly playing at this one, but lucky enough, he has not gotten a touch. So good spell of bowling there by Makino Mindley, certainly continuing from where he left off yesterday, and this morning has picked up some 2 wickets, so certainly he will be buoyed with that sort of effort.
Yeah, just playing inside the line there was Animal Hack again. He was looking to duck very early there when he saw the ball initially pitching short, and well, in the end it was on the body and he had to play at it. There's staging Ryan Chandapal, who would want to get into his work with the bat a bit later. Both him and Jeremy Solazano, you would presume, would be the opening batsmen for the West Indies A team.
But thinking of Tishnarain, in your opinion, would you say that he perhaps a little too far from the batsman?
Well, yes, I think so. Initially he was a bit close up there into that short leg position. Then he was moved into that position you saw there, Greg, when Josh De Silva moved across from that short fine leg region and went into the first slip region. That completes 49 overs. At the end of it, it's 158 for the loss of 8. Greg, your thoughts on the morning session so far?
Well, certainly one would say it has gone West Indies' way. They have been able to pick up at least 2 early wickets, and this is what you want at the start of a day's play, to make very early inroads into the batting. And we've seen that the 2 overnight batsmen, for sure, they are back into the pavilion. So this would be another plus for the West Indies, not only picking up early wickets, but they've picked up the 2 overnight batsmen.
Yes, certainly. And you're a local man. Maybe you can give us your thoughts on the weather and how it may pan out today as well, looking on at that beautiful picture there to the left.
Well, it's a little overcast, a little grey sky, but certainly no sign of rain, immediate rain. And trust me, when you have rain in Boseju, you have rain in the entire island, but there's no threat of rain at this point.
It's a beautiful place here in Boseju, the Boseju Mountains, and the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground nestled just in the valley here amid these beautiful mountains around it. Looks as though Sherman Lewis is going to take up the attack from the pavilion end. It's actually Justin Graves who's come into the attack. And again we see Rahman leaving, and that one taking the bottom edge. Greaves is a tall man. He's going to extract that extra bounce from this surface. Thoughts on Justin Greaves, Greg?
Yes, well, he bowled very well yesterday. Picked up some 2 wickets for 25 runs, and certainly would want to add something more in the W column.
This one driven and not, contacted as he would like there, Rahman, but he gets off strike, and it's good to see him turning that strike over, giving strike to Animal Hack. And Justin Greaves, he is known for his bowling as well. While his batting is his trump card, his bowling as well is up to par, and hence he has had the success over the years. He's done very well, Justin Greaves. Good young cricketer, and he's developing nicely. He's had opportunities at the international level already, Justin Greaves. And, you have to applaud Cricket West Indies for giving these guys the opportunity to continue to develop. Some of these guys have played international cricket. They've stuck with them. Guys like Kesey Carty, Josh De Silva, Justin Greaves. Number of these guys have played international cricket, and it's good to see them getting the opportunity here at this level, West Indies A-team level, to continue to develop. Even Anderson Phillip, who didn't play in this game.
Excellent.
Yeah,
excellent delivery there by Justin Greaves, really squaring up the batsman there. So as you indicated, yes, it's a good thing, the sort of opportunities that has been given to some of these guys who have had the international exposure to continue to develop their game, and you need some of the players who perhaps have not gotten that sort of exposure to be around them, so they could pass on perhaps some of what they have learned from being at that international level onto them.
It's admirable. These guys can, exhibit that knowledge to the youngsters. And yes, some of these guys are young as well, but it's good to see them rubbing shoulders with these youngsters. Josh De Silva, wicketkeeper batsman for the West Indies Test team, and being the captain here, he'll certainly pass on that knowledge. It's getting a bit dark now, Greg.
It's look like we're losing this sunlight momentarily.
Beautiful day nonetheless here in Grosile. Down the leg side, he's been a bit too straight, Justin Greaves, in this over. And 50 overs have been bowled here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground in the first innings of this first unofficial test match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. Bangladesh A, they are 159 for the loss of 8.
Yes, this last over there by Justin Greaves. Of inconsistency, we saw a few deliveries outside the off stump and a few angling down the leg side as well. As we speak, a bit of rain in the foreground there, a bit of drizzle. I did say it wasn't going to rain, but you may say that from our vantage point, we couldn't see what coming from the western side.
Well, we are not going to vote for Greg as weatherman here in St. Lucia.
Not at all.
In the meantime, though, the cricket continues. All good fun here in the commentary box. All good fun out there in the middle as well. The cricket playing in good spirits. And it looks as though the cricket won't be continuing, Greg. And the umpires have called on the covers. And also, as we saw yesterday, that run-up is a concern. And you don't want to allow that run-up area there that has been a concern. You don't want to allow that to get any more wet, Sean. That sand, that can be really costly if that gets wet. So it's good to see the umpires taking that initiative very early, calling on the covers. And the groundsmen, they are getting out there now.
Yes, although it looks like it's not going to be that of a heavy shower, but you need to take the precaution, as you did indicate, to try to cover up the area as quickly as possible. The sort of bare patch that we're seeing out at the Daren Sammy, that would be as a result of carnival activities we had here just last month. There were at least 2 big shows here, and we would have had thousands of persons here, so certainly a bit of damage was done to the to the surface.
Yeah, I'm sure in quick time that would, spruce up, and that area would be green once more. A lovely ground here, the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. And not so good signs here at the moment, as the rain has joined us. Just to play spoil sport just a bit, but the sun is peeking out to the far east as we speak. One would hope that the rain turns around and leaves us here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. At the moment, Bangladesh A, after being sent in by Joshua De Silva and the West Indies A after they won the toss. Bangladesh A, they are 159 for the loss of 8. Mohammad Mithun, he went for 48. And, well, the pick of the bowlers for the West Indies team, Markino Mindley, he has picked up 5 wickets for them. So, that's the situation at the moment here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. After more thoughts from Greg Wilson, we'll take a short break, and as soon as we have good news for you, we'll be back with more action.
Yes, the West Indies team certainly would be a bit disappointed with the rain stoppage we have presently, with some 8 wickets down already. They certainly would have fancied themselves perhaps to wrap up the innings within the next perhaps half an hour, but the rain has put a halt to that plan, and certainly the Bangladesh team would have a chance to perhaps reassess the situation and regroup, as one would say. But certainly it is, one would say, the morning session thus far has gone to the West Indies team.
So welcome back to the action. Good news here from Grozile is that the rain has disappeared. The sun is back out and here with us at the ground. The umpires, they are back out as well. And good old Greg Wilson, he's back out as well here at the ground.
Yes, good morning to our viewers and everybody following us. Yeah, the sun is out in all its glory again. One wouldn't believe that just a short while ago the place was looking so overcast and so dark. So certainly lovely conditions again for cricket, and the West Indies certainly would want to wrap up this inning as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there were just 2 wickets again to take for them. And 50 overs have been bowled here at the DSCG. Umpire Chris Taylor and Tuckett getting back out there immediately. Just about 10 minutes delay. The covers were out there for about 5 minutes. The sun came out beautifully and as the rain disappeared. And well, hence the fielders and the batters, they're back out there now. So it's good signs here for cricket. Good signs for the fans of cricket as well. As Marquino Mindley is going to take up the attack from the northern end of the ground. The media centre end. He's going to be bowling to Raja. Raja, who is just on 8, he's been a bit fortunate, to say the least. He's been leaving, he's been missing a couple, he's been getting some inside edges as well. And Mindley, who is getting the ball to jump a bit here, would put him in some problems. He's giving him some deliveries to think about. Josh De Silva, on the other hand, he's doing the same. He's just put in that very short, maybe a leg slip, you have to say, from Josh De Silva. This time it's a short rising delivery. And Raja bravely looking to pull that one. There's Louis down there at deep fine leg, a wide deep fine leg. There's also Salazano, who is on the boundary at deep forward square leg. And there's Tejanarayan Chandapal, who is in that short leg position. And as we mentioned, Josh De Silva, he is at leg slip.
Yes, Raja certainly looks like he's prepared to take the attack to Mindley as well. So like they say, you want to fight fire with fire.
Mindley answering back that call, telling him, hit me if you can. I think he's going to be persistent with those short deliveries, Greg.
Yes, certainly with the field placement we are seeing out there, certainly he would be peppering the Raja, as one would say, with those short pitch deliveries.
Yeah, just mixing it up on this occasion, just pushing that one up a bit. Testing out the batsman there with those full pitch deliveries as well. And why not? He has 2 slips in position. He has a backward point, a short cover. And well, those fielders on the onside that we mentioned, the short mid wicket, short leg, leg slip, deep backward square leg, and also a fine leg that's very wide. Clear intentions here from the West Indies, eh? Again, digging that one in short. Imlach has had a problem behind the stumps, you know, Greg. Yesterday we saw a drop catch from him. We saw a couple of balls going into the gloves, popping out. I think what we've noticed, you know, and something that he would, you know, develop as he goes along into his career, and I think he'll need to do that very early. What he's doing is he's pushing at the ball as the ball is coming to him. I think that's something you should not do. You're not supposed to be doing as a wicket keeper. You need to allow the ball to come to you. So that's something he'd work on.
Well, I mean, having done a bit of wicket keeping myself, I would tell you that we always advise you to collect the ball with soft hands. It's like you basically would have to collect, and you bring the gloves towards the body, so you basically soften the blow so that when you receive the ball. But if you're going at it with hard hands, there's always a tendency of the ball hitting and then bouncing off the gloves.
Yeah, definitely so. And that's coming from Greg, who wicket kept himself. And Josh De Silva is out there as well. He's a wicket keeper batsman for the West Indies Test team, and I'm sure he would be telling Imlach about that as well. So a lot to learn for Tevin Imlach from Josh De Silva, a lot to take away from him as well. Both being youngsters, one a bit more senior than the other. 51 overs have been completed, 159 for 8.
Yes, the end of another good testing over after the rain stoppage there from Makino Mindley. So we saw him serving a few short ones at Raja, but also we saw those full pitch deliveries. So certainly he was mixing it up for Raja. He was not too predictable out there.
Yeah, and predictability is always a concern for the bowlers. This time he's edging the Anamul Haq, and good fielding there by the fielder at Gully. Good bowling again by Justin Graves.
Yes, Graves on this occasion getting the outside edge of the bat, but fortunate enough for the batsman, the ball sort of went down towards the man at Gully. But good stop indeed.
The Bangladesh team, the senior team that is, they're in action at the moment against Zimbabwe. And tell you what, Zimbabwe, they're putting up a fight against the Bangladesh senior team. Bangladesh, they batted first against Zimbabwe in the first ODI in Harare, and they put up a good score, a brilliant total of 303 for 2. Tamim Iqbal, he had 62. Liton Das, who continues to impress, he had 81. This time Graves just pitching that one a bit shorter, testing out Haq a bit. And yeah, also Animal Haq had 73. We have an Animal Haq here as well, playing for the Bangladesh A team. Mushfiqur Rahim, he had 52 not out, and Mahmudullah, he had 20 not out as well. The two senior players finishing off the innings. And Ngava, he had none for 61 and 10. He faced the brunt of the damage. Victor Nayuchi of Zimbabwe, he had 1 for 65 and 9, and Sikandar Raza had 1 for 48 in 9. Top stuff there from Justin Graves. As we go back to Harare, at the moment Zimbabwe, they are 213 for 3. They require another 91 runs from 13 overs. That's going to be some finish there in Harare. And Innocent Kaya, he is on 97 not out. And Sikandar Raza, tell you what, he's putting up a superb all-round performance. He's on 82.
Yes, good performance there by the Zimbabwe team. Good fight back.
In that game as well, Tamim Iqbal, one of the top performers for Bangladesh over the years, and he surpassed 8,000 ODI runs for Bangladesh.
Yes, Tamim Iqbal certainly has been one of the more consistent batters for Bangladesh. He certainly has played some very good innings for them over the years.
Yeah, definitely. You know, these guys want to follow in the footsteps of guys like Imrul Kais, Tamim Iqbal, Mashrafi Murtaza, and even Rubel Hussain. This one worked away nicely by Haq, who will get one to finish off this over. Well, actually won't. It's a leg by, signal by umpire Carl Tuckett, as the 52nd over comes to an end. 160 for the loss of 8.
Yes. Haq and Raja continuing to frustrate the West Indies bowlers. They're not getting too many runs, but they're certainly hanging out there for as long as they possibly can. And the longer you stay out there, certainly you would grow in confidence and the run would start to flow at some point in time. So certainly they are putting up a fight there for the Bangladesh team, but certainly the West Indies bowlers would have other ideas, would certainly want to wrap up this inning before they lunch an interval.
It's going to be a bit frustrating for the West Indies A team. Is that job a bit frustrating as well, Greg?
Well, I've never done the scoring on the scoreboard, but it could be, especially if there's not too much action going out in the middle. One would imagine.
Well, I think those guys would appreciate less action out there in the middle, Greg. They won't have to get up every minute and change the score.
Well, you may be right.
That first delivery from Mindley, just going down the leg side. Of course, it's a longer version of the game. No wide can be signaled by the umpire. Justin Greaves looking at his spell thus far.
Yes, some 12.2 overs. It had some 6 maidens in there.
So testing him out again there, Mindley. So Mindley has been the most, senior of these bowlers, and he's displayed that seniority superbly. From the man from Jamaica, of course, 102 first-class wickets now for Marquino Mindley, and it must have been a special moment for him here now at Bose Show to pick up his 100 first-class wickets. It's always a big moment for these players going past milestones, Greg. Good quick single taken here. Chance for a run out though, but he could have been struggling there, Anamul Haq, had that been a direct hit.
Yes, certainly a good bit of fielding there. Is it by Cathy? Yes, good bit of fielding there. There was a chance for a run out. Certainly the batsman was nowhere in the picture. So good all-round cricket there by the West Indies A-team fielders.
Excellent awareness there by that fielder at backward point. And Anamul Haq with that single, getting off the mark after facing 20 deliveries. That just goes to show you he's just been watchful in this innings, and he has been facing some good deliveries from Greaves and Mindley since coming out there to the middle. Is excellently played there by Riju Rahman, guiding that one down to the third man boundary for 4.
Yes, a good shot there by Raja. Initially, it looked as if he was about to allow this one to go through, but just guiding this one through the Manat Gully and the slip region and down to the third man boundary for 4. So, a good boundary for him. Good for additional runs to the Bangladesh score.
Yeah, that's a sign of a good player. No matter where you bat in the order, that's a sign of a good player. Ability to play the ball late.
So certainly he would be growing in confidence. He has faced some 20 deliveries now for his 12 runs.
So this time Mindley realizing that he was a bit too wide of the off stump in the previous delivery, coming straighter. And Riju Rahman was able to play it back to him, and it's 165 for 8.
Yes, the Bangladesh A-team continuing to frustrate the West Indies bowlers. These two have done how many run partnership now? They certainly out there. They are occupying the crease, which is very important because they have faced 21 in the case of Raja, some 21 deliveries for his 12, and Anamul Haq, some 20 deliveries before he got off the mark. So certainly occupation of the crease is certainly on their minds.
And I think the man coming in to look to break that partnership here between Haq and Rahman Raja is Sherman Lewis. He's been injured yesterday. Have a look at the partnerships there, Greg.
Yes, between some 17 runs of some 37 deliveries. So certainly these two are hanging out as long as they possibly can.
Top partnership there between Mithun and that man Hassan Naeem Hassan of 54. Lewis on target straight away.
Yes, good first delivery there, bowled by Lewis. Certainly inviting Raja to play just outside the off stump. So Lewis haven't picked up just some 1 wicket so far.
Yes, the man from Mount Horn, St. Andrew, Grenada, Sherman Lewis, played for the West Indies. He played 2 test matches already for the West Indies team. Just had 3 wickets. And his first class career, some 97 wickets in 36 matches. This time he's getting that ball to pitch and move away from that man Rahman. Actually, it's Hack on strike. So Animal Hack, who is, a very patient batsman, it seems. He's been there for quite a while, just on 1 at the moment, 1 of 22 deliveries. It's been that kind of a morning for the Bangladesh A batsmen. Feet going nowhere there from Hack, and just hanging the bat out there and just pulling it back at the very last moment there to allow, but the ball has already went past the bat as he pulled it back.
Lewis getting some good bounce out there, and good carry to the keeper. Just need to perhaps get this ball a little closer to the batsman.
This time he's edging, is it? No, he's not. You could have heard the slip cordon going up as that one passed the outside edge, and it passed very close to that outside edge. Well, actually it didn't. The way in which they went up, you could have sworn that the ball passed close to the bat.
Yes, good delivery again by Lewis, really squaring Hack up, and fortunate enough, Hack did not get back to ball again. From our vantage point, it appeared it was close to the bat, but seen from the other angle, we saw that there was quite a bit of daylight between bat and ball.
They're enjoying themselves out there now. Good bowling here from Sherman Lewis, hitting his line, hitting his lengths beautifully. And the slip cordon, they could be in business shortly if he continues in this vein.
Yes, good areas there, but just need perhaps to get just a little closer to the batsman. He's certainly getting a fair bit of movement towards the slip cordon.
Lewis would have made his debut for the West Indies Test team in 2018, October 4th, 2018. And that was against India in Rajkot. And his last Test match would have been against Bangladesh at Mirpur in 2018, November of 2018. And he's having a word now with Louis. He's getting the batsman to play at those deliveries outside the off stump. So Louis could, just be giving him some advice. Telling him, get that ball a bit tighter in there. It's quite a long word. It's good to see that from the players, Players from separate islands. Greg having a word, playing for the West Indies team, giving each other advice, hand on the shoulders. Excellent to see.
Yeah, certainly. You're from different islands, but certainly the objective would be the same.
Yep. This time that one right up into the black hole. And Hack gets in behind it and plays it nicely.
Well, the end of a very good over there, bowled by Sherman Louis. Certainly tested Hack on a few occasions just outside the off stump. Perhaps just a little too wide outside the off stump, but we saw quite a bit of movement from his very first over. So certainly some good encouraging signs for him.
Yeah, definitely, and he's been doing that quite well. But as we said, what we've seen from these bowlers, some of these bowlers, is that lack of consistency, and that's something that they'll work on. You'd expect them to work on that. Consistency, comes with fluency as well in your run-up, and all these factors. And Greg, I think on that note, that's maybe something, from your playing career as well, you can speak about, consistency. What really contributes to consistency? Because we highlighted that as one of the prime concerns or problems for a West Indies team among most teams. I think it's the West Indies team. Yes, Graves. I think West Indies team that has been a concern for them. What do you write that down to?
Okay, when we look at consistency, a lot of it again boils down to perhaps the number of matches that one play, because the more matches that you play, because you keep repeating your actions over and over, and you could only better your actions and you could only learn. I mean, in the past, you had a lot of players used to go over to England and play county cricket, sometimes even the regional tournament. Sometimes you used to have home and away matches, so more matches were being played. Guys were playing more cricket. So that would be one of the factors that we do not see too much of it happening at this point in time with players. If you look at the length of the regional season, look at the number of matches that guys play. Now, sometimes by the time you go back home to your territory, what is the domestic structure really like? How many matches do you even play at perhaps the club level or in some areas, say for St. Lucia, say at a district level?
Yeah,
so I think a lot of it boils down to the amount of cricket that is being played by some of our players right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, the more cricket you play, the more consistent you will be. I think that's excellent. And yeah, we see glimpses of players, going across to play county cricket in England. We saw Shannon Gabriel. He has moved across to play for Yorkshire. He's playing a shade there at the moment in England in the county championship. And we saw Craig Braffett as well go across for Gloucestershire. Here's Greaves. Shretish delivery. And yeah, we saw Miguel Cummings as well. He was across there playing. So yeah, number of players tend to do that. But as the years go by, Sean, we saw less and less of these players going across there to play.
Yes, well, I guess in the past, the West Indies players, for some reason, I mean, there was a more demand for our players because we had better caliber of players, if one may be honest. And it was more inviting for those teams out in England or Australia to invite our players to come over. But if you look at perhaps the sort of skill, or one would say the level at which some of our players at, the other players from the other countries perhaps are more attractive to the various teams and counties as opposed to perhaps some of our players. So their players tend to get a little more exposure than our players do at this point in time. So hence our players are playing less cricket, one would say.
Well, if that's the case, maybe, it's a case of, the domestic matches within your separate countries. If you're from the West Indies, of course, is Greaves. Yes, maybe it's a case of lengthening the domestic cricket within the separate countries. That could be a factor as well to consider to help these players develop their game. Maybe I can speak from Trinidad and Tobago. We see a three-day contest being played, sometimes 2 days. So 2-day and 3-day matches are played at the club level. So there's the 2-day and 3-day matches, then the 40 over matches, the 50 over as well, and also there is the T20 matches. So maybe it's a case of considering maybe at the domestic level have 4-day cricket. Who knows?
Yeah, certainly that this is missing. We need more cricket being played, and like you said, perhaps the long more 4-day. Because in the past, sometimes you used to have home and away. You understand? So the domestic season used to be much longer than what we have at this point in time. Yeah. So certainly players are not playing enough. They are not playing enough cricket.
Yeah, that's excellent point. And maybe that's something that can be looked at, linked, and the amount of cricket that is played by these players And Greg is saying that the more cricket that they play, that will contribute to the consistency of their game.
And not only that, right now with the advent of T10 and T20 cricket, you find more of that is being played than the longer version.
Yes.
So this is another contributing factor as well.
Yes, a quick turnaround with those T10 and T20 matches, those shortened version of the game. So persons tend to look to play those matches. This one flicked away nicely. Sherman Lewis comes back into the attack. That's 1 to Raju Rahman Raja, actually Animal Hack. Just about 29 degrees Celsius, says the weatherman in Grossile, St. Lucia. It's very hot out there at the moment for these players. West Indies not being able to penetrate and break this partnership here between Raja and Hack. There's Yannick Karya, who was a bit too short yesterday when he had his opportunity with the ball, the leg spinner. Twirling the ball from hand to hand, and there he is delivering one into the hands of Louis.
Is he sending a message out to the captain?
Just maybe, Greg, just maybe. Lewis, we saw him bowling those deliveries wide of the off stump, and Rahman was playing at them. Now that one just being pulled in on the line of the off stump. Greg, I think we have to say as well, today is, Friday, and maybe we can see some more fans coming into the ground as this one is pulled away nicely. He'll find the fielder, so he'll get one there, Raja. Do you expect a number of fans to turn up to these matches here in Grossile in this series?
Well, to be honest, I don't think the matches are really publicized well enough. Not too many persons know that there is even cricket at this point in time. So I think a better effort perhaps need to be made to let the public know that there is cricket at the Lucia Cricket Ground. But more so, you tend to find persons more coming to those sort of 4-day matches more towards Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, so tomorrow, of course, Saturday, and Sunday the day to follow. So we could see some fans coming in to look on at the Bangladesh A team versus the West Indies A team. It's certainly good cricket on hand. We saw the West Indies on a roll yesterday. Now we're seeing a fight back from the Bangladesh A team. This is good. It's good cricket.
Well, it is good cricket for the purists, but most persons now, like we would say, they tend to like fast food cricket, which is T10 and T20. So the longer version for a lot of persons is not all that attractive.
Yeah, I can't understand, why persons don't really enjoy Test cricket and the longer version of the game that much anymore. You said the shorter version of the game, yes, but speaking for myself, I enjoy Test cricket a lot.
Yes, that is for someone who really loves the game of cricket. But for the average spectator, they do not have the time to sit in front of the television or sit, in front of a computer for 6 and 7 hours watching cricket. They would take a chance at T10 cricket. They know they're out there for just a few hours, and this is it. T20 cricket, within 3.5 hours, the game is over. Yeah. And that's it. They can move on to something else.
Yeah, very true. And sometimes you understand that, and it fits person's schedule well, but the attention cannot be taken off the longer version of the game. It lends so much to the development of these players. I think every player's aim is to play Test cricket for their country. That's one of the top aims of these players, I'm sure, to don the cap And the whites for their country. Of course, if you're just joining us, play got on the way at 9:30 a.m. this morning. An early start. So I'm coming back in from Graves. An early start as a result of a delay yesterday with the run-up and some time lost. So making up for that today. It was a short rain delay this morning. Nothing to really threaten here in Gruzile. Rain just came down for about 5 minutes or so, and immediately the players were back out on the field. Justin Greaves, you're seeing Justin Greaves operating at the moment for the West Indies A team. And just to update you on what has happened thus far, Josh De Silva yesterday winning the toss and electing to bowl first. The top scorer thus far for Bangladesh A team is Mohammad Mithun, their skipper, with 48. Markino Mindley picking up 5 wickets for the West Indies A team. Graves doing the right thing, not getting the batsman accustomed to, a one-dimensional approach. He is just changing up his line, changing up his lengths a bit, maybe his pace as well. These two batsmen, really making the West Indies A team work for these last 2 wickets.
Yes, certainly. They have occupied the crease admirably. Raja some 42 deliveries and Adamon Haq's 29 deliveries faced so far.
And Rahman wants to have nothing to do with that one. Too wide to interest him there outside the off stump. Two slips and a gully, backward point, short cover. Mithun, leg gully, and a wide fine leg on the boundary, and there's a fielder just deep forward square leg, not entirely on the boundary, just inside. It's about 3/4 way to the boundary. Speaking about that leg gully fielder, he comes into play. That's skipper Josh De Silva, and that completes 57 overs. At the end of it, it's 167 for the loss of 8.
Yes, Raja and Haq continuing to frustrate the bowlers. Certainly these two are putting up a regard action there. 167 for 8. The West Indies A team would really want to wrap up this inning as quickly as possible, but these two out in the middle certainly have other ideas.
Well, those guys have other ideas as well. They are on the mound having a look at the cricket. They seem to be enjoying themselves.
Yes, certainly they out there basking in the lovely sunshine. They would have paid good money to come over here, and certainly they are having the lovely sunshine on their backs as well as watching very interested cricket out in the middle.
Yeah, they would have enjoyed what they have seen thus far from the West Indies A team and from the Bangladesh A team as well. And Jeremiah Louis makes his way back into the attack, and surprisingly Lewis has been taken off. Maybe Lewis would be replacing Justin Greaves from the media centre end, or we could well and truly see a spinner coming in from this end as well, just to try something a bit different. Josh De Silva looking to ring the changes here as we speak. So I can't understand this approach from the West Indies A team. It's clear. I think the Bangladesh A batsman has made it clear that they're not going to play at those deliveries wide outside the off-stump, Greg. And they're getting a lot of movement. It's 57 overs bowled, and they're getting a lot of movement still. And I think they have to really bowl a tighter line. Just like that.
Yes, certainly this would be the sort of line and length that would be required. But as we did indicate earlier on, is the sort of consistency we do not see from the bowlers. Their inability to perhaps bowl, say, 4 or 5 deliveries in just that one area. We tend to see perhaps 1 or 2 good deliveries just on one spot, and then the others are perhaps too wide outside the off stump. So we don't see the sort of consistency that we would want from the bowlers.
Imran collecting that one very low. But yeah, sometimes as well, we mentioned the lack of focus as the day progresses from the West Indies team. They get off on a high very early on in the day, they fall away as the day progresses. And sometimes when it's not going for them as well, Greg, you tend to see them dropping their shoulders. And they don't continue to persist and be consistent, as you said. And that as well is a concern. Just need to maintain that focus. There's Imlach again, that one coming out of the gloves as it went in. It continued to move away from him as it passed the batsman. Louis trying a short delivery.
Yes, short and perhaps wide. But again, the problem we've had with the various West Indies teams is the inability to wrap up the innings. And you see with teams like perhaps India and Australia, once you're about perhaps 7-8 wicket down, they tend to wrap up the inning very quickly.
4 slips and a gully in position for Jerma Louis. There's Bran Charles, who's not playing in this game, the off spinner from Trinidad and Tobago. He is at slip. He's at first slip. Took a catch yesterday, so he has done his work in this game. Even when you're a substitute, Greg, you always have your part to play. No matter what part of the team you are, you have a part and a role, a responsibility to play on the team.
Again, Louis perhaps just a little touch too wide outside the off stump, really not inviting the batsman to really play a shot. So the Bangladeshi batsman would be very happy with the sort of line and length that the West Indies bowlers are bowling to them, because it's not really troubling them. It's just the occasional delivery which they have to play at. Perhaps 1 or 2 out of the 6 deliveries, 4 or 5 maybe wide, a little too wide outside the off stump. So the bowlers need to get a little closer to the batsman. Perhaps bowl a little closer to the stumps. Perhaps varying the angle of approach.
Yeah, that's when we speak about variation, it's not only variation in pace, variation in length, line. Sometimes you can vary the way you run in, where you deliver from. You said go wide off the crease, go closer to the stump, deliver from behind the umpire. How many times we've seen that from bowlers? And persons tend to think because it's the longer version of the game as well, Greg, these things are not to be utilized. But I think it's a stigma attached to the shorter version of the game that these things are associated with only the shorter version of the game. But I think if you're looking for wickets and you're looking to close off an innings or close off a game, then why not? You can afford to try these things if you have the luxury of having a team 167 for 8 or having a team needing another 200, 300 runs. Why not?
Yes, as you did indicate, perhaps in the shorter version you tend to see a slower ball, or more Yorker length deliveries being bowled. But we see the approach that quite a few short pitch deliveries have been bowled at the batsmen, and they're not so much inclined to play short. So basically one would say it's just a waste of energy running up, and bowling those short pitch deliveries rather than bowling to the sort of field. You've had cases where we had 3 and 4 slips and we're not seeing the bowlers bowling a tighter line and length to the batters.
And if I'm the captain, Josh De Silva, I'd like to see what these batsmen would do. This is a good delivery from Graves. And yes, I'd like to see what these batsmen would do if I bowl a slower delivery, if I pitch up one up into the driving area. Will they take me on? Will they take my bowlers on? If I'm the captain, I would want to find out that. I would ask my bowler to try something a bit different. Maybe Josh De Silva can do that.
Yes, perhaps leave the cover region empty.
Yeah.
If he can, and then perhaps bring the ball up with a strengthened slip cordon. For all you know, you induce him into a fall shot.
Yeah, and with the ball moving as it is at the moment, I think certainly that's a good plan. But at the moment, the West Indies looking to go short to these batsmen of the Bangladesh A team. Doesn't seem to be that proficient with the short pitch bowling, or at least they're just getting acclimatized with the conditions at the moment here at Boseju.
But that sort of bowling would be very effective when the batsman just comes to the crease. But the both parties, you look at Raja, who's been there for 40 deliveries, and Hack for some 45 deliveries.
Yeah, they've seen the ball very well. Again, climbing on Raja. He's able to just play it down to that like gully fielder Josh De Silva. Yeah, but I have to agree with you there, Greg. These deliveries, you're going to test them out very early with those short pitch bowling. But I think they're quite comfortable at the moment with it. Just allowing it to go over their head, go down the leg side. And when it's short and wide outside the awesome, they're not looking to take on those deliveries. They're playing it smart at the moment. That's why I said I'd be tempted to see what they would do to me if I carry that ball up. And saying that brings the 59th over to an end of this first innings. It's 167 for 8.
Yes, Raja and Hack continuing to bat resolutely out in the middle. They're not so much inclined to play too many shots, just basically playing every ball on its merit and looking just to occupy the crease for as long as possible. And the bowlers, one would say, really helping them in doing this, because we're not seeing enough balls bowling at the stumps. They're not attacking the stumps enough. Too many deliveries are wide outside the off stump, and too many short pitch deliveries as well to the batsmen.
Need to be a bit more attacking, the West Indies A team. And bowled there from Louis. Louis has been good over the years for the Leeward Islands. He's come on to this West Indies A team setup, and he's looked very good. He's a consistent performer, Jeremiah Louis, and yesterday I was on with Mr. Sunil Ramdeen and Mr. Vinod Mamchan as well, and I was telling him about the comparison to Kyle Mayers, Louis' comparison to Mayers, and similar approach. On that occasion he was looking to bowl him round his legs there, maybe Jeremiah Louis.
Again, this sort of consistency we spoke about early on. First delivery was well up to the batsman, and the second one angling down the leg side. So the bowlers, again, their inability to bowl, say, 4 and 5 deliveries in the good areas, one would say.
Just again too wide, and you can see the ball on pitching, it's moving off the wicket and it's moving in the air as well. So there are two factors here contributing to this movement: the bounce, the grass on the pitch, the ball nipping away, and as it passes the batsman, the wind carries it a bit further away as well.
Well, one would say it's the ideal condition for fast bowling.
Yeah.
It's just that the West Indies bowlers have not taken advantage of the conditions.
Loud appeal this time, and he's gone. That underscores the importance of bowling the ball straight and on the body of the batsman. This one coming back in to the batsman and playing outside the line of it. The ball coming back in and striking him plumb in front. And Louis knew it from the moment it struck the pad. He was gone.
Yes, Louis immediately did not even turn to the umpire. So with his appeal, just run through to the players celebrating. He was certain that he had a crap LBW, and just to emphasize the point that we were making earlier on, that they were not attacking the stumps enough, and we saw on this occasion a ball that was pitched up and Hack was chopped LBW, ball hitting the back pad, and he was a judge LBW. So good persistency and good, and he was certainly rewarded with a good delivery.
Yeah, playing all around that one there, Animal Hack. Played a patient innings of 2. Well, he has to go. And he makes way for Saeed Khalid Ahmed, who is coming out to join Riju Rahman Raja, who's on 13. And of course, we are certainly into the bowlers now. The final wicket is to be taken here now for the West Indies A team. A well-deserved wicket for Jeremiah Louis.
Yes, well-deserved wicket indeed. He certainly would have been envious of the other bowlers, faster bowlers having picked up wickets, and he had not picked up any himself. So certainly that should help his confidence quite a bit, and certainly would be looking forward to wrapping up the innings.
Yes, certainly. And umpire Carl Tuckett had no doubt in his mind that that one was out. He immediately raised that dreaded finger. So Saeed Khalid Ahmed, let's see how he approaches this innings. 167 for the loss of 9. Louis, man whose tail would be up. His confidence would be spruced up with that wicket, as much as it has been thus far already in the innings. Imlak with some fancy wicket keeping there to the back. Tall side Khalid Ahmed. High back lift from Ahmed. Gets the bat down just in time there as that one came back in to him. And Louis ends a wicket taking over. He's now 1 for 29 or 15 overs. 60 overs have been bowled. It's 167 for 9. The last man to go was Animal Hack for 2.
Yes, the end of a very successful over there by Louis, picking up the wicket of Hack. Certainly he was rewarded there for bowling good line, good length, for attacking the stumps. This is what we've been asking, to see more consistency in that sort of line and length. So certainly he has been rewarded with a wicket, and the West Indies team would really want to wrap up this inning as quickly as possible with 9 wickets down presently.
Justin Greaves would want to close things off for them. This time Rahman is driving loosely outside the off stump and missing out. And Louis having a gentle word with Khalid Ahmed as well. It's good to see, as we mentioned earlier, this game playing in good spirits. Louis still going on to have a word with Ahmed and laughing it off, giving him a good old fist pump as well. This time a bit shorter, and I think Rahman would enjoy that. Speaking about guys who these players would look to, follow in the mold of, we saw Abdul Razak here at the ground as well. former left-arm orthodox spinner for Bangladesh. And Abdul Razak, I saw him assisting the spin bowlers and assisting the seam bowlers as well. And this one again, back of a length. Abdul Razak, yes, and he is also a national selector as well for the BCB. So that's the Bangladesh Cricket Board. So it's good to see him here as well. That's experience for you. And it's these players of the Bangladesh A team getting the opportunity to work with guys like Abdul Razak would certainly be a plus.
Yes, certainly these are players they would have looked up to as youngsters growing up, and to have them in the mids now to work with them could only serve them in good stead.
And you could have seen there Rahman Raja missing out on that delivery from Justin Graves. It's a keenly contested series, a long-awaited series as well. The first A series since 2020. It's good to see A-team cricket back here in the Caribbean. And the West Indies A-team participating in A-team cricket once more. Time is edged and gone. Imlak snaps this one up convincingly, and Riju Raman Raja is the final nail in the coffin for the West Indies A team. Justin Graves picks up his third, and well, the Bangladesh A team closed their innings on 167 all out.
Yes, good wicket there by Justin Graves. The long vigil of Raja has come to an end. Faced some 46 deliveries, so certainly he did occupy the crease for a period of time, but the West Indies A team would be very happy to have wrapped up the inning. So Bangladesh bowled out for 167, so a good effort by the West Indies team this morning.
Excellent effort, you have to say, from Marquino Mindley, Jerma Louis, even Sherman Lewis, who didn't pick up a wicket this morning. You have to include him. And Justin Graves, you know, it was good consistency from them this morning. And you have to say, what we've seen from them, from the West Indies A-team bowlers, it convinces you that the future of West Indies cricket in the seam bowling aspect is bright. And Justin Graves, not that much known for his bowling, he did very well, picking up 3 wickets, assisting Mindley well. Here's that batting scorecard. I'll allow Greg to run through that batting scorecard for the viewers.
Yeah, Madula Joy, he was caught and bowled Makino Mindley. Then you had Islam, caught Jeremiah Salazano, bowled Justin Graves for 17. You had Asif Hassan, he was Teban Imlak, bowled Makino Mindley for 20. Then you had Fazib Rabi, but caught the substitute Brian Charles, bowled Makino Mindley for 1. And you had the skipper Mithun, top scored with score for 48. Yes, and this one. You had Ali Jakan Ali caught Joshua De Silva, bowl Sherman Lewis. You had Naeem Hassan, LBW Makino Mindley. Raja was who was bowled caught Tevin Imlak, bowled Justin Graves for 13, and then you have Raja was the the last pass, LBW Jeremiah Lewis for 2. So the Bangladesh A team faced some 60.5 overs, getting 167 all out, with only some 27 extras bowled by the West Indies team.
Just to look at the bowling for the West Indies A team, Sherman Lewis 1 for 7 in 6.3 overs. Marquino Mindley to pick off the bowlers, 5 for 59 and 17. Justin Graves 3 for 26 in 16.1, and Jeremiah Louis 1 for 29 in 15. Those were the wicket-taking bowlers for the West Indies A team. They were well assisted by Atenes Korea as well. So that's the situation here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Bangladesh A, after being asked to bat first by Josh De Silva and the West Indies A team, they have been bowled out comprehensively by 167. Mohammad Mithun, the lone top scorer for them, with a well-played half-century of 50 of 86 deliveries. Naeem Hassan had 27, Saif Hassan had 20. So, join us back shortly in about 10 minutes' time for the second innings, that is of the West Indies A team. Well, we are back here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, and we are getting ready for action in the second innings of this first unofficial 4-day test match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. And the opening batsman for West Indies A is Daren Sammy, who's going to be taking strike, and Jeremy Salazano, who's ended on striker's end. And it looks to be Syed Khalid Ahmed who is going to be taking up the attack for the Bangladesh team. And yes, it is Syed Khalid Ahmed. And of course the Bangladesh team amassing 167 all out in their first innings, and could see some excellent bowling, you have to say, from Makino Mindley, Justin Graves, and also Jeremiah Louis as well. So here's the action as it resumes. Chandapol getting tight in behind that delivery from Ahmed. I was looking at Syed Khalid Ahmed bowl prior to this game yesterday, and he was working up some pace on the practice pitches to the left of this one. So I'll be interested to see how he fancies on this pitch that has been offering some pace, some bounce, some movement for the seamers of the West Indies A team. So this is going to be a very good cricket on hand here. You don't want to miss this. As I welcome back into the commentary booth alongside me, Mr. Greg Wilson.
Yes, thank you. And good morning to our viewers again. Yes, Saeed certainly has started very well. I've been teaching our Chandapol playing on the two deliveries that he has served up to him so far. So certainly the line of attack to him has been very well so far.
Yes, Syed Khalid Ahmed, the man from Sylhet in Bangladesh, down the leg side from him, and he's played 9 test matches for the Bangladesh senior team, and he has picked up 19 wickets. He made his test debut against Zimbabwe at Mirpur, and the last test match he's played right here in Grossilay against the West Indies, and that ran from June 24th to June 27th of this year. So he'd have an idea of what he would need to do here, Greg. This time Chandapol is punching beautifully forward of point. He slips, but he will get 2. So the first runs on the board for the West Indies A team.
Yes, side on this occasion just a bit wide outside the off stump. Chandapol certainly able to freeze arms and get 2 valuable runs. But as you were saying, Saeed has been here before, so the condition here he will be certainly familiar with it.
He has a first class average of 35.68, Khalid Ahmed. And he's played a lot of A-team cricket as well for Bangladesh. And he's already done the whites for a Bangladesh team, as we said, playing for the Bangladesh test team. But Daren Sammy and Jeremy Salazano, on the other hand, for the West Indies, this one keeping very low there. Chandapol playing that one low down. Daren Sammy, though, after having a beautiful first class season this year, have a look at that delivery again there from Ahmed. Chandapol had a wonderful season this year, Daren Sammy.
Yes, certainly he's been very consistent. As one would say, he's certainly knocking on the doors.
Jeremy Salazano as well had an unfortunate start to his test career when he toured Sri Lanka with the West Indies team. He was struck on the head at short leg. Since then he hasn't seen himself back into that team, as this one flicked away by Daren Sammy, and is going to run away for 4. The first boundary of the innings coming off the bat of Daren Sammy. Syed Khalid Ahmed just string in line.
Yes, good shot there executed by Tishnari Sandapur on this occasion, as you indicated. Saeed just straight into the pads. Sandapur did not need a second invitation. Just clipped this one through the vacant mid-wicket area and getting 4 valuable runs for the West Indies A team. So at the end of the first over, they moved on to 6 without loss.
It was a good start for the West Indies A team. There's Jaka Ali Anik, the wicketkeeper batsman for the Bangladesh A team. We're going to see who they're going to be opening up the bowling with from the far end, from that pavilion end here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. And Solizano is going to be having his first look at proceedings. Looks to be Animal Haq who is going to be taking up the attack. It is Animal Haq.
On 6 and Jeremy Solizano.
Both these seamers looked really good in practice prior to this game, hitting the deck very hard. And I was looking on closely and could have seen the ball hitting the keeper's gloves, and there was that tuck sound, Greg. And of course, you said you would have wicket kept in your career as well. And the gloves, the ball hitting the gloves, something that would have felt special for you. This one worked away nicely by Solizano for 1. He gets off and running immediately.
Yes, he immediately gets off the mark of the very first delivery that he has faced. It's always a good feeling as an opener to get off the mark very quickly.
And this is something you'd want to see as a West Indies fan. You'd want to see this. You know, you associate West Indies batsmen recent with, you know, that mentality to go out and bludgeon the ball. And when there's not that opportunity to bludgeon the ball, you tie yourself down. Now, something you want to see as a West Indies supporter is the intent to rotate the strike, Greg.
Yes, this is something that has been lacking in West Indies cricket over the years. The inability to rotate strike, and even the running between the wickets, we tend to see sometimes it tends to be a little very lackadaisical. Whereas they perhaps could press for 2 runs, you see they're very much contented in just taking a single.
In just about half an hour time again to go until the luncheon interval. Solizano, actually Chandapur looking to drive that one through the offside. And it's no run. So there's a ring of fielders on the offside. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. And on the onside there is a mid-on and a wide mid-wicket. And there's also a very wide fine leg who's on the boundary. So starting with 2 slips here for Daren Chandapur. This is what you're going to get from Daren Chandapur. If the ball is not there in that area where he feels comfortable, he's just going to pull the bat away. He's just going to bat all day, Greg. That's the kind of player he is. He has that temperament. So does Jeremy Solizano. But I think Chandapur has trumped Solizano on that temperament just by a tiny bit.
Well, Tishnara is a chip of the old block, really.
There he is again. I thought that he was playing at that one and then pulling that bat away. And Bangladesh, these bowlers of the Bangladesh A team would have seen what the West Indies A team would have done, and they would have seen the purchase that these bowlers would have been getting from this track, and I'm sure that would have encouraged them to come out and run in hard. Greg?
Yes, certainly they would want to emulate, say, the performance of Makino Mindley.
So I'm turned away by Chandapur. He'll get 1. So thought that Haq a bit too straight on that occasion, and he allowed Chandapol just to nudge it into the onside for a single. So it's 8 without loss.
Yes, good start there by the West Indies 18 batsmen. Tishnaraj Chandapol, certainly he is out there and he looking like he's very positive, prepared to play his shots out there, but at the same time, as you did indicate, once the ball is not into his comfort zone, he's pretty much prepared to allow it to go through to the wicket keeper, and that's what you really want to see from your opening batsman. You want them to be out there, occupy the wicket for as long as possible, but once the ball are in the areas where they could score runs, you want them to be scoring runs.
And ideally, when you have a small total in a first innings that you're going towards and that you are targeting, you many times you'd ask your opening batsmen if they can knock that off for you, and that would be a big effort from Chandapol and Salazano if they can. That would be very good from them if they can knock that off. It's 167 that was put up on the board by the Bangladesh team. That would take some doing, but if they cannot, at least Andre Kohli would have asked them to set a platform, occupy that crease, as you said, bat for long periods, demonstrate your solidity at the crease, your temperament that you have. And of course, we know both these guys out there in the middle, they are nothing short of patient players. They're classy. Speaking about class, there's some class from Tejnarayan Chandapol, slashing at that one outside the off stump. It was there to be hit, and he earns himself another boundary.
Yes, good execution there by Tejnarayan Chandapol. Saeed on this occasion just shot outside the off stump, really giving him the room to really free his arms, and that he did admirably and gets himself 4 valuable runs. So the score moves on now to 12 without loss.
Yeah, good looking shot, and this is what we're saying. When you get the bad delivery, look to put it away. Don't let pressure build up on you. Ensure that the bad deliveries are dismissed. Time again, pulling forcefully. That's 4 more. Tejnarayan Chandapol showing his elegance here at the DSCG.
Yes, for elegance. Runs again there. Khalid on this occasion shot and get into position very quickly and just dispatch this one through to the vacant square leg region for 4. So certainly he's showing his intention. He's going to be aggressive out there, and he has played 2 delightful shots, one on the onside and one on the outside. So 2 well executed shots there by Tejnarayan Chandapol.
Variety from the left hander. That's what I'm seeing. He got one outside the off stump, Greg. He cut it away beautifully. Then he got a short delivery on his body and swiveled and pulled.
Yeah, so he's showing his ability to play on both sides of the wicket.
And that has now fueled Saeed Khalid Ahmed to come around the wicket. He's going to change up the angle a bit. He's going to look to angle it into Chandapol. And it's a no ball. Cardinal sin committed here by Ahmed. Umpire Taylor stretches that right arm out and signals a no ball.
Yes, Khalid Ahmed on this occasion perhaps putting the extra effort in there and just transgression the line on this occasion.
Immediately signaling that no ball there, umpire Taylor. Umpire Taylor and umpire Carl Tuckett, the standing umpires today for this game. This time turned nicely backward of square leg. He'll settle for 1 there, Chandapol. So the line not that good here from the Bangladesh bowlers very early on. The length has been good, but the line a bit of a concern for them. Not the start that they may have wanted here at all. this one coming back in sharply, but that's a sign of a good batsman. That's another sign of a good batsman, knowing where his off stump was there, Jeremy Salazano.
Yes, good, impeccable judgment there by Salazano. But one would see that very good delivery again by bowled by Saeed. But the batsman, one would say, was very equal to the task, just allowing this one to go through to the keeper. So good all-round cricket exhibited out there by both bowler and batsman.
Down the leg side, good take by the keeper Anik, and 3 overs have been bowled in the second innings of this contest. It's 18 without loss.
Yes, a good productive over there for West Indies. Some 10 runs coming off the over. But Khalid certainly would not be pleased with his last over. We saw one shot outside the off stump, which was taken advantage of, and the next delivery shot again into the body of Chijnarayan Chandapal, who really swiveled and got this one through the vacant square leg region. And we see the last delivery there to Salazano was wide down the leg side. So really very inconsistent bowling there by Khalid in this last over.
Yeah, you have to put that down to inconsistency for sure. It's clear that he was too straight, he was too wide at times, too short as well. So just maybe settling in side Khalid Ahmed, but you don't want to take too long to settle. Chandapal is beaten comprehensively outside the off stump. That is what the Bangladeshis would want. That is what the captain Mohammad Mithun would want to see from his bowlers. I'm sure the coach of the Bangladesh team would have asked them to go out there and do their work expertly and hit the good line, hit the good lengths. The coach of the Bangladesh team, of course, being Misanu Rahman Babul, also known as Babu. That's the man from Dinajpur Rajshahi. Would have played 5 first-class matches and 6 list A matches as well. A bit too wide there to Chandapal.
Yes, again, what we were spoken of earlier on, the inconsistency by the bowlers. We saw the first delivery beautifully bowled just outside the off stump. He was comprehensively beaten, and the follow-up delivery was really wide outside the off stump. So certainly the consistency is not there from the Bangladeshi bowlers.
Chandapal is not a poker. He doesn't poke outside the off stump. That is something that you have to admire about him. He plays those deliveries that, as we said, is in his comfort zone, and his comfort zone is anywhere within those 3 stumps, Greg. He's not gonna, poke outside the off stump as we know it.
Yes, and as you did indicate a little earlier on, this is a sign of a good batsman when you know where your off stump is, for sure.
And he's someone who plays in the V very well, and as a coach, normally coaches tell their batsmen that they work with, playing in the V is important. Look at that again, just pulling the bat inside the line and not allowing it any opportunity to get in contact with that ball that was moving away sharply.
Yes, once the ball, as what we would say, perhaps the 4th stump or 5th stump, he's certainly not interested in playing a shot. So the bowlers certainly need to get a little closer, attack the stumps a little more if you were really going to invite him into playing a shot.
I'm slashed, and did that drop short? Yes, that's good. Good sportsmanship there from Fazal Rabi, immediately signaling to umpire Tuckett that drop short as it got into his hands. Let's have a look at that again. Edging, he was looking to drive, and certainly the puff of dust there, Greg, tells me that it certainly dropped short.
Yes, as you did indicate, good sportsmanship there by Rabi. Immediately he did put up the right hand to indicate that the ball did not carry, but Chandapal on this occasion a bit loose outside the off stump, getting the outer portion of the bat, and luckily for him, it did not go to hand.
Let's see how Animal Hack follows that one up. This time, Chandapol is driving confidently down to mid-off, and there is no run. So, 4 overs have been bowled, a maiden one there by Animal Hack, and it's 18 without loss. Chandapol, of course, Greg, would have had some good scores, as we mentioned, in the recently concluded regional series. He would have played against Barbados for Guyana at Port of Spain at the Queen's Park Oval, and he would have struck 140 not out, a patient 140 not out, and that came off somewhere around 400 plus deliveries, and he came in the second innings to win that game for Guyana, and he had a brilliant knock, 23 not out of 10 deliveries. And in the game that followed against Jamaica at Diego Martin Sporting Complex, he struck 184, which was a sensational innings. I was there for that. And then when that series concluded, that regional tournament concluded, he went on to play for the WICB 11 against Bangladesh in the lead up to the series against West Indies, and he struck 59, which was superb. So, you know, he is having a good year, Daren Chandapol, and if you're a West Indies fan, you'd be hoping out there that Chandapol can continue in this vein.
Yes, certainly he has had a remarkable season, but as we see, spin has been introduced into the attack very early.
Yeah, Naeem Hassan gets himself in there, and he's bowling to Solizano. Naeem Hassan, the off spinner for Bangladesh, and we were speaking yesterday about Naeem Hassan playing Test cricket already for Bangladesh. This time Solizano driving elegantly, and it's a hard new ball, Greg, and you would expect the spinner to get some bounce. The seam is quite prominent. Only 4 overs old, a fairly new ball, so you would expect the spinner to get some bounce, some turn as well.
Well, I expect more bounce than turn.
Yeah, more bounce.
If anything, on this surface out there.
Hence, we're seeing a short leg fielder, a first slip fielder as well in position. So he's hitting a nice tight line and length there. And Naeem Hassan would have come into the limelight in early 2018 when he was picked for the Bangladesh Test squad to play Sri Lanka. And at that time of that Test call-up, Greg, tell you what, he was playing for the under-19 team, the Bangladesh under-19 team, in the World Cup in New Zealand.
Yes, some other players who certainly have showed good potential have been given an early break, one would say, in international cricket.
And he's a quite tall off spinner as well, so that would add to this bounce that we mentioned. He may just get some extra bounce. Well, that completes his first over. Good one, tight from the off spinner. 18 without loss, consecutive maiden overs.
Yes, the bowlers seems to be settling into a good line, good length. It was a good over bowled by Naeem. Certainly had Salazar playing at just about every delivery. And this is what you would want from your bowler, to have the batsman playing as much as possible.
Bowler from the Players Pavilion end is Animal Hack.
So I think Mithun did the right thing there, Greg. You know, he realized that Khalid was taking some time to settle, and he couldn't have afforded that. And he would have given him a rest. He would have included Naeem Hassan there now. And he's stuck with Animal Hack from the other end. Animal Hack, who has had Daren Chandapol just playing and missing on a couple occasions in the last over of his. Chandapol, of course, would have had a heart in the mouth scare earlier in that over when he was edging one to that gully fielder, and it dropped a bit short of him as well. time, playing and missing again.
Yes, so Hack seems to be settling into a good rhythm, good line, good length. This is the second time he has had Tijna and Chandapal comprehensively beaten, certainly grouping at this one and just going past the outer edge of the bat.
It's maybe a lack in concentration there a bit there from Chandapal, just a bit. And we were saying that how he plays in the V and plays anything between those three stumps and just prodding at that one there. It's about 10 minutes time to go until that luncheon interval. And Chandapal continues his solidity.
Well, this really should be the first objective for him, to survive until the luncheon period. And then after lunch, certainly has 2 sessions to bat. So pretty much this should be the first objective of the day.
Yeah, they would just want to bat through till lunch here, the openers. That would be a plus for them. That would add some confidence to both these players as well. And they've looked very positive. A no ball signal Bampa took it. So we saw a no ball from Khalid Ahmed very early. Maybe Animal Hack just striving for a bit too much pace.
Yes, just getting carried away, perhaps a little. And just looking at the monitor, they're also falling away after he is delivered. So certainly this last delivery did not get the biomechanics all correct.
Bit too wide this time. Of course, Chandapal is not going to be interested in playing those deliveries. And Chandapal is someone, we saw him play the short pitch bowling well. We saw him swiveling, pulling Khalid Ahmed away backward of square leg for 4. We saw him playing a short and wide delivery for 4 as well, outside the off stump from Ahmed. And he's someone you can test out with those short pitch deliveries, but you need to be a bit pacey to be able to test him. Your thoughts on Daren Chandapal, his technique, and what he's done over the years to be this good and really come at this level and impress?
Yeah, he looks like a very organized player, and more so as an opener you need to be very patient, and that he has. He seems to know where his off stump is, and as I indicate, he has the appetite to bat long innings. This is another criteria you really need if you are going to be a good batsman and scoring runs.
Yeah, definitely so, Greg. I have to agree with you on that. As the 6th over comes to an end, just a no ball in that, the lone run coming from the extra. And it's a 19 for no loss, so no runs coming off the bat in 3 overs thus far for the West Indies A team. And what do you think Jeremy Salazano will be telling Chandapal there, Greg?
Well, I guess lunchtime is just around the corner. We get to bat out until the luncheon interval, and then we're going to take up the attack from there. As anything else, with lunch just around the corner, you really do not want to be being overly aggressive and to have to go back to the dressing room. What do you say to your captain and the coach?
Well, I thought that Salazano would have been asking Chandapal if he knew what's for lunch. A shorter delivery there from Hassan, who's back into the attack. Maybe they'll be calling Sean, who's here with us in the commentary box, to find out what's for lunch. Who knows? Good afternoon to Sean. He's been taking care of us beautifully here in St. Lucia thus far.
Man from the Sulphur City. He should bring you down to the Sufra area whenever you have a break.
We would hope so. He's smiling at the moment, and now he's leaving the commentary box as soon as you said that, Greg. What did you do to Sean? Salazano is a bit quiet at the moment.
Have you ever visited the Sufra area by any chance?
Never did, but I'd hope to do so on this tour, because it's quite a long tour.
Naeem continuing to be very consistent. Has not considered a run yet in the 10 deliveries bowled so far.
It is so many off spinners that has been produced by Bangladesh over the years, and we've seen Mahmudullah, we've seen Mahidi Hassan Miraz, Mossadegh Hussain, Nasum Ahmed, number of off spinners, you have to say, Greg. And we are seeing that Naeem Hassan has played 8 test matches, 31 wickets. His best bowling figures are 6 for 105. His best bowling match figures 9 for 152. He hasn't been bad at all, Greg. But what I put his exclusion from the team down to is the wealth of off spinners that are in the team at the moment.
Yes, certainly Bangladesh have quite a few off spinners in the team. When you look at the population and the number of cricketers that they have, this is not surprising.
Yeah, certainly a number of off spinners, left arm seamers as well. So Bangladesh has produced some good spinners. And just speaking about good spinners, Shakib Al Hassan, who would be turning up for the Guyana Amazon Warriors this year when Tabriz Shamsi from South Africa, when he leaves the CPL for international duty. Shakib Al Hassan will be turning up for the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Anamul Haq continuing from the pavilion end. So he's getting a good workout here early on, Anamul Haq. Chanderpaul has, faced the bulk of the deliveries thus far. 30 balls he's faced. Striking and just above 50 at the moment. And of course the strike rate and not a concern in this format of the game. Just about occupation of the crease, as Greg mentioned earlier. The ability to occupy the crease. Runs will come. Beautiful facility, the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. What a facility it is here, nestled just in the valley and surrounded by the Bousséjou Mountains in Grosile. Of course, it was previously known as the Bousséjou Cricket Ground. Excellent delivery there from Haq, which renamed the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium in July of 2016 in honor of the West Indies captain who led the West Indies team, of course, to 2 memorable victories, Greg, in both the 2012 and 2016 ICC World T20.
Yes, indeed. 2 World Cups, Daren Sammy won under his captaincy. And I think also his fellow St. Lucian Johnson Charles was in the team as well.
This time driving up Ashley and just short of the fielder there, Naeem Hassan. He's not in total control of that shot there, Tejaran Chanderpaul.
Well, he certainly has not scored in quite a few deliveries so far, and this one was just outside the off stump, driving a bit loose again. Really, he was not in complete control of that shot, and fortunate enough for him, the ball did not carry to the fielder. So Chanderpaul, this is about the second time we have seen him playing the shot and the ball has been going in that region.
This time a bit more watchful, just holding back on the shot and playing it with soft hands. And speaking about this stadium, I think a fun fact as well, something that should be noted. And for the viewers who have not known, in 2006 the stadium would have hosted the first ever day-night one-day international in the West Indies, Greg, after becoming the first stadium in the Caribbean to install flood lighting.
Yes, very much so. They were very much, well, you could say one of the last international grounds, but the first to have had the floodlights.
It would have been a great moment for the Persons of St. Lucia, much like Greg, would have been happy as well at the end of 8. It's 19 without loss, Greg.
Yes, it has been a bit of slow going in the last 4 overs for the West Indies team. The Bangladesh, we've had 4 maiden overs so far.
Yeah, the only run coming off was that no ball.
Was a no ball, sorry. Yeah, so we've not had a run off the bat in the last 4 overs.
Yep.
So certainly they've been settling into a good line, good length. The last over there we saw Chanderpaul being induced really into a fall shot, one would say. So the 2 openers really should have at the back of their mind that the lunch interval is just round the corner. And this should be the main objective right now, to perhaps survive until the lunch interval and come back after lunch and you have the entire day to bat.
Yeah, and they're going to have a challenge here in facing up to Naeem Hassan. And what Hassan has done, he's brought around that short leg fielder into a silly point position now. A forward short leg. You brought him around from forward short leg into a silly point position. So this is going to be a challenge here for Jeremy Solizano. Negotiating that bounce and whatever turn there may be on offer for Hassan. I think Hassan would want to be a bit fuller. That was a bit too short.
Yes, gave Solizano enough time to get onto the back foot and just punch this one into the short cover region.
In an attempt to be a bit fuller, I think he went a bit too full there. And yeah, just about 1 minute to go until that luncheon interval. So they just want to negotiate this over here. I don't think Chanderpaul would want to be facing any deliveries from this over. He'll just be telling Solizano to work his way around Naeem Hassan, play out this over, and take one for the team.
Yes, certainly. Chanderpaul would hope this would be the last over before the lunch interval.
It's about 2 deliveries to go in the over, and it's already 12 p.m. so no doubt that this could very well be the last over before the lunch break. This one driven to the cover fielder. Mithun is there, and that's Khalid Ahmed in your picture. Didn't have the best of starts for the Bangladesh team this morning. Solizano waits on Hassan, and he does well to close things off. That's lunch here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. The players are leaving the field, and Bangladesh A team, after making 167 all out, they were bowled out this morning. The final 4 wickets were wrapped up by Mindley, Louis and Sherman Lewis, and these guys really did well this morning for the West Indies team. Well, actually Justin Graves, I think that one back on Louis, but he bowled well. And yes, certainly West Indies in their response thus far, they are 19 without loss. And Bangladesh bowling effort thus far, Saeed Khalid Ahmed, he went for 16 runs in 2 overs, very expensive. Anamul Haq, he went for 3 in his 4, and Naeem Hassan, the off spinner, in his 3 overs, he would have just conceded 1 run.
Yes, good effort indeed by the West Indies team to ensure that they did not lose any wicket in that short period of just 9 overs. So they certainly would be happy with the effort, having bowled out Bangladesh for 167, and their turn at the crease 19 without loss.
Yeah, so that's the situation. Bangladesh A 167 all out. Coming into today's play, they were 135 for 6, and they just added 32 runs this morning for the loss of 4 wickets. They were bowled out. Mithun going for 50, the captain. Naeem Hassan had 27, Saif Hassan had 20. Mindley with 5 wickets, 102 first-class wickets to his name. Justin Graves 3 for 26. Sherman Lewis 1 for 7. Jeremiah Louis as well had 1. And at the moment, the West Indies A, they are 19 without loss. Chandapol on 16, Salazano on 1. Hassan, the pick of the bowlers thus far, he's bowled 3 overs and he is yet to concede a run and yet to pick up a wicket. So, we're going to have lunch here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. You have lunch as well, and we'll join you back in about half an hour's time or so for continued coverage of the action in the first unofficial test match of this A series between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. Well, we're getting set for the second session of play here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground in day number 2 of this, the first unofficial test match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. And Bangladesh A winning the toss, well, actually being sent in after West Indies A won the toss, and they amassed 167 all out yesterday into this morning. They added 32 runs this morning. They started at 135 for 6, and Mindley picked up 5 wickets, and Justin Graves 3. Jeremiah Louis won as well, and it was a special effort from the West Indies A team bowlers. Now it's up to the batsmen to get towards that target of 167 and look to follow up with some more runs. And at the moment, in doing so, they are 19 without loss. Luncheon interval has just been completed, and we are all set and ready here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground for action in the second session of play. Alongside me is Mr. Greg Wilson, who tells me that he had a good lunch. Good afternoon, Greg.
Yes, good afternoon, and good afternoon. So our viewers certainly had a good enough lunch, and certainly prepared for this afternoon action.
Yeah, and the rain just giving us some extra time to focus on our lunch. Now it's time to focus on the cricket. The rain just came down just about 12:35, and it lasted for about 15 minutes, that break, and hence we are now back out. The groundsmen would have wanted some time to remove the covers, and they were well led by Mr. Dayton Butler, the third umpire for this game. 2 standing umpires, of course, Mr. Carl Tuckett and Chris Taylor, and looks to be Anamul Haq, who is going to start proceedings from the pavilion end. Here he is, and he is, of course, bowling to Tej Narain Chandapal, who is on 16. Jeremy Salazano, who is on 1 at the moment. The very patient Chandapal, the very patient Jeremy Salazano. And Greg, what do you make of the start from these opening batsmen here from the West Indies A team?
Well, it has been a cautious start, although we've seen Chandapal drive in on 2 occasions a bit loose outside the off stump, getting the outer edge, the ball going towards the gully region. But other than that, they've looked really solid in the approach.
This time Chandapal is getting across the off stump and leaving it alone into the gloves of Anik. Anik, who had some difficult times with the bat in the first innings, would look to show up with the gloves here for the Bangladesh A team. And mentioned throughout this game thus far, it's a green deck, one that's offering a lot of purchase for the seamers. This time again, happy to let that one go. And the Bangladesh team not having the best of starts with the ball this morning after coming in. Side Khalid Ahmed going for 16 in his 2 overs, his first 2 overs. He was immediately taken off. He was replaced by Naeem Hassan, the off spinner, the tall off spinner from Chittagong, and he bowled very well, just bowling 3 overs, yet to concede a run, yet to pick up a wicket as well. I think the Bangladesh team would want to get a breakthrough very early here, Greg.
Yes, they certainly would want to make early inroads into the batting, but the line of attack at this point in time doesn't suggest that they want to do so. A bit too wide outside the off stump of Tej Narain Chandapal, not really encouraging him to play.
Yeah, definitely. And they need to be a bit more attacking here, the Bangladesh bowlers. Need to take a bit of a pattern from the West Indies A bowlers and how they went about their work. Mindley really set the tone for the West Indies A team. Chandapal is going to just bat and bat all day long if he gets the opportunity to do so. And he's already had 2 heart in mouth situations, so to speak. 2 deliveries from Animal Hack. He was driving uppishly to gully and dropping short on both occasions. So he'd just be a bit mindful of that. He'll want to be careful driving loosely outside that off stump. Hence, he is not going at those deliveries at the moment from Hack. I think that's much better from Hack. But as well, as this over comes to an end, you know, Greg, certainly with 3 slips in position, a gully as well, you as a bowler would want to be getting the ball pitched up. The ball is seaming around, so you'd want to be pitching that ball up, get the batsman moving, get them playing outside that off stump to encourage the slip fielders.
Yes, and also the fact that he had already induced Daren the ball into 2 false shots prior to the luncheon period, so that should have given him the sort of encouragement to continue to pitch the ball up at least closer to him and encourage him to drive.
Well, there's a good side. There are a number of beautiful spectators coming out to look on at the game. That's a good sign for the cricket.
Yes, certainly. One would hope that as the afternoon continues, we would see a trickle of spectators, and also coming to the weekend tomorrow and Sunday. We will hope that persons are really going to turn out in their large numbers, especially with West Indies batting, say tomorrow.
Naeem Hassan, the man with the ball in hand, is bowling to Solizano. And he has bowled a lot to Solizano. He has not yet bowled to Tejarain Chandapal at all. Chandapal, who has just been facing Ulhaq, Animal Hack that is, and Solizano in the meantime has just been taking care of Hassan. And I like this from Solizano, something we don't see that often, something that you would think that has disappeared from the game a bit. It's there, but it has merely disappeared, Greg. Batsmen using their feet to spinners, that's something you like to see.
Maybe more so West Indian batsmen.
Yes, West Indian batsmen, yeah.
I think the mindset of West Indian batsmen when it comes to spinners, they're perhaps a little too defensive in thinking.
Yeah.
It's all about perhaps looking to survive. Hope you get a bad ball to put away rather than perhaps getting to the pitch of the ball, working it into the gaps and picking up the ones and twos.
Definitely. And using your feet as well to spinners. Many coaches would say that, you know, when the ball is flighted, that's the time you want to use your feet. You want to start coming down. And Hassan is delivering from a very high position, which makes it a bit difficult for the batsmen. But Solizano has been very watchful in this innings. This time he is able to get a run off Hassan, and Solizano's first run in 26 deliveries, well 25 deliveries actually. He was off the mark of the very first delivery that he faced, and now he has just gotten a run of the 26th delivery that he is faced against Naeem Hassan. So that tells me that Tejarain Chandapal will be seeing Hassan for the first time from the striker's end. Fun fact as well about Naeem Hassan, he's 6 feet tall, and he was initially a fast bowler until class 8 before taking up the job as an off spinner. And he had said in an interview that he turned to spin before he hit his growth spurt, and he really burst onto the scene as an off spinner. As the 11th over comes to an end, it is 20 without loss.
Yes, again, good consistent bowling there by Naeem, completing his 4th over, and thus far only conceding just 1 run. So good consistent bowling there by Naeem, really not giving the batters any freebies, so to speak, really making them work hard for their runs.
A lot of cricket for the West Indies at the moment. West Indies A, of course, we're looking on them taking on Bangladesh A. But here's Anamul Haq. Left alone again, something we are just continuing to see from both Salazano and Chandler Paul. Yeah, and there's also the West Indies team. They're going to be taking on the senior team, going to be taking on India tomorrow in Fort Lauderdale. And also the West Indies women's under 19 team. They'll be starting their campaign, their T20 International 5-match series against the USA. Women's team, that's going to be starting on Monday, the 8th of August. It's like driving is Solazano. And of course, you want to wish all of the West Indies team all the best. The Bangladesh team, the Bangladesh senior team, just went under to Zimbabwe after a 192-run partnership between Innocent Kaya and Sikandar Raza. And that was a 4th-wicket partnership between Raza and Kaya. And as we said earlier, Bangladesh batting first. They made 303 for 2. Here's Ul Haq at Grosile. And delivery again, that is left alone. And 303 for 2, Bangladesh batting first. And Zimbabwe in response, they lost 5 wickets and they knocked off that 303, reaching 307 in 48.2 overs. Sikandar Raza, the man leading the way for Zimbabwe, he had 135 not out of 109 deliveries. Innocent Kaya, what a name that is, he had 110 of 122. Solazano ticking the run scoring over, just ticking that scoreboard over, and he gets 1. Greg, good performance from Zimbabwe.
Yes, certainly good performance indeed. Chasing a score of over 300 runs, you certainly need at least 2 batsmen to put up their hands, and that we saw from Kaya and Raza. So certainly they would be pleased with their performance.
Yeah, they would. Wicket takers for Bangladesh, Mustafizur Rahman, Shariful Islam, Mossadegh Hussain, and Mehdi Hassan Miraz. This time edging, and he's gone, is he? No, he's not. Drop catch this time at second slip, and it seems to have struck him in the face as well. This could be very nasty here. This is not looking good for the fielder at first slip.
Yes, unfortunate there for the fielder. The ball peel off the outside edge of Tijner and Sandapol, and Hans was a bit slow in getting it. And the ball just burst through the hands and struck the fielder right in the forehead area.
Yeah, that second slip fielder there certainly looking to catch that one in front of the face, bursting through the hands. And immediately everyone has surrounded him. And we would hope here from the commentary booth that he is okay. And they seem to be calling for the medic. This does not look good, Greg, at all.
Certainly you could see him on the ground. They're rifling some pin there.
That ball flew off the bat at pace as well.
Yes, Chandra Paul looking for that big booming drive outside the off stump, and the ball just peeling off the edge of the bat and went straight to second slip. And the ball looked like he struck the fielder above the right eye area.
Hardcore ball into the face of the second slip fielder, and Anamul Haq, the bowler, is offering the breeze, as we would say. He's fanning that fielder at the moment, just to relieve him a bit and of the heat at the moment that he's experiencing as well. He's yet to get up, the fielder, and he looks in some discomfort. And why shouldn't he be as well? Because that's a dangerous hit to the head. And you can see him there, the physio offering his assistant whatever assistance he can offer. There's it again. Chandapol driving loosely. That one flew off. It burst through the hands. And what a hit that is. My oh my, Greg.
Yes, certainly. That 5-ounce ball still fairly new, just in the 11th over, 12th over. So certainly the ball is still fairly hard.
You can see the medics out there. This is not a good scene at all. And as you said, we want to wish him all the best. And as he looks to get some assistance and look to recover from this injury of sort. And there's no doubt that Shadman Islam, we've just been able to see his number, his name to the back. Shadman Islam, left-handed opening batsman for Bangladesh A team, who of course would have played test matches as well for Bangladesh. It's a very unfortunate scene here to see him getting hit in the head, in the forehead, as a result of a ball bursting through his hands. That second slip, if you're just joining us, and he's holding the right side of his head there, and he will be in some pain, and he's been lent assistance here now by the paramedics on hand here. It's never a good sign when the paramedics have to go out there, not because of them, but certainly the injuries that we see. So, Greg, I'm sure, wishing him all the best in his recovery and look, as he looks to get assistance.
Yes, certainly. He's been led off the field at this point. Certainly, he would perhaps be taken to one of the medical facilities nearby. And we're hoping that he would not have suffered any serious concussion and that he would be back, perhaps if not today, but say tomorrow, to resume.
Well, that is certainly a concern, and I'm happy you brought up that, Greg. The concussion, that could be an issue here for Shadman Islam. That could come into play as well. So one would hope that that does not cause any much harm to Shadman Islam and that he recovers well. But as he leaves the field, the action will continue on the field, and I'm sure the Bangladesh team, they'd be a bit disappointed with how things have gone thus far, but more so they'll be very disappointed with how Shadman Islam had to leave the field as well. But these things happen, Greg, sometimes it happens.
Yes, this is all part of sports. This is all part of the game. At some point in time, you may be unfortunate that you suffer some sort of injury. It's never a pleasant sight, but this is all part and parcel of the game.
It is, and while Chanda Paul would have been edging that one as well, he was able to get a single. Jeremy Soldazano is now on strike. And Solazano is going to be facing up to Anamul Haq. So 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket in position. Good gas there from Anamul Haq. And that completes the over. At the end of it, it's 12 overs bowled, it's 22 without loss.
Well, the end of one would say an eventful over.
Yeah.
Over indeed, where we saw Tishner and Sandra Paul been given a chance, driving, one would say, loosely outside the off-stump, getting the outside edge, the ball going straight to the second slip fielder, and unfortunate for him, ball traveled at great pace, just burst through the hands and struck him in the head, and he had to leave the field, unfortunately, on a stretcher. But the game continues. Chandrapal been given a life, and one hope that he perhaps will look to capitalize from the chance that he has gotten.
Well, I think that's a weak spot, and we would have seen that in the regional 4-day tournament, Greg. That's a weak point for him. You would have realized that Chandrapal, as we said, he doesn't like to play the big booming drive outside the off stump. He plays in the V, he plays in the line of the 3 stumps. But when he does look to play those drives outside the off stump, Greg, he's in some problems. We've seen it on 3 occasions.
Yeah, he looks very vulnerable out there.
Yeah, certainly. So that's something that the Bangladesh team can look to work out and work him on that area. And Naeem Hassan is back into the attack here for the Bangladeshis. This one, a loud appeal there from Hassan. And not out, says the umpire. We'll have to have a look at that again. Maybe it's bat first, hence umpire Taylor says not out. Yeah, certainly hitting bat there. Not too sure what Hassan was excited about. Maybe it's all in the process of looking to get that first wicket.
Yes, the ball clearly came off the bat, but the bat and pad was very close together.
Yeah.
Perhaps he thought that the ball may have come off the pad and not the bat.
And that delivery holding its line. It was held back in the air a bit as well. It's good bowling here from Hassan. So one more delivery to go in the over. Almost squaring up Daren Chanderpaul on that occasion as Hassan's 5th over comes to an end. He's just conceded 1 run. It's 22 for the loss of no wicket at the moment. 13 overs have been bowled.
Yes, Naeem Hassan continuing to bowl well out there, really asking questions of the West Indian batters, really keeping things tight, only conceding just 1 run in his 5 overs. So certainly he has been keeping up the pressure at one end, and the fast bowler certainly is the one who was look a little more penetrative. Certainly in the last over, really induced the false shot from Daren Chanderpaul.
Yeah, definitely, and looks to be Haq who will be continuing here for Bangladesh. Number 14 on his back. This is Haq who is continuing, starting immediately with a dot delivery. So he's getting a very good workout here, Anamul Haq. This is his 7th over that he is bowling at the moment. A very quiet period here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, and if you're just joining us, Shadman Islam 2 overs ago in the 11th over, he of course was struck on the head. He was looking to catch a ball at second slip and it burst through his hands, came off the edge of Daren Chanderpaul, and he was struck on the forehead, and he has now been taken off the field by the medics, the paramedics on hand, and he may well and truly be taken to the nearest medical facility for treatment. So as soon as we have news on that, we will be bringing that to you, and we'll update you on the situation, on the status of his injuries. But at the moment, it's Anamul Haq who is continuing for the Bangladesh team, and he is bowling to Jeremy Solazano.
This occasion, Solazano was really cramped for room, and this one may have made a bit extra height as well. Just looking at the way he played the shot, so certainly Anamul Haq really attacking the body of Jeremy Solazano.
And the pitcher's had, lots of sunlight. It has been exposed to so much sunlight, and the sun has been baking down on this track for the entirety of 3 days. This is the second day of this match, but of course, it was left open as well. We were here for on the day prior to this game, Greg, and we saw the sun baking down on the surface, and it continues to do so. Just 2 rain delays, nothing to really talk about, and nothing to really put a threat on the track, on the ground. But you know, as much as we've seen, the wicket is continuing to dry out, and that could very well and truly assist the batsmen.
Yes, but there's still going to be something in it for,
Of course.
the bowlers.
Yeah.
The wicket here would not change that significantly.
Yeah. It didn't have that much moisture in it, so that tells me that it's going to remain similar to what we've seen. It's going to hold up, but it's certainly going to dry out a bit as well. Whatever preparation moisture that there may have been underneath that surface of the track, it will certainly dry out. And the 14th over has come to an end. The maiden one by Animal Hack, and they are going along very slowly but surely. The West Indies A team, they're taking their time. They're just occupying that crease, getting a feel of the track, something that I thought that the Bangladesh team failed to do at top of the innings. I thought that their top order batsmen really failed to do that, Greg, and I think the West Indies A team setting that example and showing them, saying, hey guys, here's how to do it.
I guess they probably did not really come to terms with the sort of peace and bounce of the wicket, considering they're coming from the subcontinent.
Exactly. Yeah, they're just getting acclimatized to the conditions, to be fair. And you could understand why they would have found it a bit difficult. It's a pacey track here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. And Mr. Vinod Mamchan has said that he'd rate this pitch the best in the Caribbean.
Well, Ian Bishop also shares that same sentiment.
Yeah, and you know, I think I have to agree, Greg. You have to agree, because it's very different. It's a track that offers so much for the seamers. It's good for batting as well. It's true, and you know, it's such a good pitch. You have to, you know, admire this track here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Chandapal looking to make some room. A bit too close for him to play that shot, looking to get it through the offside. He had to adjust.
Speaking about the track, if you follow the CPL over the years, some of the more high-scoring games are normally here.
Yes, certainly. Syme cutting and cutting hard, but finds the fielder, Daren Chandapal, and he was able to get one. When you speak about occupation of the crease, I think some of the better batsmen who does that in the Caribbean are these two batsmen, Jeremy Solizano and Daren Chandapal. They have the ability to do that. They do that very well.
Well, certainly, this is one of the prerequisites you really want as an opener. As an opener, you, like they always say, your job is perhaps to see the shine of the ball, make life a little easier for your middle order batters.
This time he's cutting nicely, and that's going to be 4 to Jeremy Solizano. Played very late there, Greg, and expertly indeed.
Yes, this occasion Naeem was a bit short, and Solizano just coming rocking back on the back foot and playing this one backward of points and getting 4 valuable runs. First boundary for him in this innings. So certainly he have waited quite a long time to be able to dispatch one into the boundary, some 49 delivery space before he could have gotten a boundary.
He's now on 7, Jeremy Solizano. And Naeem Hassan just going a bit too wide there and giving Solizano that luxury to put it away there. Those guys are in the stands at the moment looking on at the contest on hand, and they would have admired that shot from Jeremy Solizano. No doubt about that.
Yes. Staying again into Daren Chandapal. This one is just outside the off stump. just allowing this one to go through to the keeper. Shot that we have seen him played quite a few occasions. We have started the innings. Certainly quite contented in just allowing the ball to go outside the off stump once it's not threatening the stump. But those that are pitch, we have seen about 3 deliveries pitch up just outside the off stump where we see the big booming driver and really has not been in full control of those shots.
He hasn't been in control, and that's something I think the Bangladesh team, as we said, should note, and they should look to invite him to continue to drive through the offside. You know, sometimes, you know, it's good to feed the batsmen to their strengths. You know, I think the Australians did that against Brian Charles Lara in Australia.
Yes, certainly they would toss that ball to McGrath and they would set the field.
And sometimes it's good to do that, but sometimes as well, when you spot a weakness, I think you need to exploit it very early. He likes it there though, Chanderpaul, and he's able to turn the strike over. Yeah, but Greg, I don't know what you think about that, but certainly if I am Mohammad Mithun, the Bangladesh captain, I'd look to exploit that weakness that I've noticed about Chanderpaul just outside that off stump.
Yes, most certainly. At least we have seen on 3 occasions he has not been in control playing those shots. 2 failed shots of the gully region and 1 went to the second slip fielder. So at least he has presented, you know, a genuine opportunity to have gotten him out.
So Lozano, on the other hand, has been very watchful. He has not done too much wrong, to be fair to him. He hasn't looked to be the aggressor in this opening burst, this opening partnership. You know, Tejaran Chanderpaul has been the man who really took on the bowling early on. He struck Khalid Ahmed for 2 consecutive boundaries, cut away on the offside before he was pulling him again as well. And since then, the innings is just ironed out, so to speak. It's been a quiet period.
Yes, certainly we've had a serious quiet passage of play other than the last over, which Naeem bowled. We saw Salazar really cutting him and getting a boundary. Runs really has been hard to come by.
Yeah, and Salazar is someone, you know, who likes to work the ball in those areas and get runs. He doesn't manufacture shots, but what he does is he breaks his wrist very nicely, and he's able to rotate the strike nicely as well. And he is someone who likes to drive through the offside. That's one of his favored shots. Anything that's pitched up and in his zone, he will drive through the offside. As the 16th over comes to an end, it's 28 for no loss.
Yes, Adam Wallace continue to bowl in good areas. Really have not given the batsmen too many loose deliveries, so to speak, only conceding some 6 runs off 8 overs. So really keeping things tight. Both him and Naeem really have not been bowling freebies out there, except for the last delivery of the last over from Naeem, where we saw he was shot on that occasion outside the Ostam and he was punished by Salazar. But generally these two have really kept things tight for the Bangladesh team.
They continue to persist with that 3-point fielder, and this one takes the inside edge, just holding its line. Not that it didn't straighten at all. And I'm seeing the stretcher being taken back under the tent. Greg, I'm not too sure if Shadman has left the ground. I'm guessing that stretcher would have been used in the ambulance to be taking him to the nearest medical facility if he was taken there. So I'm asking myself, and I'm thinking that he may have not left the ground as yet. We'll have to get some word.
Oh, I don't think he has left the ground, because I've been looking behind the players' pavilion area to see if I'm seeing the sign of the ambulance leaving, and I've not seen any sign of it. So there may be good news that he may be somewhere in the dressing room.
This time Solazano is well forward. 7 of 44 deliveries, Greg.
Yes, certainly he has been very patient out there. And Daren Sammy some 57 deliveries for his 20 runs. So these two certainly have occupied the wicket admirably, although Daren Sammy has given a chance which was not capitalized. But the most important thing is still out there battling.
And these two likes the challenge. And well, Naeem Hassan's over comes to an end. His 7th over, that is. And he's bowling some spell thus far. He's yet to pick up a wicket, but he's been very economical.
Yes, 7 of 7. So I think what the captain would have required from him perhaps is just a few wickets. But certainly in terms of keeping things tight, he's certainly been doing that admirably.
Yeah, and if you are the Bangladesh captain, you don't want to sit and be reactive, Greg. You don't want to let things happen on its own. You want to be proactive. You want to put your plans into. You want to get into your plans very early. You want to put your plans out, and you want to tell your bowlers, "Hey, we are going to do this. We are going to work on plan A, and we are going to bowl to Chandapal. If he's driving outside the off stump, and this is something that we've planned for, we are going to work him out there. If that doesn't work, we are going to plan B. And if sometimes plan A and plan B that you have doesn't work, you always need to adjust. You have to have the ability to adjust and adjust on the field of play, Greg."
Yes, certainly. Sometimes you get the impression that the Bangladesh team they are just out there hoping for something to happen, rather than, like you see, be more proactive and make things happen. We don't see too many changes in the field. The bowlers tend to be bowling, perhaps if it's over the wicket, just continue. We don't see them trying something different, come around the wicket. So we don't see really that much variation, so to speak. Not much in thought process going out there into perhaps getting the batsmen out. Like you say, we have seen the weakness of Daren Sammy, but how consistent do we see them bowl in that area?
Yeah. Yep. So it looks as though they've brought back Syed Khalid Ahmed into the attack. Syed Khalid Ahmed, who went for 16 in his 2 overs. Yes, he is back. Number 22 on his back. Chandapal playing that one very late into the offside, and he's able to pick up a run. This has been good. Being able to, put away the bad balls, being able to also rotate the strike, something we, want to see in the Caribbean a bit more. And good to see Anik as well going up there, fixing the stump, just assisting Mr. Chris Taylor, the square leg umpire at the moment. Just to highlight the umpires for for this game: umpire Carl Tuckett, umpire Chris Taylor, and umpire Dayton Butler. Is he edging? No, he's not. For a moment there, you would have thought that he was edging at that one. Khalid was up, but a very tame appeal, to say the least, there from the Bangladeshis. And the first real false stroke there, maybe a lack of concentration there for Jeremy Solazano.
Yes, good ball indeed by Naeem, really drawing him into the shot. But the ball with the extra bounce just went past the shoulders of the bat.
30 for no loss. This time the ball just maybe not coming through as quickly as he may have anticipated the Solazano, and he was just looking to punch it into the offside and he missed out. There's a vacant gap there just to the left, well actually to the right of that short cover fielder. The backward point is very wide. There's a big gap there between those two fielders at backward point and short cover, and he was looking to access that, Greg.
Yes, certainly. Big vacant area.
This time he finds that area and he will get runs, and 4 of them. So good looking shot there from Solizano. He earns himself another boundary, his second of the innings. He moves on to 11. The score moves on to 34 without loss.
Yes, good execution there by Solizano, really not missing out the second time around. Previously, Saeed was shot outside the off. Some ball really did not come through, but on this occasion, Solizano was in total control of the shot and got himself 4 valuable runs through the point area.
Yes, certainly a brilliant shot. And immediately you can see Bangladesh sending that fielder, that backward point fielder, 3/4 way to the boundary. This time he's driving beautifully, but he'll only get 1. Good work from the mid-off fielder.
Yes, good shot there by Solizano, driving on the up. Just needed to get it perhaps a yard or 2 further away from the man that made off, and he would have gotten himself 4 delightful runs.
A game of angles sometime, you know, Greg. A little angle of the bat again, just opening the face a bit more, and as easy as you like, he could have earned himself 4, but just played it a bit too close to the fielder. I think he'd be happy with the single though. And Anik seems to be down for the count now. What's happened there?
I'm not too sure. It looked like the ball perhaps did not carry all the way and fell just short. And it perhaps struck him into the midriff.
Yeah, well, good news. He's back up and running immediately. And it's a dot delivery to end the 18th over. West Indies A. They are 35 for no loss.
Well, we've seen the Saeed coming back for his second spell and some 6 runs coming off the over. So one would say on his return, he really has released the pressure that was created by Animal at the Players Pavilion end.
Yeah, definitely. You have to say so. And Naeem Hassan as well has bowled brilliantly from the media center end. He has been adding to the pressure that has been built up on these batsmen of the West Indies A team, has now eased a bit. Jeremy Solizano, he's got into double figures now. Good work off his own bowling there from Naeem Hassan. This time he's going back there, Solizano, playing it into the offside, and he doesn't get a run. Slip, silly point, backward point. Well, this is a very interesting position here that Joy goes into now. How would you describe that position, Greg?
Perhaps a really short made-off, one would say. But straight into the fielder, so it looked like they bowled into the plan.
Well, Naeem Hassan, I think it's safe to say he has been bowling to his field. And now just putting that fielder in that position. And would you have fancied yourself going in a similar position in your time, Greg? Were you that kind of a player, brave one to go in those positions?
Well, I think I've done that before and got struck twice in the head, so I might have taken some foolish decisions in fielding close to the bat. Remember we were playing inter-secondary school, that is St. Vincent, because you had the 4 Windward Island team playing inter-secondary school competition, and we were playing at the Mindley Park against St. Vincent. And that day I took about 3 catches in the field. This one driven out to the covers. And I thought, well, the ball kept popping close at the silly mid-off, so I decided that I'm going to go out in the silly mid-off region without a helmet, foolishly. And then the guy went for a big booming drive, and this thing struck me right in the head, and I'm looking for the ball while everybody running towards me to see if I'm all right. So I have gotten struck close enough to the bat.
That must have pained for quite a while, Greg.
Well, one would say it was more glancing blow than anything else.
Yeah.
But fortunate for me, I was able to continue, and I've not felt any after effect up to now, I might say.
Certainly. And Saeed Khalid Ahmed for the Bangladesh A team would be continuing, and yes, as Greg mentioned, he has been very expensive, and he's been someone who has, the West Indies A team would have attacked, and they would have looked to release the pressure that would have been built up from the other bowlers of the Bangladesh A team. They would have looked to attack him. This time driving sweetly. That struck the middle of the bat there from Solizano, but good work there at cover.
Yes, good shot there by Solizano. Perhaps, as you said, a game of angles. You should have just perhaps opened the face of the bat a little slightly, and certainly that ball would have gotten away from the fielder. But good shot indeed, good control.
This one pitching, so pulling back his length there, Khalid Ahmed. And that would have also, that onslaught as well from Solizano and Chandapol to Khalid Ahmed would have also made him that would have roughed him up a bit as well. He'd have been a bit watchful in terms of where he would have want to pitch those deliveries. That would have him thinking. This time Solizano finds the fielder at backward point who's on the boundary, and he is still able to get one. So I think Andre Kohli, the head coach of the West Indies A team, would be very happy with this start from Solizano and Chandapol at the moment. And coach Andre Kohli has been around for a while, and of course, as we know, Andre Kohli will serve as the Jamaica Talawas assistant coach for CPL 2022 alongside head coach Shivnarayan Chandapol and bowling coach Sir Kudley Ambrose. What a team that would be.
Yes, certainly a formidable team.
Coach Andre Nicolo Kohli from Kingston, Jamaica. It's good to see the inclusion of Shivnarayan Chandapol.
Well, he had good success with the US team in the under-19 tournament just recently.
And speaking about the US under-19 women's team, he's also the coach of the senior team, and they would be coming up against the West Indies under-19 women's team in those 5T20 internationals starting on Monday, as I mentioned. So we want to wish the West Indies team all the best, and of course the US women's team all the best as well, along with coach Shivnarayan Chandapol, one of the sons of the Guyana soil. This one pulled away, and speaking about the sons of Guyana soil, there is his son, Tejnarayan Chandapol, cracking that one away for 4.
Yes, Saeed Khalid again on this occasion shots, and Tejnarayan getting into position very quickly and pulling this one through to the mid-wicket region and getting himself forward. So certainly Saeed has been the bowler that the batsmen have decided they're going to target.
And while we are seeing this from Chandapol as well, Greg, we are seeing a drizzle at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, but we know about the wind cover here, and the wind normally blows across the ground a lot, and that would assist in the wind taking that rain away and further away from the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yes, certainly it's looking a bit overcast, but the end of another good over there for the West Indies team, getting some 5 runs off Saeed's over.
And when it looks as though they're going to be coming off, Greg, the rain is getting a bit heavier. It doesn't look as it will last that long, though, I have to say. But the Bangladesh A team is leaving the park. The West Indies A team is leaving the park as well. The umpires, they are still out there at the moment. It'll give us a bit of a time to reflect on what is going on in the game thus far. Remember, if you're just joining us, it's the Bangladesh A team taking on the West Indies A team. And it's the A series, a long-awaited A series, and it's the first A series since 2020. And something to note as well, this is the first of 240 unofficial test matches between these two teams, to be followed by 3 one-day matches, and this is the second day of the first test. And Bangladesh, they were inserted by Josh De Silva and the West Indies A team yesterday after Josh De Silva called it right at the toss on what looked to be a green track that would assist the seamers. It proved to be that. Makino Mindley wrecking havoc, 5 for 59. Justin Graves had 3 as well, and Jeremiah Louis 1, and Sherman Lewis had 1 as well. Excellent bowling all round from the West Indies A team. They were able to limit Bangladesh a 167. Now, the West Indies A team, in response, they are 41 without loss. I think on the back of some inconsistent bowling from the Bangladeshi bowlers. And while we say inconsistent as well, they're not being that attacking. Tejaran Chanapol on 25, Jeremy Solazano on 14. Greg Wilson, you're the man. Tell us your thoughts on proceedings.
Well, certainly one would think that the West Indies team would be in the driving seat, because then yesterday they picked up some 6 wickets for 135, and they were able to wrap up the inning for 167 today. And they have been batting solidly, one would say. It's 19 without loss at lunch, and after the luncheon interval, they have put on some 22 runs, and they have not lost a wicket. And we've seen both Salazano and Tijnarine Chanderpaul. They've looked very solid out there. Although Tijnarine Chanderpaul, on at least 3 occasions, driving loose outside the off stump, 2 fell short of the gully fielder, and 1 carried through to the second slip fielder, and fortunately enough, he was put down. But all in all, one would say that they have bowled well. They have batted well, but we have not seen the sort of consistent line of attack from the Bangladeshi bowlers. They perhaps just, one would say in some occasions, just going through the motion. They're waiting for something to happen. And Khalid has not been consistent. He has been the one the West Indies batters have really taken the attack to. He has bowled, some 4 overs for 27 runs. The spinner Naeem has been very good. He has really kept things tight. And also you have Hussain, who has also bowled his 6 overs and kept things tight. But they've just not bowled in consistent areas to perhaps induce the sort of fall short or wicket-taking deliveries, one would say.
Definitely so, Greg. I have to agree with you. And while we say that, while we're just analysing proceedings, the covers have been removed. That's a small cover. The stumps have been put back on, and both teams are out there still. They're in playing mind games. That'll just give us a short break to have a drink, and we'll join you in about 5 minutes' time, we hope, for more coverage of this game. Well, the rain has disappeared, of course, as we know, and action is ready to continue. Greg was telling me that it was just a water break. Well, either way, it was a water break.
Was a break?
Rainwater or good old water to drink. Who knows? But it was a water break either way, Greg. 41 without loss. And runs straight away for Solizano. Naeem Hassan continuing. Naeem Hassan bowling a marathon spell. This is 9th over. He started just before lunch and he's continued to bowl beautifully the off spinner. A man who was initially a seamer. Number of times we see that, Greg. Persons starting off as wicket keepers, maybe sometimes starting off as fast bowlers, they tend to become spinners. Not just like that, but sometimes persons starting off as bowlers and find themselves being wicket keepers, not even bowling again. Who knows? But how many times you've seen that?
Well, not too often.
Yeah.
But I'm looking for the name of the fast bowler from St. Vincent who started as a right-hand. Nixon McLean started as a right-hander and ended up as a left-hander.
Yeah, you don't see it that often. That's the thing. And this is the rare bad delivery there from Hassan. And just straying in line there, just heading down the leg side. But he has protection. He has a deep backward square leg. Chanderpaul not able to pick that gap there either side of that mid-wicket fielder, that short mid-wicket fielder. Thoughts on Hassan, Naeem Hassan, the off-spinner?
Well, he's bowling a very tight line. He's not giving away too many freebies, so to speak. Or just one loose delivery outside the off stump, and this last one, we saw him just straight down the leg side.
This one worked away. He will get one this time there. Daren Chanderpaul. And brings Solizano up to strike. He's still persisting with that very short mid-off fielder, as Greg has told me. That's what Greg has pinpointed that fielder to be. And at the end of 21 overs, it's 43 without loss. Just 2 runs coming off that over. 1 to Solizano, 1 to Daren Chanderpaul. And it's just, it's a period here now where it's going to be a testing period for the Bangladesh bowlers, Greg. They are not being able to penetrate these West Indies A batsmen. They had opportunities, they missed it. And unfortunately, we have to put down that injury to Shadman Islam as a drop catch. That incident, it was a drop catch. It went through his hands. Unfortunately, we have to do so. And 2 balls dropping short as well of the second slip fielders. And you really have to say that they have not been able to penetrate these batsmen otherwise.
No, they have not created too many opportunities. And more so, Saeed has not bowled the sort of tight line and length that would be required of him. He has been very expensive. His 4 overs previously has gone for some 27 runs. So certainly he would need to tighten things a bit and bowl a few more wicket-taking deliveries. We have seen Naeem really keeping things tight at one end, some 10 runs coming off 9 overs. So he needs to bowl a little more outside the off stump, where Daren Chanderpaul seems to be a little more vulnerable. Again, this one outside the off stump, just allowing this one to go through to the keeper, not really encouraging him to drive, where we have seen him as given one opportunity to the second slip fielder. So Saeed certainly needs to try to build a bit of pressure. Some 27 runs coming off 4.2 overs, so he really have not done a good job for the Bangladesh team.
That's a bit more like it there from Ahmed, but I think it's still a bit too straight, to be fair.
Yes, Tijnaran Chandapol has shown he's more vulnerable just outside the off stump when he goes for that big booming drive. The ball straight at the stump, he's more contented than just defending.
Yes, let's see if he can get a wicket for the Bangladesh A team. They deserve a wicket. As much as they've been a bit unlucky. I think Haq bowled well, Naeem Hassan bowled well. We just Khalid Ahmed. It's just been a bit, too short, too wide. He's been inconsistent. And Anamul Haq bowled very well, but yet still they weren't able to penetrate the batsman. And a much needed wicket needed here for the Bangladesh A team. And it doesn't look as though Salazano or Chandapol is going to give away their wicket that easily. And how many times, Greg, we speak about West Indian batsmen and we say they get starts, they throw away their hands. Even Nicholas Pooran, the captain of the West Indies limited overs team, we have seen recent times Pooran has gotten lots of starts. A class player, top-notch player, and he has so much to offer to West Indies cricket and world cricket at large. And he gets these starts, he gets into the 20s or 30s, and he's not been able to push on.
Yeah, sometimes I tell myself, West Indies batsmen, do they really know how to construct an inning? Because there are times you see them on top and then they just give away their hands. And there are times where they are under pressure and they are not able to just soak up that period of pressure.
Loud appeal for caught behind. Not out, says umpire Tuckett. And that's the final ball of that over. At the end of 22, it's 43 without loss. Chandapol is on 26. Solazano is on 15. But yes, Greg, you're making a point about, not being able to soak up pressure. The West Indies batsmen, it's very difficult for them. Well, I think it seems so, to handle pressure.
But you see, again, part of the reason why they are unable to handle or soak up pressure out there is their inability to turn over the strike.
Yes.
Because if you are out there facing one bowler for 3, 4, 5 overs, it means that he could set you up. Whereas if you have the ability to get off strike, it means that you turn over the strike. He has to be bowling to different batsmen, especially a left and right combination. It makes things more difficult for him. Yes. But if you are just at one end and you're just there as a target and he's able to bowl 3 and 4 overs at you, it's very well likely that he'll get you out.
Yeah, definitely. And with also a left and right combination, it just releases the pressure from you as a batting team and takes that pressure to the bowling team when you're able to turn over the strike. It asks the bowling team to consistently reassess situations, reassess how they attack the batsmen, because it's different style of batting that they have to adjust to after every ball or every 2 balls, as the case may be.
Yes, most certainly.
This time Salazano cutting late, and that's going to be 4. The outfield here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground is top notch as well, and Salazano, he moves on now to 19. The score goes on to 47, just 3 runs shy of 50.
Yes, a good shot again by Solazano. Naeem on this occasion just shot outside the off stump, and we've seen in the last few overs that Solazano really seems to have switched gears, so to speak. He is really flowing with the bat presently.
Yeah, well, that's the luxury of occupying the crease, Greg. It makes it easier. Batting tends to get easier as you occupy the crease for a longer period.
Yes, most certainly. And Naeem also is into a marathon spell. This is his 10th over.
Using his feet, undriven, and good work there by the fielder at mid-on, wide mid-on that is. And that's the fielder with number 5 on his back. That's Fazil Mahmood Rabi getting into the act. And that was his dominant hand as well, his left hand. And this is good, Greg. He was able to pick up a boundary. And what he did well there now he was able to turn the strike over.
Yes, and good use of the feet also, getting to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, getting to the pitch of the ball, keeping the head still, and on driving that one. And he struck, I think he could consider himself undone on a number of occasions in this innings, Solidifying. He struck the ball straight to the fielders on a number of occasions when he was looking to move on, And this time, Chandapal is forward and he completes Hassan's 10th over. And an over in which gave the West Indies 5 runs, a boundary to Solidifying. And at the end of 23 overs, it is 48 without loss.
Yes, good start there by these two openers. They certainly would be perhaps eyeing a half-century partnership just 2 runs away. That certainly would do not only their confidence good, but it would be sending a good signal to the dressing room that they are able to go out there and just play good positive cricket.
Yeah, certainly yesterday Bangladesh would have commemorated the 73rd birth anniversary of Shahid Captain Sheikh Kamal, and Captain Shahid Captain Sheikh Kamal would have, contributed immensely to the rebirth of cricket and sports in an independent Bangladesh. So the BCB, the Bangladesh Cricket Board, would have remembered the gratitude of his service. Remember with gratitude his service and his contributions, as Saeed Khalid Ahmed comes back into the attack and he delivers a dot delivery to Solidifying.
The Bangladesh team certainly would be a bit worried out there. Some 48 runs and they have not picked up the wicket as yet. They've only created one genuine opportunity. But that went a begging.
Stein worked nicely into the onside by Solidifying, and you can see now the intention there. They've set the platform, Greg. A lot more to do, but they're getting a bit more comfortable now as they head further into this innings. You can see they're looking to rotate the strike a bit more, and they're getting into this innings now.
Yes, more so Solidifying, he looks more fluent out there at this point in time.
Yeah, if anyone looked a bit, patient out there and looked a bit slow out there, it was Solidifying at the start of his innings, and you would expect that. He's someone who takes his time and he just buys his time, and after that, in no time, he ups his run scoring rate. And this one pulled away with great precision and elegance from Daren Chandapal for 4 runs.
Yes, good execution there by Daren Chandapal, getting into position very quickly. Again, Saeed has been pitching this one short outside the off-stump. He seems to be the more inconsistent of the bowlers, and they have really taken a liking to his bowling. But in the process, they have brought out the half-century partnership. So 53 without loss. So certainly Daren Chandapal moving on to 30 from 74 deliveries faced so far.
Yeah, good innings thus far by Daren Chandapal. 30 of 74 balls. And he's well supported by Solidifying, who's on 21. Khalid Ahmed has really taken a beating here today, you have to say. And he has now conceded 33 runs in 5.3 overs. And he hasn't looked the part this morning this morning into this afternoon for the Bangladeshis. I think Mithun would have been a bit unhappy, and coach Babul would have been a bit unhappy with the way things went in this innings just thus far.
Yeah, a lot more would have expected of him as a senior bowler, and more so he would have been more familiar to the conditions.
It's a better delivery from Ahmed. And we're speaking about Saeed Khalid Ahmed, the man from Sylhet. He would have played for the Khulna Tigers and the Sylhet division as well. 9 test matches for Bangladesh, 36 first class matches, 38 list day and 36 T20 matches. So he's been around for quite a while. Saeed. This one driving is Solizano, and he will get one. So side in that last delivery there, you could have seen him coming a bit closer to the stumps there as he approached the crease and looking to get the ball a bit closer to the batsman as well. He did that, but Solizano was equal to the task and driving him out to that point region, and he was able to get one. So 24 overs have been bowled. It's 55 for no loss. Greg Wilson.
Yes, the two openers continuing to bat admirably out there, really setting up the platform for the rest of the innings. They are not looking trouble out there in any way, and Saeed certainly has not made life difficult for them out there, really giving them plenty of scoring opportunity on every over bowled so far by him. He has served up a loose delivery where the batsmen are able to capitalize on it. So some 7 runs coming off the last over. So a very productive over there for the West Indies team. So it looked like Naeem is going to continue the bowling. This one, Solizano plays it into the cover region, and there is no run. So certainly Naeem into a really marathon spell. This is his 11th over on the trot.
Bit shorter there from Naeem Hassan. He doesn't have a long run up for a spinner. Just a couple steps in, so he won't be tiring out that much. But the weather is quite hot out there at the moment. It's very hot. Good adjustment there from Solizano. He was coming down the track. Hassan was pulling back his length a bit, and Solizano was able to just tap it into the onside with soft hands.
There's bright sunshine as you indicated out there, but if you look at, there's a strong breeze blowing across the ground as well. If you look at the cloud, the flags fluttering in the background, you would have realized that, there's a strong breeze.
Yeah, and the clothing as well of the players, it can certainly tell that story. I think Naeem Hassan deserves the wicket, Greg.
Yes, he certainly has bowled admirably out there. One could say he has just served up perhaps 2 really loose deliveries that Solizano was able to capitalize on.
So a loud call of no there from Solizano, and I think that's something we can speak about. The running between the wickets as well, and the calling. How something as little as calling between the wickets, the calls, yes, no, wait on, these things. Something as simple as that, Greg, is of utmost importance in the game of cricket.
Yes, it is, and you really have to inculcate that into the players at the youth level, at the under 15, at the under 19. So by the time they get to the senior team, it is something that is part of them, and it's not something you see happening too often at the youth level. The calling between the wickets, the proper running between the wickets, even when batsmen are running between the wickets, the changing of the bats, all of these things, you tend to see players run and they turn blindly.
Yes.
So these are little things, but sometimes it could be what may cost you a wicket and cost you a game as well.
Yeah, sometimes the little things like grounding your bat, sliding in the bat into the crease.
Yes, we have seen this happen on a number of occasions at the senior level with West Indies players.
And I don't want to call out anyone, but an exponent of that, I think somebody who comes to mind would be Lendl Simmons. He did that a lot in his international career, not just his international career. To be fair to Lendl Simmons, good afternoon to Lendl Simmons, and of course he recently retired, top opening batsman in the Caribbean and around the world as well for many franchise teams. But to be fair, that has been something that he struggled with a bit as well. Changing the bowling. This one is pulled away from Chanda Paul, and he will have to settle for one. So changing the bowling is Rejo Raman Raja coming in to have his first bowl of the innings, and a bit short to start there. He'd want to settle. His captain Mithun is looking for a wicket. He's looking to buy a wicket here, Mohammed Mithun. These two guys in the middle can take the game away from you very quickly if they are given the license to do so. Not aggressively, but in a very patient mode. Here's Raja. His white wristbands on his two hands as he comes in. This time a delivery, not getting up. Salazano was on his toes there, looking to roll his wrist over that one. Looking to pick that gap between deep backward square leg and a wide fine leg. He wasn't able to make contact. And maybe it's a good time as well for Greg Wilson to tell us about the street party that there is in St. Lucia on a Friday evening.
Yes, the Grizzly Night Street Party. This has been going on for close to 40 years now. We only got a break in the last 2 years due to COVID, so I guess you guys probably might want to experience that this evening.
Well, who knows? Michael Rupa and Jason Passad, these guys could very well be going down to the street party later this evening. And Greg Wilson marketing that party very well to us. And certainly we'll be looking to head down there.
Well, it is one of the things that you need to experience if you are in St. Lucia, especially if you are based in the northern part. If you are based in Grizzly, I guess from where you are is it's within walking distance.
Yeah,
about 10 minutes walk should get you there quite easily.
Looking forward to that. Heard so much about that street party in Grossillet. This time Salazano pulling hard, but he finds the field umpire. Chris Taylor would have been calling for his helmet there for a while, but when he felt for the helmet, only what he felt was his hat.
Yeah, Roger, a little shot on this occasion, and Salazano on one leg, a la Gordon Greenidge.
Yeah.
And really was in total control of the shot. So it was well executed. Got himself one run. So he moves on now to some 23 of 81 deliveries. So good stint out in the middle there for Jeremy Salazano.
Yeah, as well as Tijra and Chanda Paul, who has looked solid. And looked to be in some problems and patches. This one pulled into the air, and that goes all the way for 6. A lovely shot there by Tejarain Chandapal, lifting that one over side Khalid Ahmed's head and wide fine leg. And a wonderful shot to bring up the first 6 of the game.
Yes, good shot there by Tejarain Chandapal. Raj on this occasion was shot down the leg side, so all Tejarain Chandapal had to do was just help this one over the head of Khalil on the long leg boundary and got himself 6 delightful runs. So the score now moves on to 57 without loss of some 26 overs. So certainly good going there by the opening pair for the West Indies team.
Yeah, definitely lovely shot there by that man Tejarain Chandapal. Takes his tally up to 38. The score moves up to 63 for the loss of no wicket at the moment. and they're in conversation at the moment. The captain Mohammed Mithun, they're in conversation with Naeem Hassan and Mahmudul Hassan Joy is also in there, and they have some thinking here to do now, the Bangladeshis. Things to think about, Greg.
Yes, certainly they need to come up with a better plan of attack.
I think that the plan of attack is in front of them. Actually, the proposal of a plan of attack. But the proposal has come in the form of, a presentation by these batsmen. They're saying, here's how to get me out. Chanderpaul has showed them that, but they have not, utilized that advantage, made use of that.
Again, what we have spoken about early on is bowling consistently in the right areas, and that we have not seen them done at all. More so Khalid, who has been very expensive.
Just about 15 minutes or so to go to the tea interval. Normally the tea interval is at 2:45, that's 2:45 p.m. We'll have to wait and see if there is an extended session with that little rain delay that we had during the lunch break. We'll have to wait and see. That's Anamul Haq in your picture. And Solizano quietly playing this one into the offside. (23 to Solizano, 38 to Tejarain Chanderpaul. Playing it safe at the moment, Solizano. Driving this one, but finding the field. It's a pack offside field here for Naeem Hassan as his over comes to an end. His 12th over, that is, not the 15 to him. It's 63 without loss.
Yes, the end of another maiden over there by Naeem, certainly keeping things tight, but he's certainly not getting the sort of assistant that would require at the southern end. He's certainly continuing to build pressure at the top, but nothing much is happening at the other end. Khalid bowling some 6 overs for 47 runs. Haq, his bowl is 8 overs for just 6 runs. And Naeem Hassan, as you can see, 12 overs for 15. And Raja, his single over he has bowled, he's been expensive, went for 8. So certainly 2 of the 4 bowlers that have bowled so far, they have been able to keep things relatively tight.
Yeah, and that is the problem. You want all your bowlers to be on. You want all your bowlers to be on their A game. Sometimes it doesn't happen. It doesn't work for you. But you want your bowlers to bowl in partnerships. You want them to stand up, and the ones that are doing well, you need to make the best use of them. And I think Anamul Haqi has been one of certainly the pick of the bowlers along with Naeem Hassan. And another spinner coming into the attack. Number 2 on his back. That is Saif Hassan. Saif Hassan, the off spinner. Bowling to Tejarain Chanderpaul, who just quietly turns it into the onside and gets 1. So not much spin options for Bangladesh. Of course, it's a pacey track here in Grosseille, St. Lucia at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. So hence they would have, played seamers. They would have played extra seamers. So they've now gone to Saif Hassan, the off spinner, and Saif Hassan and Naeem Hassan, the 2 off spinners. Saif Hassan not known for his bowling that much, so you can really consider him a part-timer, so to speak. So hence I say they've gone to Saif Hassan, Greg, you know, who wasn't really picked as a spinner, as a front-line spinner then, but he was picked as a batsman. They've now gone to him, they've asked him now, hey, can you be the man with the golden arm and get us a wicket?
Like we would say, they have sent him to perhaps look to buy a wicket. But are they willing to sell?
So one played down the ground for 1. And Salazano earns himself that single. He moves on to 34. So Saif Hassan displaying 6 test matches for Bangladesh, 159 runs to his name, and he just picked up 1 test wicket. He has a test wicket, Saif Hassan, and he completes his first over of the innings, and just conceding some 2 runs in that over, and at the end of 28 it's 65 without loss. And speaking about Saif Hassan, he made his test debut for Bangladesh against Pakistan at Rawalpindi in 2020, and the last test match that he would have played would have been right there against Pakistan in Chattogram, actually, in that series in Bangladesh in 2021. That's last year. And of course he would have also played T20 international matches where he made his debut against Pakistan at Mirpur on November 19, 2021, and the last T20 international match would have been on a day after that, on November 20th. So he's been in around the Test and T20 international team, but he's fallen off the radar for quite a while. Greg Wilson, that's the weather for you. The dark clouds just hovering over the Boseju Mountains to the east.
Yes, certainly the ground staff already moving into position, so this is ominous sign that we perhaps will be getting a bit of rain.
The rain has played spoil sport today. It has played with the minds of the groundsmen and the umpires and the players. Not sure if Greg allowed it to play with his mind. Raja is back into the attack, and he was a bit, you know, it took him some time to settle. He only bowled 1 over. It's going to take him a bit of time to settle from what we have seen from him in that first over. It's getting darker on that side. That is where the rain normally comes from. There's the flag as well. They are the flags, West Indies, Bangladesh and St. Lucia flags, fluttering in the breeze. That just underlines the amount of, you know, wind there is here at this facility and at this part of the country. And there seems to be someone walking in front of the side screen.
The ground staff.
Well, they're focused on the rain at the moment, Greg. I don't think, I think they forgot that there was a game going on. This time Salazano is pulling and pulling hard. Raja taking a beating at the moment, very early on in his spell.
Yes, Raja now been introduced from the northern end, and certainly on this occasion a bit too short. Salazano getting into position very quickly and dispatching this one into the mid-wicket region for 4 delightful runs. So Raja certainly not making things difficult for the West Indies openers.
And with that shot comes the rain. The rain has joined us once more here at the DSCG. Not a good sign. It's coming down very heavily as we speak. The groundsmen making their way on the field as well very quickly at the moment. They're looking to cover that run-up that has been a concern for the bowlers on the northern end of the ground to the media centre end, where that deep blue cover is at the moment. There's also the big cover coming out, and look at that rain coming across the ground, Greg. It doesn't look good.
Yes, it doesn't look good. One would hope that, like the 2 previous stoppages we have had for rain, that it will not last for too long.
Greg says when there's rain in Boseju, there's rain in the entirety of St. Lucia. And, well, it's 69 without loss. West Indies A, batting second here in this first unofficial test match of the series between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. On the first day, West Indies A winning the toss, electing to field first, dismissed Bangladesh for 167, and they are now 69 without loss. We'll take a break, and as soon as we have good news for you and the rain disappears from the DSCG in Grosseeley, St. Lucia, we'll be back with more action here in this A-Series.
Yes, and welcome back to the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. About to resume play after the rain interval we had. If you're just joining us now for the first time, you had the Bangladesh team been all out for 167 of 60.5 overs after being overnight 145 for 6. You had the likes of Mindley picking up 5 for 59. Justin Greaves picking up 3 for 26, with Lewis among the wicket takers. And the West Indies team presently some 69 without loss. Certainly a good opening stand between Tishnarayan Chandapal and Jeremiah Solazano. So these two have batted admirably, and certainly would want to continue batting right throughout this afternoon. Certainly the Bangladesh bowlers would certainly want to pick up a wicket that they have not done so far. First ball after the resumption of play from Raja, this one hitting Solazano on the pads and just trickling down through the fine leg region, and they're able to cross for a leg by. So the score moves on to 70 now, and certainly Raja would want to pick up his first wicket, and the first wicket for the Bangladesh team. They certainly need a wicket. Tishnarayan Chandapal has presented an opportunity, but he was dropped at second slip early on in the innings. So a botted run there by Raja. Certainly Chandapal not quite ready yet. So it's been a struggle for the fast bowlers for Bangladesh.
Yeah, and something different from what we saw from the West Indies A team, where the pitch assisted the West Indies A team very well. And Raja and Khalid Ahmed, the two bowlers of the Bangladesh A team, really suffering the brunt of the attack from these batsmen. A loud appeal there from Raja, and may just be going down with the angle. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to look at that again, Greg. Raja with a quick delivery on that occasion.
Yes, certainly angling down the leg side.
Yeah, and you could have seen there how Chandapal was standing. Yeah, certainly angling down the leg side. Good decision, man, Chris Taylor. But a good delivery there from that man, Raja. Lapse in concentration as well. Chandapal looking to play that one right across the line. He was looking to go across the line of that delivery.
Need to refocus after the rain interval.
It's better from Chandapal, getting tight in defense there behind that one.
No ball.
No ball, yeah. Looking for too much pace there, Raja, maybe. And I think the Bangladesh bowlers really needs to put their foot on the accelerator here and look to press on, get a wicket, get a couple wickets. One brings two. If they can get one, they can get a couple quickly. That would be very good for them. Nicely played there from Chandapal to earn himself a single.
Yes, certainly getting on top of the bounce. Really handled this one correctly. So Raja seems to be expensive as well. He's in the second over, and he has considered some 14 runs already. So both he and Saeed certainly have not kept things tight at all for Bangladesh.
Yeah, they have not. And while Hassan has bowled well as well, Anamul Haq did well, though not being able to prize out a wicket. And Solazano, look at how he is playing. He looks very comfortable. Nothing seems to be phasing him at the moment, as well as Tej Narayan Chandapal. That completes the 29th over. It's 72 without loss, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly it would be a bit of concern to the Bangladesh captain. Certainly his bowlers are not looking too penetrative. It's more, you have two bowlers being very expensive and two are just playing a containing role. So certainly they need to come up with a strategy to see how best they perhaps could get a wicket and perhaps see the back of both of these openers. If not, they probably would be in for one would say a very long day in the field without picking up a wicket.
And what we are seeing here now is Naeem Hassan is swapped ends. He's swapped ends now, and he's going to come from the pavilion end here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, and he's going to come around the wicket to Tej Narayan Chandapal.
So from what we have seen, from the evidence that we've seen, look like Naeem, really a lot would be required of him in this inning. He has bowled some 12 overs already. He had a short break for just about a break of about just 2 overs.
Yep.
And he has brought back into the attack. So
I think Mithun thinks that Naeem is the man to make that breakthrough for him. But I think he'll be happy with anyone. If anyone can make that breakthrough at the moment, it would just be a pleasing feeling for the Bangladesh team. Sam Chandapal driving, but there is a long off, a wide long off in position, who is not entirely down to the boundary, and Chandapal able to turn the strike over to Soldazano. Soldazano's innings 28 of 94 thus far. Down the leg side and getting through quickly, and that could very well be a leg by. Yes, it is. Umpire Carl Tuckett raising that right leg. The rain in the meantime have disappeared. Sun is back out in all its glory here and hovering beautifully over the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Good delivery there from Hassan. 1 to go in the over. Hassan coming back to bowl his 13th over. And remember, Bangladesh A would have played at this ground in 2011. West Indies A team would have played 3 matches. This one just tapped into the offside, no run. So at the end of 30, it's 74 without loss. And I was mentioning, Greg, that West Indies A would have played 3 matches in between the years of 2006 or 2012, and that in those 3 matches they would have won 2 and drawn 1. So their win percentage at this ground is 66%, and Bangladesh A would have played 1 match prior to this game here at Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, and well, when it was formerly known as the Boseju, and they would have lost that 1. So the 100% loss percentage, Bangladesh A. So coming into this game, I think they would want to change fortunes at the end of this game.
yes, but the sort of approach we're seeing presently does not look like that is going to be possible.
I think that's the kind of line, that's the kind of length that Raja would want to continue to hit. He'd want to hit that and hold on to that. That's what he would want to do. We spoke about inconsistency of the West Indian bowlers. It's now showing for the Bangladeshis as well.
Conditions at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground is still conducive for fast bowling.
Yeah, and they have not made the best use of it. Pulling hard this time is Salazano, and he's going to get four beautiful runs off the bat of the left-hander. He moves on to 32. The score now moves on to 78 without loss.
Yes, Raja again being short and no venom in the bowling. This ball was just sitting up there and saying, hit me please, and that Salazano did oblige, and the ball went through the mid-wicket region for 4. So 4 easy runs, one would say, and moves on the score now to some 78 runs without loss.
And Greg, I take your point, because Raja, he's not that quick of a bowler. Yes, the ball rushes onto you at times from Raman Raja, but he's not that quick of a bowler to say, hey, I'm going to pitch the ball short and I'm going to rough up a batsman. He's not that kind of a bowler. And if any pitch you want to be trying that, and any pitch that would tell you that you can rough up a batsman, will be this pitch here in St. Lucia. And it's not showing. So he doesn't have that much pace. So you don't want to be bowling that short, Greg.
Yes, once the batsman could pick up the line of the ball and get into position quickly enough, you're almost certain that he's going to dispatch you into the boundary.
So he holds his run up now, Raja, and there seems to be someone again on the other side. Screen umpire Chris Taylor isn't happy. It's got to be one of those groundsmen again. Good guys, you know. Excellent group of groundsmen here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Salazano is bowled! Brilliant delivery from Raja. Getting that one up there, getting through the gates of Jeremy Salazano. He left the gate open, and well, Raja snuck through sneakishly, and he gets his man.
Yes, just when we were saying that Raja needs to be more consistent, he certainly went through the gates. And he was comprehensively bold. He looked a bit surprised, perhaps to hear the sound of timber at the back. But certainly the Bangladesh team would be elated with the dismissal of Jeremy Salazano. Certainly they would have wanted to see the back of one of the openers, and that they were able to do at this point after some 30.5 overs. So 78 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Salazar will be very unhappy with himself. He'll be kicking himself going back to the dugout, because he was looking very good. He was looking solid in defense, and he was now ramping up his run scoring. He was striking the ball beautifully. The pull shots, the drives, the cut shots, they were looking beautifully. And tell you what, I think he threw away his hand there, you have to say, Greg.
Yes, driving a bit loosely there. Perhaps a little too overconfident, one might say. Because he was really starting, like I said earlier on, perhaps he has changed gears so far. And he was really flowing out there, and perhaps play the hand perhaps away from the body and allowing the ball to perhaps sneak in between bat and pad, and he was comprehensively bowled. So good delivery there by Raja.
And finally, Raja doing the right thing, getting the ball up there, getting it to move. That one coming back in to Salazano. He was driving, and his bat was far away from his pad. He was playing all around that delivery. And well, his gates were rattled. Raja to Kisi Kati who's just come out to the middle. Casey Carty, of course, would have been in the West Indies team in that India series, the ODI series, and he would have undergone some difficult times in that India series. Played 6 ODI matches for the West Indies thus far. He's only played ODI cricket for the West Indies, and he's had 114 runs, a high score of 43 not out, at an average of 38. Casey Carty, the man from St. Martin. This time he is looking to punch that one, and not in control at all of that shot.
Yes, feet going absolutely nowhere, just pushing at the delivery. So Raja certainly perhaps getting things right finally. Certainly he would be buoyed with confidence having bowled Jeremy Salazano. So certainly a good delivery to the new batsman Casey Carty.
Ian Carty would have made his debut in one-day international cricket this year, May 31st, against Netherlands in Amstelveen. And, well, of course, as I mentioned before, his last ODI would have been against India at Port of Spain on July 27th of 2022. And, we were mentioning yesterday on commentary, Mr. Mamchan Sulramdeen and I, we were saying that while these players would be playing for the West Indies, guys like Josh De Silva, Casey Carty, and all of these guys, it's good to see them being included in this West Indies A-team setup.
Yes, certainly as I did indicate earlier on, they need to be playing as much cricket as possible.
Yep. Chanderpaul, who is the set batsman, is facing up to Naeem Hassan. And yes, Greg, you said, it would add so much value to their game. But what about the youngsters on the team as well?
Yes, certainly it's always a good feeling to be able to rub shoulders with the more senior players in the team. You would see the approach perhaps to warming up. Mm-hmm. So the sense of the fact that they have played at a higher level, the sense of professionalism, there's something they could always teach you. There's always something to learn from them.
Certainly. And Casey Carty is someone you have to feel for, you have to have time for as well, and you have to admire his commitment and his presence on the international stage. He's an excellent batsman. First class average of 25, yes, but it's a bit low, but he has 1,530 runs. Chanderpaul is looking to punch this one, and he punches it down to long off. He gets 1. He moves on to 42. Yeah, Casey Carty. The reason why I'm saying that, Greg, is yes, he plays for the Leeward Islands, but he's a stylish middle order batsman. He's a top order batsman today for the West Indies A team. But in playing for the West Indies, Greg, an interesting fact is that he became the first man born in St. Martin to play for West Indies when he made his ODI debut for the West Indies.
Yes, and St. Martin would not be one of the territories that is well known for cricket in the Caribbean.
Certainly so. And yes, that's why I say, Casey Carty, a special moment for him to play for the West Indies, and now to continue to grow his career would be pivotal. And he has aspirations of really giving back to St. Martin when he does well on the international stage. He said that in an interview that I recently saw, and yeah, that's good signs. You're reaching this level. Never forget where you come from. As an international player, you must know where you were once before.
Yes, I mean, with him reaching the international stage, I'm certain that would be a motivating factor for some of the younger players who are growing up in St. Martin presently.
Yeah, he's an example for many. And and the under 17 series, the regional under 17 series, Greg, that was recently concluded in Trinidad and Tobago. It was affected by rain, yes, but it was concluded. Windward Islands, of course, winning that tournament. Solomon Bascom, one of the top performers for the Windward Islands. I thought that I should mention that, one of the bright young prospects. But apart from that, spoke to one of the youngsters. I can't remember his name offhand, but I spoke to one of the youngsters at the Queen's Park Oval. They were given the opportunity to go at the Queen's Park Oval, have a look at some of the ODI matches that were played there, as they were in Trinidad already for the tournament. And on their break, they were given that opportunity. I was interviewing one of the youngsters, and they expressed their delight, to see Casey Carty. Casey Carty was not playing on the team on that day, on the 11, but just to be there, knowing that, hey, there's someone from St. Martin there playing on the West Indies team, Greg. It's a big moment for these youngsters.
Yes, no ball there by Raja. That's about his third no ball so far.
Third no ball
so far. So certainly, he would have been buoyed by the last over. So perhaps striving for a bit of pace and transgressing the line in the process. Yes, like you were saying, just seeing players like Casey Carty knowing, what his journey has been like, it certainly would be a motivating factor, I'm certain, for a few players.
Sam Chandapal is just swiveling on that one, and he will get one. He's heading up towards a half century here, Daren Chandapal. He's on 43. West Indies trail by 84. Remember, Bangladesh, they got up to 167 in their first innings, all out, courtesy Markino Mindley. Brilliant bowling spell of 5 for 59, and Mohammad Mithun had 50. And well, the West Indies in response 83 for 1. If you're just joining us, Jeremy Salazano, he was bowled comprehensively in the 30th over, bowled by Raju Raman Raja. Snuck through his gates and dismissed him for 27. This time well played there by Casey Carty. Casey Carty has so much to offer to West Indies cricket, and this is an opportunity here for him to really put up a big score, put his head down, bat for long. And you would expect him to be the aggressor of these two batsmen. But Chandapal is set. Casey Uides Carty, that's the man. This time it's taking the inside edge, running down the fine leg for 4. Fortuitous boundary there for Casey Carty, but a welcome one nonetheless.
Yes, Roger again being shot, and Carty getting in position but not getting full hold of this one, hitting the under edge of the bat, but going down through the long leg boundary for 4. So as you did indicate, fortuitous boundary, but Casey Carty would welcome it nevertheless.
It's always good to get a boundary early on in the innings. It set the tone for the innings as well. I think he would be very happy to get that one away. While it may not be convincing as he would have wanted, boundary nonetheless. Raja, it's been a bit too short in this spell, and that's the thing. When you understand the conditions, but yet still, you bowl short. If the conditions warrants short pitch bowling, then hey, I'm going to bowl short. If it warrants full pitch bowling, or the technique of a batsman warrants that, then you present that. And sometimes it's difficult to understand why, Greg, you opt for the alternatives. The other alternatives, when there's a clear daylight towards success through these simple things, keeping it simple.
Yes, as we saw, the wicket taking delivery was a ball that basically was pitched up. It went through the bat and pad, and we still see Raja persisting with the short pitch bowling. So you would really, as you say, wonder why is he doing the opposite of what that is bringing him success.
Yep. And we were speaking about, the West Indies bowlers having success very early on with that new ball on this track. And, the Bangladesh bowlers not having that much of success very early in the piece. 32.3 overs have been bowled. And 32.5 overs actually have been bowled as Karti is looking to pull. That completes the 33rd over. It's 87 for 1. Karti is on 6. Daren Sammy on 43. Yes, Greg. So as I was saying, we saw the success of the West Indies bowlers very early. Bangladesh bowlers, on the other hand, not having that much success in the early exchanges. 33 overs bowled, 87 for 1. What do you think is the reason for that? Is it a fact of, the West Indies bowlers knowing the conditions here at the DSCG, or is it a case where it's just basic lack of consistency, or is it the Bangladesh bowlers are now getting acclimatized with the conditions here at the DSCG?
Well, I think it is a combination of all of the above, to be fair. But the West Indies bowlers certainly would have used the condition to their effect. They would have been, when you look at the faster bowlers, they perhaps a yard or two much quicker than say the likes of Raja, was not used, perhaps look for more, say, swing rather than looking to bounce the ball short. And we have seen on almost every occasion where he has pitched the ball short that he has been dispatched to the boundary. So certainly the West Indies bowlers would have used the condition to great effect. And the Bangladeshi has not done that. And what has brought them success, they have not stuck to it, they have not been consistent at it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. And it really has to go down to consistency. And I think they didn't really understand the plan that they should have worked out. They went out there with a plan. It seemed to be aggressive, bowl short, and short of a good length, because they were seeing, there was some bounce, there was some nip off the surface, and it seemed as though they forgot that bowling full and getting the batsman driving was also another plan that could have worked in their favor.
You see, so what perhaps may have happened, the Bangladesh bowlers saw what worked for the West Indies team, and they perhaps felt that they need to look to emulate what they did. But in the process, you have to realize the West Indies bowlers are perhaps a touch faster than you.
Yeah.
So whereas the back of a length would have worked for the West Indies bowlers, in their case, it perhaps would have been better advice to bring the ball up, look for the ball to swing very early, and see if you would have gotten, the sort of movement away from the batsman. And we saw clearly Chandra Paul going for two big drives outside the off-stump, got the outer edge, and the ball fell just short of the gully fielder.
Would have liked to have seen more of that from the Bangladesh bowlers. I think they've been starved. The West Indies batsmen have been starved of testing deliveries outside that off stump, apart from those 3 deliveries that we saw from Anamul Haq. Anamul Haq, I'm surprised he hasn't come back on just yet. But I think Mithun is going to stick with Raja just a while longer because he got that wicket. But sometimes, when that bowler gets a wicket for you that you're looking for, you can just allow to take him off the attack at times, bring back your strike bowler. Chance for run out, and Chandra Paul looks to be in. Looks to be in there, Daren Sammy Paul.
A good aggressive run in by Chandra Paul. And earlier on, remember we spoke about that the West Indies batsmen tend not to be too aggressive in their run in between the wickets. what perhaps would be two sometimes they very much reside to just taking a single. But on this occasion, we see Tishnari Sandapol really wanted the second run, and he really made an effort to get back to the striking area.
There are a few of the West Indies players: Yannick Carrier, Anderson Phillip, Alec Athanaze, Brian Charles, number of those players. So the Bangladesh team just settling at the moment. Looks as though Raja is going to continue his spell of bowling. Remember, Riju Raman Raja has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 24. A bit expensive, but he had been able to pick up the wicket of Jeremy Solizano. Different challenge now for the Bangladesh team, bowling to a right-handed, left-handed combination. Kati and Chandapol.
Just seems to be running straight down the wicket. Umpire has gone down the wicket to have a look at if there's any damage been done before perhaps an official warning.
Well, he had done that in the last over as well. This time clearly there, Rahman looking for pace, almost falling over when he delivered that ball, and Kati was in behind it quickly. I think he's getting a warning now, Greg.
Yes, again the umpire is pointing out to Raja that he perhaps to run off the wicket much earlier than he is doing presently. Clearly we could see Raja not getting off the track as early as he should have.
Yeah, and just coming back in there to Kati. Yeah, certainly, Raja just getting in that danger area and hanging out there for quite a bit. So you just want to run away from that area as he delivers. Getting to that part of the evening where coffee is needed.
Are you a big coffee lover?
I'm a coffee lover. Not a big coffee lover, but a coffee lover. Are you a coffee lover, Greg? Ooh, this one coming back in to Kati, who bravely left it alone into the gloves of Anik.
Not at all. I do have coffee occasionally, but I'm not a big fan of coffee.
Have a look at that go, Greg.
Just what I was saying earlier on. Perhaps the Bangladesh bowlers should be looking for a bit of more swing, looking to bring the ball up a little more.
Not for too much pace, but just look to hang the ball, pitch the ball up, hang it in the air. There's that wind that's going to assist you. Let the ball do its work. You need to play ball chauffeur in these conditions, Greg. You need to take the ball there and allow it to do its work. That's what you need to do. Assist the ball in getting the job done. The conditions is quite nice for bowling.
Well, the last two deliveries, certainly we've seen that Roger has made an effort to look to pitch the ball on a much fuller length. And again, if we watch out there, the umpires seems to be pointing into the danger area. He certainly has his concerns where Roger is concerned. He's certainly encroaching onto the danger area. So sooner or later, Mr. Raja might just get an official warning.
So one just played into the onside to complete another Raman Raja over, and it's Kisikati that tapped that one into the onside at the end of 35. It's 91 for the loss of 1.
Yes, a maiden over ball there by Raja. We saw at least 2 of those deliveries just slightly outside the off-stump, and we saw quite a bit of movement. So one would hope that he would be encouraged by that and look to bring up the ball at least more frequently to the batsmen.
And not just Raja. I think, many of the Bangladesh bowlers, Syed Khalid Ahmed, and Anamul Haq, they would be encouraged as well. I think they should take pattern from what we saw from Raja, and what he did really shows the importance of bowling the ball, pitching up the ball, and looking to get the batsmen driving, looking to get them out. So maybe we can see the reintroduction of Anamul Haq shortly. I think he could do some damages here for the Bangladesh A team. But for now, it's going to be Naeem Hassan.
And Naeem, for sure, certainly he has been keeping things tight at one end. Just 22 runs off 15.1 over so far.
Chandapal is sweeping, but he finds a deep backward square leg fielder. Gets 1. Ticking along nicely here, the West Indies A team. Two slips in position now for Kisikati. Just pulling back his length there, Hassan. It's a bit too straight.
Getting into position and just hooking this one through to the vacant mid-wicket region. Able to pick up an easy single. So certainly not too much pressure being applied to the new batsman.
Daren Sammy facing 100 balls and just amassing 46 just yet. This one, he's forward and displays it into the offside. That completes 36 overs. It is 93 for 1.
Yes, Naeem continuing, keeping things tight out there. Completion of his 16th over. Just 24 runs. But certainly he would want something in the W column, which he has not able to do so far. But good resolute batting there by Daren Sammy. Faced some 102 deliveries so far for his 46. So just 4 runs away for what would be a deserving half century.
So it will be a welcome half century. And of course the selectors will be taking a close look at these games that will be being played here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. keeping an eye on this contest as much as they'll be keeping an eye on the. There are a number of persons who would be keeping an eye on this contest as well. Raja continues to Kati, and no run. Yeah, certainly those fans will be keeping a close eye, but the selectors as well will be doing so. And prior to this A series, lead selector for CWI, Desmond Haynes, and said, and I quote, "We stated from very early that we would look to give the opportunities to players and broaden the pool. The A-team program is a very good thing for West Indies cricket, and CWI must be complimented for ensuring that we have these matches back up and running and arranging these games in St. Lucia." This one down the leg side, and I think Raja again is being given a warning.
The official warning now.
The captain has been
been notified.
Yeah. And of course umpire Carl Tuckett as well had been notified by umpire Taylor. So that's the official warning, as Greg said. And Desmond Haynes also said that the squad is selected for us to have a closer look at the players in the longer format and also the 50 over format, as we have a lot of international cricket around the corner. We want to give the players exposure and a chance to play A-team cricket and President 11 matches as we had earlier this year, as it is vital and much needed. This time a delivery that's just pitching and going very far away from Kati, and it bounced quite a lot as well. 3 deliveries going in the over. Yeah, so that's good words from Mr. Desmond Haynes. That's encouraging signs as well, encouraging words from the lead selector.
Yes, the A-team players should be encouraged by those words and knowing that if they go out there and put in a good performance, that certainly they wouldn't be in the reckoning for a West Indies selection.
Yeah, and speaking about CWI, I'd like to say special good afternoon to the President, Dr. Ricky Skerritt, and the Vice President, Dr. Kishore Shallow, and also Selector Desmond Haynes. Good guys who are doing the great work at Cricket West Indies. And the Bangladesh CEO, the BCB CEO, had his say on this series as well, and he would have had, they would have been pivotal in making this series happen. That's Nizam Uddin Chowdhury, that's the Chief Executive Officer of the Bangladesh Cricket Board, and he said that this series provides an excellent opportunity for players of both teams to prepare for international commitments. As Kati's driving nicely for 4. That one played nicely backward of point there through that gully area. And he gets 4 runs, Casey Kati. Well pitched up. You don't mind that if you're the captain of Bangladesh. Greg, it was well pitched up. He's getting the batsman driving. But yet still it went for 4. I don't think you'd mind that.
Not at all, but good execution there by Casey Kati. Just really opening the face of the bat at the last moment, as you did indicate a little early on, all about angles. And he was able to bisect the man at point and the man at gully down to the boundary for 4. So good shot there, good execution there by Casey Kati.
Kati is someone who's not afraid to take on the bowling despite what format it may be. He is a positive cricketer. He plays positively. This one guided into the hands of the gully fielder, and Raja completes his 6th over, 1 for 28, 1 maiden in that. Kati is on 12, Chandapal is on 46, the score 97 for the loss of 1.
Yes, the West Indies A-team continue to inch closer to the 100 mark, just some 3 runs away. So they certainly are doing well with the bat so far. Tijnara and Chandra Paul just 4 runs away from what would have been a well-deserved half-century. He has batted admirably out there, although he has presented one opportunity which went a begging at second slip. But since then, we have seen him really settle down, and he has played every ball on its merit.
Yeah, he settled down nicely, and he's a composed player. Solazano went for 32 of 99 balls. Chandapol is there on 46 of 102. Casey Carty is there on 12. Josh De Silva to come, Yannick Carrier, Justin Graves, Alec Athanaze, Tevin Imlach, all of these guys. And Naeem Hassan is continuing, and he's bowling to Tej Narayan, Tej Chandapol. Speaking about what the CEO of the Bangladesh Cricket Board, Nizamuddin Chaudhry, had to say, and he said, and I quote, "The international schedule is getting busier by the season, and therefore it is very important for these cricketers to keep themselves ready through competitive cricket." Swan slashed away uppishly, but just towards that point region. And he wanted to thank Cricket West Indies for accommodating this A tour. He said the 4-day tests and the 1-day matches will be invaluable experience for the players. The BCB and CWI share a warm, long-standing relationship and have worked tirelessly to make this tour happen. And he said that, "I hope we will see more reciprocal programs between the two boards in the future." So that's good news. And that's good things happening in the Bangladesh cricket and West Indies cricket. Good initiatives being put in place for the development of young cricketers.
Yes, certainly. This sort of exchange could only serve the development of those fringe players and players who perhaps who have had a taste of international cricket. This is a way of perhaps forcing their way back into the senior team.
Maiden over comes to an end from Naeem Hassan, and he's conceded 24 runs in the 17 overs. At the end of 38, it's 97-4.
Yes, Naeem is continuing to keep things tight at one end, and certainly the captain, if one would be hoping that the bowlers from the media center end could be picking up a few wickets for him. But certainly Tijnara and Chandapal would have other ideas. Some 46 of 108, and Kisikati, from the time he has been out there, he has looked very positive.
And it looks as though to me that there will be a change in the attack. I'm not too sure if Anamul Haq is going to be coming in. It looks to be Anamul Haq, yes it is. And I was just calling for Anamul Haq to come in to the attack. Look to, dig deep here for the Bangladesh very late on in the afternoon. Just about, if we end at 5:30, that's telling me that just about 1 hour and 45 minutes to go in the day's play. It's a long way from over here, day 2. Michael Rupwa is going to whip up some coffee shortly, I'm sure. Anamul Haq has bowled 8 overs, none for 6. That's special.
Yes, certainly he has kept things tight. Has not served freebies, so to speak.
He has not, but yet still, the consistency is not there. My oh my, that's a magnificent delivery from Anamul Haq.
Yes, certainly Kisikati was beaten all ends up. Just needed perhaps the ball to have gotten the outer edge, but the ball did jag back quite a bit. And like we have spoken earlier on, we need to see more of that sort of bowling. Keep the ball up full to the batsman.
Good delivery again there from Animal Haq. Karti's on 12. Chandapol is on 46, and he looks to be a bit tired there, Tejaran Chandapol.
Yes, he has been in the 40s for quite a while now.
Solid as a rock is Kisi Kati.
Certainly he looks solid in defense, like they would say. He's presenting the bowler with the maker's name. Certainly producing the full face of the bat. As I did indicate earlier on, he has looked very positive from the time he has been out there. He's looked solid in defense, and he looked very confident when he's attacking.
So he's not been able to get away on a Mulhaq here just yet in this over.
Last delivery was a full delivery. Kisi Kati really should have done a little more with this one. Just driving this one straight to the cover fielder. A yard or two, either left or right, and he would have gotten perhaps 4 runs.
He's playing the ball under his eye line there, Greg. That's good to see from Kisi Kati. Playing it very late, and that completes the 39th over. It is 97 for 1.
Yes, Kati certainly has been good in defense. Certainly playing every ball on its merit. And at the end of this over, we see a drinks break. So the Bangladesh team certainly at a moment to perhaps regroup and rethink the strategy coming in after the drinks break to see if they perhaps could prize another wicket.
Yes, certainly, and that would give us some time to have a drink as well. Drink of water, that is. And we'll be back shortly with more as the flags continue to flutter in the wind. So welcome back after the drinks break, and it's Naeem Hassan who is continuing for the Bangladesh A team from the pavilion end, and he is bowling to Kisi Kati. Initially he was bowling to Chanderpaul, and there was a run to Chanderpaul, so Chanderpaul moves up to 47. The score now 98 for 1. Greg Wilson is back with me. Good afternoon, Greg.
Yes, good afternoon, and good afternoon to our viewers.
Kati looking to rotate the strike here. He's not letting the bowlers settle, Kisi Kati. $99 for 1, approaching 100, the West Indies A. This one is a full pitch delivery that's just played back to the bowler, and no run. Bangladesh, in the meantime, they're still allowing, things to pan out on its own. They are not really being that proactive unit. Need to be a bit more proactive here. The Bangladeshis, that completes the first over after the drinks break. 40 overs bowled, it's 99 for the loss of 1.
Yes, certainly West Indies inching closer to the 100 mark, but Chanderpaul has been in the 40s for quite a while now. Certainly one would hope that he would not lapse in concentration. Sometimes when you stay in what we would say the nervous 40s or nervous 90s, you tend to give it away. So with just 3 runs, one would hope that he could get to his first landmark of 50 and then continue to press on perhaps the rest of today into tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely so, Greg, and just need to go further into this batting lineup here now. The Bangladeshis, they're missing the trick, and they're allowing batsmen to get set, and you can't afford to do that. Can't afford these batsmen to get set. That's the thing. Is Anamul Haq for the Bangladeshis with a back of a length delivery. Just played into the offside, no run. And he's bowling to Kisi Kati, who's on 13. And Greg, we mentioned how vital this series is for the development of these players and the selectors looking on. Of course, the West Indies will be touring Australia later in this year. That's in October, November to December, and Sam Kati pulling, that's going to be 4. Good looking shot there from Kisi Kati, short again from Anamul Haq. It stood up to be hit, and Kati just rolling his wrist over it beautifully for 4 runs.
Yes, the Bangladesh bowlers again still missing the trick. We've seen most of the short deliveries that has been served to the West Indies batsman, it has been dispatched to the boundaries. So it's obvious that this ploy is not working. And in the process, Kisi Kati bringing up 100 for West Indies, 103. But well executed shot there, getting into position very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking about that Australia tour, many of these players, and more so, in West Indies, just maybe the opening spot, a concern for the West Indies team, this time driving and not past the fielder. Not sure what's your thoughts on the opening spot that could be up for grabs between, Craig Bradford, the skipper of the West Indies team, he would certainly hold his position at top of the order, but his partner at top of the order, yeah, maybe it's a concern for the West Indies team and Chandapal, guys like Chandapal, Solazano. If they put their hands up in these matches, who knows, Greg? They could find their way into that West Indies team that's touring Australia.
Well, certainly with a touring team, you would need at least 3 opening batters.
Yeah.
So even if one may not be in the starting 11, but I would think that the selectors would be looking at the possibility of touring with at least 3 openers.
Yeah, of course. They'd be playing 2 T20 internationals, 2 test matches in Australia. At Queensland, the Carrara Oval, they'll be playing the first T20 on October 5th, October 7th, the Friday. They'll be playing at the Gabba in Brisbane, the second T20 international. And on November 30th to December 4th, they'll be taking on Australia in the first test at the Perth Stadium in Perth. And from December 8th to December 12th, they would be at the Adelaide Oval in Adelaide, of course, in the second test.
Look at the umpire has signaled to the ground staff. Need some work done in the crease area. I saw him signaling perhaps something heavy to hit the area. You could see the action out there. So obviously perhaps a bit of loose soil, and the bowlers are losing their footing when they're about to deliver.
Yeah, just maybe. So just need to tap that back in. And you can see it there, the soil just coughing up and loosening up a bit. And at the northern end of the ground. So you just need to bring that's maybe that hammer. You normally see the hammer coming out, Greg. So we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, they're coming out with a broom.
It's a sledgehammer, really.
Oh, it's a sledge. Yes, it's a sledge. So that's what we were hoping for. And they're coming out with a sledge. So gonna tap those loose soil back into place and get it firm once more. There's the groundsman at work.
He's working hard for his money.
They've been at work quite on a number of occasions here since we've been here for this game. They've done so much work over the last 3 days. And this is only the second day of this contest, the first contest. And yeah, they have done they've been busy. That's what I can say. They've been busy. The groundsmen, they've done so much. And you have to commend them. In the meantime, we'll take a short break and be back with more. Well, the hammer is off the field, and the groundsman as well, and we are ready to resume. And while we were off air, Greg was telling me that a number of these groundsmen, after this delivery we shall discuss that. This one driven sweetly through the offside from Kisikati. The fielder giving chase, that's Mamadula Sanjoy. And well, he breaks the joy of Kisikati for a short while. He was only able to get 2 runs.
Yes, the shot perhaps deserved 4. Well executed. Ball been pitched up and driven through the cover region, and they were able to cross for 2 easy runs. So Kisikati certainly flowing out in the middle.
This time he's pulling hard, and that's 4 more. Kisikati dealing in boundaries. The first delivery wasn't a 4. He thought he would have had a boundary. It was limited to 2. But Kati again getting the opportunity to strike this one a bit more powerfully, and he gets 4 runs.
Yes, again, animal hack bowling short and Cathy getting into position very quickly and just pulling this one through to the mid-wicket region and getting 4 runs. So certainly we have, as we have said earlier on, that the short pitch delivery, certainly that ploy is just not working for Bangladesh, and they're still persistent with the short ball.
A short arm jab, so to speak, there from Casey Carty. Quick hands from the right-hander, you have to say. It wasn't that short, you know, and he was able to just get in position and in that short arm jab fashion, swivel and pull it quickly away to the boundary, raced along the carpet here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. And you were mentioning earlier, Greg, to me off here, that many of these groundsmen who are here have been here since the inception, since this ground was built.
Yes, quite a few of the guys have been here. So it's an indication that they're really enjoying what they're doing.
That's their job, and they're doing it quite well, and they seem to be enjoying what they're doing. And in most cases, when you enjoy what you do it the best. Here's Syed Khalid Ahmed coming back into the attack, and Chandapal, he's happy to take one. He goes on to 48, the score 110 for 1.
Chandapal is just inching closer to his half century. Past few overs, really, Cathy has been the one who's been the dominant scorer. Chandapal has been in the 40s for quite a while now. But certainly what's required of him is not runs, but basically the occupation of the crease, and that he's been doing admirably so far.
So Syed Khalid Ahmed given the opportunity again to redeem himself, and Carty is pulling again, and he likes that shot. Carty likes that pull shot, only able to get 1, and it's 1-1-1 for 1, and there's lots of 1s on the board. Nelson is up on the board, Greg.
Yes, certainly the English would tell you about Nelson, and this would bring to mind umpire Shepherd, who would be hopping on one leg if he's out on the middle.
Certainly. So I'm looking to flick that one away there, Chandapal, and it's a dot delivery, and about that number 1-1-1 in cricket, sometimes called a Nelson, of course, after Admiral Nelson, who allegedly only had 1 eye, 1 arm, and 1 leg. That one just squaring up Chandapal there. Had he missed that, Greg, he could have been in some trouble there if he had struck on the pad.
It would have been very interesting, although the ball could have been going down the leg side with the angle. Are you superstitious in any way?
I'm not. A number of cricketers are. Are you, Greg?
Well, I think if I have any superstition in going out and take the toss, for some reason I never call tail. It's always head. So I think that's probably the only superstition I have where cricket is concerned. So for some reason or the other, I don't like calling tails when I go out there.
Well, for all the captains who would have played against Greg, I'm sure they can attest to that. You won a lot of tosses, Greg, in your time?
Yes, quite a bit, but presently we are playing a tip ball competition, and we have played 4 matches and I've only won 1 toss. It's the last one we just played on Wednesday night.
But what I'll tell you now, Greg, is try calling tails in the next one.
No, luckily for me, I was the one who sent the coin up. I was not the one who made the call. So hence the reason why I was able to win the toss. Yeah, but for this season, I've not won a toss at all when calling. So for some reason or other, the coins seem to be landing on tails. whilst I keep calling heads.
Try calling tails, Greg. Take my advice.
I think I will take your advice. I think Monday night we have a quarter-final match, so I think I will, if I get the chance to call, I will call tails. And I will report to you next time I get here.
Monday night? Where are you playing on Monday night, Greg?
We're playing Barata. That is perhaps about just about 10-15 minutes drive from here. We'll be playing at about 7:30 in the evening. That's tip-ball competition.
That'll be a nice game to watch.
Yeah, that's a veteran competition. Although in the past, some of when the quarterfinal stages, they have been streaming it, but I do not know if they will be streaming. So I could always find out and I'll let you know.
Yes, man, for sure. It'll be a nice tournament to look at. As Animal Hack comes back into the attack. Number 14 on his back. Nelson on the board. And Hack just moving his marker a bit. Marker seems to have been in the wrong place. Carty working that one off his hips, and this is brilliant running. Looking for two, running the first one hard and allowing themselves the opportunity to get that second run.
Yes, good aggressive running from Carty and Chandrapal. As you did indicate, the first run, they went at it very quickly, so it made the second run quite easily. It was completed.
This has been a good partnership thus far for the West Indies A team after the fall of that wicket of Jeremy Salazano for 32. Partnership 35 of 70 deliveries between Carty and Chandrapal. There's the captain of the Bangladeshi team, Mohammad Mithun. I'm sure the Bangladesh A team would be enjoying beautiful St. Lucia while they're here. They're here for quite a long while. Another 4-day contest to follow this one, then 3 one-day matches as well. This is sweetly played through the offside by Casey Carty. This is going to run away for 4, and it's a no ball as well to add to the drama. It's 5 runs.
Yes, well executed there by Casey Carty. This one, on this occasion by Animal Hack, just over pitch outside the off stump and swiftly driven through the covers for the lightful run. So Casey Carty continuing to be positive out there. He moves on to 30 runs.
Let's have a look at that again to see if the umpire called a no ball. And yes, he did. So the scorers here at the ground seem not to have recognized that no ball. So I think they'd be looking to change that shortly. Time it's worked down to deep mid wicket for 1. So Carty moves on to 31, and the score moves up to 119 for 1. It's 48 to Tejarayan Chandrapal, who's 2 runs shy of his half century. See the umpire having a word with Mohammad Mithun as well. Umpire Chris Taylor, a man who after the match, well after the day's play, normally runs a few laps. Seems as though his work on the field is not enough, Greg. doesn't feel happy with the amount of work he does. And at the end of a day's play, trying to keep himself fit.
Yes, perhaps he just walking from square leg to the presiding end, as you indicate, not enough work. But he should emulate the great Maguire Antini and run back to the hotel from the grounds.
Well, he may want to do that, depending on how far it is.
Well, he should be living somewhere in the Grizzly area, so that shouldn't be too far.
Well, this could very well be a half-century for Daren Sammy Paul. And it will be. No, it won't.
There's a mix-up run-out.
Oh, my. This is a very, very disappointing for the West Indies. Casey Carty and Chanda Paul, they were looking as though they were going for the second run. In the end, a mix-up had happened. And Chanda Paul, he has to go for 49. Believe it or not, Greg Wilson.
Yes, a bit of communication out in the middle between Carty and Chanda Paul, but Carty was always interested in coming back for the second, and Chanda Paul should have realized the second run would have given him his half century, and for whatever reason he just stood midway and he was run out. So an unfortunate way to be dismissed by Tijner and Chanda Paul, having batted so beautifully. So definitely there should have been 2 runs, but for whatever reason Chanda Paul certainly was not interested in the second.
It was a confident shot, you have to say. And Saeed Khalid Ahmed, the man firing in that one, and a good throw to dismiss Chanda Paul as well.
Chanda Paul would be disappointed, just falling 1 run short of his half century, having batted so beautifully, just presenting just one opportunity out in the middle whilst he batted, but after he was dropped at second slip, we saw him really settling down. But as I did indicate to you a little earlier on, I felt he spent quite a long time into the 40s, between 45 and getting to his half century.
Yeah, he did, and that would have put a lot of pressure on him as well. But Greg, I think if they had went through for the run, they would have made it comfortably.
It had a comfortable too. You're looking at the amount of ground the fielder had to cover. The ball was to his left. He collected and had to turn to throw the ball to the keeper. Casey Carty was already 3/4 way down the wicket, while Tijner and Chanda Paul just stood there.
Yep. This is a good looking shot there from Josh De Silva to get off the mark immediately, the captain of the West Indies A team. And at the end of 43 overs, the score 121 for the loss of 2.
Well, the end of what one would say a successful over for Bangladesh, getting the dismissal of Tijner and Chanda Paul via the run-out route. They would be happy to pick up a second wicket, perhaps not in the manner they would have hoped it would have come, but a wicket is a wicket nevertheless.
And the end of the over, the score is 120. Joshua De Silva.
Josh De Silva is on 1, Carty is on 31.
Bowling from the players to the end. Bowler is Saeed Khalid Ahmed.
So Ahmed comes back, and remember his first 2 overs went for 16, and well, tells me that his last 5 overs, Greg, just went for 20. It's a good comeback from Saeed Khalid Ahmed, you have to say.
Yes, much better effort from him in his second spell. the first 2 overs, as you did indicate, like I would say, he was just all over the place.
Silva, wicketkeeper batsman for the West Indies Test team. Joshua De Silva really elevated his cricket in the last 3 or 4 years, Joshua De Silva. And you know, he has really worked on his game and his fitness as well, most importantly. This time a delivery that's just tucking him up there, cramping him for room. Three deliveries gone in this over, and Josh De Silva, I think this, you know, he'd want to put up a solid innings for this West Indies A setup team, and he'd want to put up a big score, Greg Wilson.
Yes, more so as the captain, you always want to try to lead from the front.
This time he's driving, but he finds the fielder at mid-off. And Josh De Silva really started to take his career to a next level. And I think, you know, in 2019, when that Namalco TTCB Under 23 Cup was held at the Brandlar Cricket Academy, he was the captain of the North Masqueraders team, and he has put up some excellent scores back then. Then he went on to play for that West Indies team in the regional Super 50 tournament, and he then himself, you know, he really started to elevate. He started to put up good scores, and in a flash, Greg Wilson, he made his way into that West Indies team.
Yes, and since then, you know, he has had a few good performances, although he has not been as consistent as one would have expected of him.
Yeah. And that was a pivotal tournament for him, that West Indies Rising Stars team that participated in the regional Super 50 tournament. And that completes the over. 44 overs have been bowled. It's 121 for the loss of 2.
Yes, the end of a maiden over from Saeed. Certainly he has settled down quite nicely, bowling much tighter line on length. First 2 overs we saw in his first spell certainly was not consistent, but since then, coming back for his second spell, he has bowled admirably. He has not really picked up any wicket as yet, but certainly we have not seen the batsman really scoring runs freely off his bowling.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the scorers at the ground have got it right now. They've fixed the scoreboard. They initially missed that no ball. Difficult job, you know, scoring sometimes, Greg Wilson. You have to feel it for the guys in the sun updating the scoreboard.
Actually, the very first game that was played here, I was one of the scorers. India versus West Indies A, the President 11, sorry. Myself and Roland Anselm De Gazo was the 2 scorers here.
Greg Wilson, a man of history. You've been a part of history, Greg.
Yes, very much so. So I also did a bit of scoring, but I did not continue for too long, perhaps about 2-3 years. Did a bit of scoring, and yeah, that was it.
From the book and the pen to the mic in hand, Greg Wilson.
Yes, very much so.
Well, I think it extends beyond that, from the ball and the bat to the book and the pen, and then to the microphone. Of course, Greg would have played for the Windward Islands. Tell us about that experience, you know, Greg. I think, you know, you can expand on that experience playing regional cricket for the Windward Islands.
Yes, actually, my first game for the Windward was against Barbados at Kensington Oval. The first innings, I got a duck. And the second innings, I got 52 not out. And the second game was in St. Lucia, the Mindley Park against England A. And then I traveled to Guyana to play my first game in Guyana. And my second year, I played at Annosville against Guyana. And then I was dropped from the team after one game.
Well, Greg, sometimes it just doesn't go the way of the players sometimes. And 52, I'm sure that would have been a proud moment for you. You would have forgotten the duck for sure.
No, I would not have. I don't think that's one thing you want as a batsman, especially on debut. But I was happy second inning to come wrong and get 50 runs. I got a half century, not out, so yeah, it was good.
So I'm sure that's something you're going to remember, playing your first class game and getting a duck. You know, but duck is a batsman's score. They always say that, Greg.
Yeah, well, it is part of cricket.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, another memorable one would be, versus Trinidad, that was at the Red Stripe Bowl in Jamaica, where Trinidad got 410 runs against Northern Windwards. That was an experience. The great Brian Lara got 123 not out against us. And, I mean, as much as you wanted Lara out, but at the same time, you just wanted to see him continue batting.
I'm sure that would have been some experience, you being on the same field of play with Brian Charles Lara.
Yeah, certainly it's a memorable experience, really.
Carty driving, but finds the fielder, and it's about one delivery remaining in the over again. It's 123 for 2. It's getting into the late afternoon here in St. Lucia. Grosile, wonderful place.
Place to be tonight.
Place to be tonight. And during the tea interval, good old Jonas, who was out there, one of the groundsmen who has a bar in that street party, has told us, as this one is pulled away by Carty, he's going to get one, has told us that he is going to pick us up this afternoon and take us to that street party, Greg. So I thank Jonas for that. So we'll see how it goes, and I'll be sure to tell you how the party was tomorrow.
Well, I would have loved to join you guys, but I have a 40th birthday party that I'm supposed to attend later on this evening.
Is it your birthday, Greg?
No, it's a relative of mine. But actually, this month would be my birthday on the 24th, but I won't tell you how young I'm going to turn. But on the 24th of this month, I will be turning. I'll get into a milestone.
Well, I think I know how old. I think I know how old you're going to be. I think
is it?
There it is, Greg, but we won't disclose that information. The groundsman is back out there. He's with the sledgehammer again. So the bowler not happy with their landing area, and just looking to get it a bit firm there, a bit flatter, so they can land freely and not damage themselves. It's difficult as a bowler when you're landing that front foot and the soil is a bit loose. It's always the opportunity of you skidding, and your ankle could, twist as well. So it's never that good. So it's good to see the groundsman out there just getting that fixed, and it looks as though Saeed Khalid Ahmed is ready to start his over. Just about 4:30 p.m. in Grosile, and the sun is out, bursting down on the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. That's a very wide delivery there from Khalid Ahmed. We've seen about 3 wides in this game thus far, bowled by the West Indies team, and that would have been as a result of that movement, that exaggerated movement that they would have been extracting from both ends at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Too wide again to interest Carty, and they continue to persist with those short and wide deliveries, Greg Wilson.
Yes, it has not worked so far, but they're still persisting with the short delivery, I guess, getting the sort of assistance from the wicket. You tend to get carried away from time to time as a fast bowler.
Short turned away, and Carty always looks to get that strike turned over, and that's the kind of player De Silva is as well. So you're going to see good running between the wickets here. You're going to see strike turning over consistently between both batsmen.
Well, one of my observations of Carty, he seems to be running very aggressively between the wickets.
Yeah.
First run is always quick. So that is why you had the mix-up between him and Chandrapal. He always wanted to come back for the second. But even in that last delivery there, you could see how aggressively he got down to the non-strikers end. So certainly this is something that is lacking in West Indies cricket.
It's good to see some of the youngsters showing the intent to do that, to rotate the strike, run aggressively. And while you run aggressively, you want to be aware of your surroundings as well. Don't just want to run wildly. You want to be aware of where the ball is, where the fielder, and how long do you think that the fielder is going to take to release the ball. You need to be aware. You need to be, and being aware as well will contribute to you judging if there's a second or a third run that could be available. Of course, the Caribbean Premier League would be coming across to Grosseille St. Lucia right here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground on September 8th. Actually, September 7th, where the Barbados Royals will be taking on Trinbago Knight Riders at 10 a.m. and then St. Lucia Kings will be taking on Jamaica Talawas in match 9 at 7 p.m. So the games at this venue would be between September 7th and September 11th, and on September 13th CPL will be coming over to Trinidad and Tobago. It's getting underway in St. Kitts as this one is driven uppishly by Josh De Silva, and he would earn himself his first boundary of the innings. He moves on to 5. The score moves on to 129 for a loss of 2.
Yes, well driven through the cover there by Josh De Silva. Once the ball has gone past the fielders in the inner ring with this turtle back, it's always catch up you have to pay, and certainly it was nicely driven, so getting himself 4 valuable runs. So good start to the inning there by the captain. De Silva looks very confident out there.
Yeah, definitely so. Good looking shot by De Silva to get his first boundary, and that would just, open up things a bit for him. Just give him that confidence moving forward in his innings. Of course, Joshua De Silva had a test century against England earlier in the year. That was a wonderful moment for Josh De Silva.
Certainly the West Indies team would very much want to overhaul the Bangladesh first inning total of 167 this evening. It would be a nice position to be in at the end of the day's play. Another, if my math serves me right, another 38 runs.
Spin again for the Bangladeshis, and Kati just plays that one out into the offside. This one driven, but fielder runs around and Kati can only get one. And you must note that the boundaries have been brought up quite a lot, and brought in quite a lot, for this game, which just makes the straight boundaries, the boundaries to the pavilion end and to the media center end, very short, but the side boundaries are quite big.
You reckon they are what, 60, 65 meters?
Yeah, I'd say 60, 65 meters. And the street boundaries are very short, maybe about 50, 55 meters. Josh De Silva has had some records to his name as well. Joshua De Silva, of course, is of Portuguese heritage and would be the first, well, he would have been the first white player since, Brendan Nash to represent the West Indies. And some records to his name, would be he has the second most dismissals in a series, and that's 37 in Test match series, and he has the seventh most catches in a series as well. That's 34, and he has a milestone of 300 runs and 15 wicket-keeping dismissals in the series. Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly. Is impressive stats, one would say, and one would hope that the longer career he has a chance of perhaps to better some of those performances that he has had in the past.
Yeah, and he has a lot of potential, Josh De Silva, you have to say.
He's still a fairly young man.
He is just 24 years of age, and he's certainly one for the future. Would have studied at St. Mary's College in Port of Spain. Saeed Khalid Ahmed, the man he's facing up to at the moment, has come back well, and Josh De Silva, his last test match that he would have played would have been right here at Grossiley against Bangladesh, and he would have made his ODI debut. Funnily enough, he would have made his ODI debut in Bangladesh at Mirpur. So I'm sure it's good camaraderie out there with these Bangladesh players as well for Josh De Silva. He's been watchful, Joshua De Silva. Not just looking to throw his hand away. And a good solid platform set by Solazano and Chandler Paul before Chandler Paul was dismissed for 49. Chandler Paul was looking so good with the bat, and in the end just a lapse in concentration between both Carty and Chandler Paul. Nervous 40s as well. So we normally speak about a nervous 90s, but what about a nervous 40s, Greg Wilson?
Yes, quite a few batsmen have perished in the 40s, but on this occasion, like you say, relax in concentration. I would think that being the batsman on strike, needing 2 runs, he should have told himself from the time he struck the ball that I'm coming back for 2.
Yeah.
And he had ample time to complete two runs.
And you ask of batsmen to run the first one hard, and they did that. That was the thing. They did that, and they had the opportunity for the second run. That's what's going to hurt him the most. This time, a delivery that De Silva is just fishing at outside the off stump. Good weather to be fishing, but not out there in the middle. Greg Wilson, have a look at that again.
Yes, good bowling there by his side, and this is the sort of areas that we've been asking that he be bowling a little more often, and more so to the captain. De Silva was just been out there just for 16 deliveries.
So a couple of guys fishing outside the stadium this morning.
I think I have seen a few Chinese fishing in that area. So, were they Chinese by any chance?
No, they won't. I think there are a couple of local guys that were fishing. They were throwing some nets. They had their rods as well. They were enjoying themselves, Greg, very early this morning when we got to the ground. And they caught quite a number of fish. I saw that.
Yeah, like I said, in the past I have seen Chinese out there fishing. So there are a few fishes out in the pond there for sure.
And in the meantime, Greg, it looks as though we're going to see a water break. And while the players take a water break, we're going to refresh as well. We'll be back shortly with more action here on day 2 of this first of 2 for the unofficial test matches between Bangladesh A and West Indies A. Well, the water break has been completed, and it's Naeem Hassan for the Bangladeshis who's going to attack with the ball in hand. One slip and Salimidon in position, and Kisi Kati just leans forward and defends. It's 131 for 2. 48 overs have been bowled in this innings. A total of 65 overs have been bowled today. 65.5 overs. 17.5 overs bowled by the West Indies this morning. And now 48 for the Bangladeshi. So we're into the 49th. And Hassan has kept it quiet. This time a delivery coming back in sharply there, turning and just bouncing a bit as Greg Wilson is back with me in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Greg. How was drinks?
Well, good drink of water. I think we all needed it.
Yeah, so it's not been the best of days for the Bangladeshis. Not been the best of game thus far for them. And as we said, just getting themselves into this series. And Naeem Hassan has certainly been one of the bright spots, one of the positive lights for them in this series thus far. As the over comes to an end, 49 overs bowled, 131 for the loss of 2.
Yes, another end of another tight over there from Naeem, completing his 20th over and only considered just 28 runs. So certainly he has been keeping things tight at one end, and he certainly would want to add something in the W column before the end of the day's play for all his hard work.
He would, and it's similar to what we saw from Jeremiah Louis. Louis bowled well yesterday, came into this morning without picking up a wicket, and he just continued doing what he was doing. He stuck to his plans, and he was able to snap up a wicket this morning.
Yes, good consistency.
Khalid Ahmed back into the attack, and Joshua De Silva is playing that one around the front part. I've noticed this about Joshua De Silva. He does this a lot. It's similar to what Dinesh Ramdin used to do, Greg. You know, he plays around that front part quite a lot, and he certainly is a candidate for leg before when you're doing that.
Yes, certainly you could get in yourself up, tie up, and you could be a perfect candidate for the LBW decision.
So and whipped away by Joshua De Silva, and that's going to be 4. Excellent shot there from the skipper of the West Indies A team. That one was poorly lined there from Khalid Ahmed. It was already outside the line of the leg stump and played away nicely.
Yes, Ahmed on this occasion just angling this one into the pads, and really Joshua De Silva did not need a second invitation, just whipped this one up the pad beautifully into the vacant region there for 4 runs. So he's continuing to be positive out there. 145 for the loss of 2 wickets. Certainly there he would be eyeing the possible overhauling now. 167 before the end of the day's play. That would be a tremendous accomplishment for the team.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So I'm coming forward and just playing it. So just altering his line there Ahmed, and his length as well, pulling back the length and just pitching it a bit straighter, a bit wider, sorry, of that off stump. And if you look at how Joshua De Silva plays those shots around the front pad, Greg, you know, it's not with the wrist really. It's just the angle of the bat. The hand is angled as well. Everything, the body is just angled. It's not the wrist turning. Let's have a look at that again if it does happen. Well, on that occasion, it was a straighter delivery from Ahmed that was just played straight back to him, or back into the offside. But you know, when he does that, it's just the elbow. You can see the elbow pointing into the onside, and the entire body turning as well. And that bat just angled there, a vertical bat that is just angled into the onside. It's not the wrist really turning as the ball approaches the batsman.
Very interesting indeed. Good observation made there. So, as much as possible, he's trying to present a full face of the bat at all times.
Yeah, definitely. That's what he's doing. Because if you roll the wrist around, then you're presenting the edge more often than not. So there's a few fans as well who have come in. So you can see the fans just coming in bit by bit. And you said as the Friday evening goes along and into tomorrow and Sunday, we are going to see a few more fans coming in. We would hope to look on at the cricket, to support the West Indies and the Bangladesh A team. And what I learned as well from Sunil Ramdeen and Vinod Mamcha, a number of Bangladeshis are studying here in St. Lucia. But that could contribute as well to some persons coming in.
Yes, I'm hoping to see them tomorrow because they're at one of the international schools just across at Bosaju. So it's within walking distance. I expect them to be here tomorrow. I'll caught behind.
And Kati walks, edged and gone. As simple as that. Beautiful catch taken there by the wicketkeeper Anik. And Kati was just poking at that delivery outside the off stump. And as easy as you like, 2 bites at the cherry for Anik. Look at that again. Just fending. 2 bites at the cherry, and the second bite, he gobbles it up.
Yes, Kati on this occasion really just pushing at this one. Really was a lazy shot, one would say. It's almost a shot of a man that looks tired out there, but he was batting very beautifully, and he would be disappointed in the way he has gotten out. Very soft dismissal.
Yeah, you can see him disappointed there. You can see his reaction, and he doesn't like that at all. He had a start, and he threw it away.
Yes, as we have spoken early on, a lot of batsmen, they do get starts and just fail to capitalize on the good start. We're looking at Tijnarayan Chandapol, who got to 49, and now Casey Kati, who looked well set and just really just pushing at this one and presenting a relatively easy catch for the wicketkeeper, although he did not collect cleanly on the first attempt, but it was relatively easy catch for him.
So the 3rd wicket down for the West Indies A, and well, you have to say this man deserved that wicket. Naeem Hassan.
Yes, has bowled some 20 overs prior to this. The commencement of the 21st over, and he had only considered some 28 runs. So certainly he has put in the hard work. He has been consistent, and finally he has been rewarded.
He has, and that's good to see for Naeem Hassan. Just pulling that one outside the off stump and just inviting Kati to come towards it, holding it back in the air. Tevin Imlach, the new man in, and he facing up to Hassan, who again bowls a good delivery. Well played there by Imlak. Imlak has been a bright spot in Guyana cricket, you have to say. And a young wicketkeeper batsman, Tevin Imlak. And he participated in this year's regional 4-day tournament for Guyana. He impressed. That one turning, he's playing on the back foot. Needs to be careful here, Tevin Imlak. 25 years of age. First class matches, 5 of them, and he scored 225 runs, high score of 79 at an average of 32.14. And he would have made his debut right here at Grossi for Guyana against Windward Islands, and that delivery holding its line. He needs to be careful playing on that back foot, Greg.
Yes, we've seen his short stint at the wickets. He is looking to play more on the back foot than looking to commit himself on the front foot. But having grown up in Guyana, I guess he is adapted to spin bowling.
He's going to play spin well. You would expect him to play spin well. Growing up in Guyana, of course, a 25-year-old. And recent matches for, looking at some of his recent performances, Tevin Imlak, he would have, participated. The matches in which he had some good scores. In May of 2022, that's this year in Port of Spain, he had a 53 against Barbados for Guyana. He had 79 against Jamaica at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. He had 76 against Trinidad and Tobago at Port of Spain at the Queen's Park Oval. And for the West Indies Cricket Board's 11, he had 27 against Bangladesh. So that's his recent matches and how well he has done. He's in some form coming into this game as well, Tevin Imlak. So as a youngster, you would expect him to do well on this stage, and he would want to grasp this opportunity with both hands and make full use of it. His side, Khalid Ahmed. And I think, Tevin Imlak batting with Josh De Silva, this is a good opportunity for him. Wicketkeeper batsman Josh De Silva, and a young wicketkeeper batsman on the other end as well, Greg.
Yes, certainly. Let's hope that De Silva certainly as captain and the wicketkeeper, as you said, senior batsman between the two of them, would really able to guide him along.
Yep. Josh De Silva playing this one into the offside, and no run. Still a good amount of available light here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Just about 5:01 p.m.
Yes, with this time of the year, we should be able to get good sunlight up until perhaps 5:30, 25 to 6, thereabout, if we have to go late in the afternoon.
Yeah, and so it's about half an hour to go in the day's play. Well, if the umpires decided to go up to 5:30. If not, and they look to extend the play, then we could see play going up to maybe 6 p.m. if light permits.
Well, having lost time yesterday, and the umpires need to make up time. There's a possibility we'll be here up until 5:30 today, or like you say, perhaps 6:45.
Who knows, Greg? We'll have to wait and see. Good line, good length there from Ahmed. I think the mode of attack from the Silva and Imlak would just be to bat out today, but through this afternoon's period of bowling from the Bangladeshis, I look to come back fresh tomorrow and look to take the attack to the bowlers. That brings the 52nd over to an end. It's 135 for the loss of 3.
It's a good over ball there by Saeed. Certainly a maiden over. And he certainly come back well in his second spell, considering the way he started his first 2 overs.
Side Khalid Ahmed, none for 45 and 12. Wicket takers for Bangladesh: Naeem Hassan, 1 for 28 and 21. Rajir Rahman Raja, 1 for 28 in 6. Saif Hassan, none for 2 and 1. He's yet to come back into the attack. Tevin Imlak is going to be facing up to Hassan, who, well, Imlak is enjoying himself on the back foot, it seems. A solid young player. Really like the look of Tevin Imlak with the bat in hand. Still have a bit of work to do with the gloves, and he has a lot of potential to reach far. Tevin Imlak. Time he's showing his wares out front as well. He's stretching long forward and ensuring that he gets behind that delivery, covers the line, covers the length. Tevin Adrian Imlak. I want to say good afternoon to Jean Ram Singh and Inderjeet Prasad out there in Guyana. Imlak drives and finds the fielder. Well, that ends the over. A maiden from Naeem Hassan. Lots of maidens today from good old Naeem Hassan. And that completes his 22nd over. And the 53rd of the innings, 135 for the loss of 3.
Yes, Naeem continuing to keep things quiet. Certainly he has bowled excellent from one end. Some 22 overs for just 28 runs. So certainly he would be pleased with his effort, but certainly would want to pick up a few more wickets, perhaps before the end of the day's play.
Yeah, I think this is a period here now of concentration that the West Indies would need to apply themselves in if they are to bat out this period without losing any further wicket. Because tell you what, if the Bangladeshis can pick up, let's say, 2 to 3 wickets here again this afternoon, Greg, I think they could consider themselves in a very good position.
Yes, certainly they would be in the driver's seat if you could pick up another 2 wickets before the end of the day's play. and more so if West Indies have not overhauled the total by then.
Tevin Imlach is going to have a look at side Khalid Ahmed. Hitting the bat hard, the Ahmed. I've heard the talk of that ball hitting the bat. I think high up on the bat as well. Imlach is not a tall man by any means. Time he's stretching and leaving that one into the gloves of Jaka Ali Yannick. Joshua De Silva is a chirpy guy. Always likes to have a word with his opponents and a light word as well. Always like to have a laugh with his opponents. Always good camaraderie, good spirits when Joshua De Silva is in the action. Imlach finds the fielder at cover, who's looking to fire that one into the gloves of Anik. Short, that's edged over slip, and that's going to be 4. So, Tevin Imlach, he gets off the mark with a boundary, a fortuitous one, but I think he'll take that any day.
Yeah, shot outside the off stump, really went hard at it. Got the... Well, when looking at the replay, it was a deliberate shot over the slip cordon and down to the vacant third man region for 4, so good way to get off the back by Tevin Imlach.
Uppercutting that one for 4 over the slip cordon. Yeah, deliberately played indeed. Initially it seemed as though it was an edge and it flew over slip, but you could have seen him opening the face of the bat and placing it over the fielder's head.
So again, the short ball has proven to be expensive for Bangladesh, and they continue to deploy it with the short ball. It certainly has not worked for them.
The score is 140.
140 for the loss of 3 at the end of 54 overs, and Imlach is on 4 of 15 balls. Joshua De Silva, he is on 11 of 32.
Yes, so another 28 runs for the West Indies, and they certainly would have overhauled the score of 167 scored by Bangladesh in the first inning. But it's all about looking to survive this evening and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, they just want to survive here, and if they can knock off the 167, that would be a plus for them. I think the modus operandi would be just to survive the evenings, the afternoons play. And if the umpires decide that game would be called, well, the day's play would be called at 5:30, it's just about 19 minutes or so to go until the day's play is called in. Naeem Hassan continues to work on for the Bangladeshis. The Silva finding the gap on that occasion, just forward of square leg, and he gets one. And you must say, you mentioned the wind, Greg, and the wind has been consistent throughout at this venue.
Yes, on rare occasion you would be here and you will not get a strong breeze blowing across the ground. So if it's one thing that Bossejo is renowned for, it's certain that you're going to get a good strong breeze blowing across. That's why when cricket is being played here, you always try to encourage the batters to hit into the wind area.
Yeah. Well, you know, not many batsmen are going to look to take on bowlers in this format. You're going to see it, you know, rarely and not that much often. But maybe in the one-day contest, we could see some action.
Yes, certainly this is one of the ploy that we have always said that the West Indies captains are not using to their advantage. Whereas you'd see a number of spinners will be bowling from the northern end, and it would be easy pickings because once there's elevation towards the Johnson Charleston, the breeze tends to just carry the ball over. Whereas if you're going to hit into the Mount area, the Pakistan, it's always more difficult to be getting sixes in that region, unless you are perhaps a Chris Gill or Kyron Pollard who would really clear those areas with ease.
Yeah, certainly, and yeah, that'll be a good plan. I think the captains would be listening to Greg Wilson speak about what could be done here at the Grossi at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Giving away the tricks that he would have used.
What we saw last year, the Australians, when they were down here for the T20, they used that ploy to great effect.
Yeah, I remember that. Looking on at the telly. It was a great series, you know, Greg. I'm sure you would have been here. You would have witnessed that superb series. Captain Nicholas Puran winning that series for the West Indies.
Yes, certainly West Indies should have won that series 5-0.
Yeah. Excellent series here. And the matches played at Grossi as well. Raja is back into the attack. Raju Raman Raja, and he is bound target to Tevin Imlach. Raja's deliveries tend to skid on to the batsmen. Remember, it's the first of 2 4-day unofficial test matches you're looking on at between Bangladesh A and the West Indies A. And the West Indies A team being captained by Joshua De Silva, the Bangladesh A team being captained by Mohammad Mithun. This one slashed away, and that's going to be 4. That's a top shot from Tevin Imlach, spotting the opportunity very early, picking the length and the line nicely, and he was able to cut it away backward of point for 4.
Yes, certainly that shot was from the top draw, one would say. Shot on this occasion by Raja, and Imlach getting into position very quickly and beautifully executed through the backward point region for 4. Certainly a good shot.
Yeah, Raja continues to bowl these short deliveries and too wide as well on that occasion, and immediately fielder has been sent back 3/4 way to that boundary at backward point.
So is it a case the captain is placing the field for bad bowling?
Well, we've seen on a number of occasions anywhere the ball was struck, the captain has put a fielder there. Just think, you know, not every time you see a shot play you change your field. Sometimes you have to stick with your plan. So if the situation warrants you to change your field, then sure, do it by all means. But sometimes you just need to stick with your plans. You can afford to give up a boundary or 2 if you're going to buy a couple wickets after.
Yeah, most certainly. But it looked like the captain Mithun is more reactive.
Correct. This time well left by Imlak. And as opposed to what we saw in the last delivery with the ball going away from the right-hander, this one on pitching just came back in to Tevin Imlak. And he would have been wicket keeping to the West Indies bowlers. He would have seen how the ball is moving out there. And that's going to help him a bit as well to negotiate this movement. Not as prodigious as what we saw from the West Indies bowlers.
But after some 55 overs, the Bangladeshi bowlers are still able to get quite a bit of movement with the ball.
That's excellent to see. I'm short again. He's cutting this one hard, and that's going to be 4 more to Tevin Imlak. Too short, too wide again from Raja, and he wouldn't be happy with that. And why should he be? And the fielder was placed there, but Imlak smartly playing that one a bit finer and played uppishly because there was no fielder in that region there short in, and he was able to get 4. So the score moves up to 150 now. The 150 comes up. It's 150 for 3 at the end of 56. Greg Wilson.
Yes, good productive over there for the West Indies team. Some 2 boundaries being scored off. Raja shot out at the Ostam, and Imlak really getting full hold of those deliveries. So it certainly he's been aggressive when the opportunity has presented itself. So good executed shots.
Yeah, and for viewers that have just joined us, and if you're now joining us, just to run through the West Indies A team: Joshua De Silva, the captain; Yannick Carrier, Tejarain Chandapal, Jeremy Solizano, Alec Atanese, Stephen Imlak, Sherman Lewis, Jeremiah Louis, Justin Graves, Markino Mindley, and Casey Carty. 12th man, Brian Charles. This one is played into the offside, and no run. So a short while, we'll just have a look at the Bangladesh 11 and how they suit up, and the players that are out there in the middle at the moment for them. As Naeem Hassan continues to the silver. And the Bangladesh team: Ahmed Mithun, Anamul Haq, Fazal Mahmood Rabi, Jaka Ali Anik, Mahmoudul Hassan Joy, Naeem Hassan, Raju Rahman Raja, Saif Hassan, Shadman Islam, Saeed Khalid Ahmed, and Zakir Hassan. That's the teams that are participating in this game at the moment. This time it seems as though that's a drop catch by Anik.
Yeah, looking at the reaction of the bowler and the wicket keeper, it looked like they may have been.
Yeah, could be an inside edge
onto the pad.
Yeah. So Anik, that would have been a bit difficult to see, for him going down. And immediately, Joshua De Silva would have a word. He's not going to shy away. He's going to give Anik some trouble in the back. So again, he's playing on the back foot there, and just playing it down to mid-on. No run. So 5:21 p.m. We'll have to wait and see what the umpires think here within the next 9 to 10 minutes or so. Solidly played there from Josh De Silva. One more delivery to go in the over of Naeem Hassan. Silva is on driving this time and no run. So 57 overs bowled. It's 150 for 3.
Yes, this last over there, Naeem creating a half chance there. De Silva getting one inside edge onto his pad. The wicketkeeper attempted to take the catch, but it was a difficult chance. But Captain De Silva is continuing to be out there batting resolutely. Some 43 deliveries faced by him so far for his 12 runs, and typing Imlak 13 of 23, really being the aggressor of the two.
Imlak seemed to have fancied Raju Raman Raja, and it's a no ball. Signal by umpire Tuckett. I think Raja hasn't had a good day apart from picking up that first wicket. There's that no ball again. Umpire Tuckett spotting that early and making a clear call. 4 no balls in the innings already from the Bangladeshis. Well, this one is too wide, and it's going to be a wide now, signal by umpire Tuckett. And that's good there. That's excellent work from that first slip fielder to stop that one. That's Fazil Mahmood Rabi.
Yes, good work indeed. But Raja on this occasion really losing the plot there. This one really wide outside the off stump. And in this over, we have seen a no ball from him and a wider.
So this over is yet to begin. Ooh, that one jagging back off a length there from Rezu Rahman Raja. Good delivery, and Imlak more so seems to know where his off stump is. Just short, and Imlak doesn't seem to be playing at those deliveries. I think it's good. It's getting late in the day. You don't want to throw your hand away here, Greg.
Yes, certainly he would have at the back of his mind that the end of the display may not be that far away, and hoping that he could be there at the end of the day, and you have a whole day ahead of you tomorrow, Saturday, to bat.
Pitch is held up nicely. You have to mention that. So coming back in, so getting some late movement here on day 2.
Certainly the conditions are still good, still conducive for fast bowling. So come tomorrow, there's not much that's going to be that is going to be changed, perhaps more so in the first hour or even the first session tomorrow.
Yeah, and the Bangladesh bowlers would really want to come back fresh in the morning and look to make some early inroads into this West Indies A batting lineup. Ooh, this one climbing on Imlach, and scares of what we saw from Mindley to Anik yesterday. Similar scenes, what we saw from those guys, that challenge of Anik that he faced from Mindley. And here's Rahman getting that one to ramp up a bit on Tevin Imlach. It's a wonderful delivery.
Yes, good delivery indeed. Not only did it jack back sharply, but there was quite a fair bit of bounce. Imlach was airborne when he really played this one.
Simus is edged, and my oh my there, Greg Wilson. Had that carried to slip, this would have been something you doesn't see every day.
Yes, this one shot down the leg side, and Imlach had a go at that ball and hit the back of the bat and almost carried through to the first slip fielder. What a way to have gone, to have lost your wicket that late in the afternoon.
Well, very lucky man, Devin Imlach. He lives to fight another, well, at least another couple deliveries, and, well, he would hope he could fight until tomorrow. Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties, Greg Wilson.
Certainly, and they'll say there's some shifting fortunes, but fortunes have not shifted that much today.
This time he confidently punches it into the offside, and a dot delivery to Raja may just get in one more over if the umpires call it quits after this over. We'll have to wait and see.
At the end of the over, the score is 152 for 3.
152 for 3 at the end of 58.
Yes, a good comeback there by Roger. Started the over a bit erratic, one would say. You had a no ball followed up by a real wide delivery outside the off stump, and really settled in nicely and almost got a wicket towards the end. Perhaps one would say in a bizarre fashion, but nevertheless the scorebook would not have shown the mode of dismissal. All it would have shown was he was caught at first slip.
Yeah, normally the scorecard doesn't tell the whole story, Greg. There's a lot of stories behind the scorecard that is not told. Silva again playing that one right across the front pad, and getting one.
Other than the inside edge he got onto the pad, he has really handled the spin admirably, George De Silva.
This one driven into the offside, and no run. So 3 deliveries to go in the over, and it's good old Tevin Adrian Imlach facing up to Naeem Hassan, and skipper Mithun is shining the ball late on day 2. This time it's a good delivery that's played into the offside, and it's well defended as well by Tevin Imlach. He's coming forward nicely, and he is just getting tight in defense, Greg Wilson.
Certainly an indication that he has pretty much closed shop for the evening, unless he gets a real loose delivery.
Working that into the onside, undriven, using his feet, using his crease well as well, and just finding the fielder. No run. Oh, that one goes past the outside edge. And well. It doesn't look as though the umpire has taken off the stumps, but here's that delivery again. Ooh, just past that outside edge, Greg Wilson.
Yes, really pushing at this one. And luckily for him, did not get the bat was really far away from the pad. Anyway, he's playing away from his body. Perhaps this one would have been best advice to just allow to go through to the keeper.
And I was just speaking about how tight he was in his defense. And there he was just pushing at one. Well, lives again to fight another day. And Imlak, he'll continue. But De Silva, he'll be on strike. He's going to be facing up to Raju Raman Raja. Silva just whipping it off the hips, and he just turns the strike over to Imlak. So both batters on 13.
Do you recognize the gentleman in stand there?
Is that Mr. Joseph Reds Pereira?
Very much so indeed.
Legendary commentator in the Caribbean.
Reds don't live too far away from here. It's even possible to spot Reds resident from here. It's just across the area that he lives.
This time that delivery just outside the off stump, and good delivery as well. Imlak quietly leaves it alone. Too wide this time, and Anik just having a bit of problem to collect that one. And he's signaling through his captain and to the bowler as well that it just kept moving as it went past the batsman.
So still a fair bit of movement late in the evening by the bowlers. So one would hope that perhaps he needs to get this ball a little closer to Tevin Imlak, considering the fact that he basically would be in survival mode at this point. He's not going to be looking to be playing too many big shots at this point. So get the ball closer to him, encourage him to perhaps push out a few.
This time he's pushing at that one, but straight to the fielder, and no run.
Yes, full delivery there. Should have gotten more from this. But this is the sort of thing that happen when you are in a defensive mode.
Yeah, just, it's a matter of, survival this afternoon. Just closing things off. Just 13 runs shy of that 167 that was set by Bangladesh A, the West Indies A. They're 154 for 3. And I don't think it'll bother them too much if they don't get past it this afternoon, Greg. They're in a good position, and they want to just make use of that. So delivery rushing on to him quickly, and he was beaten for pace.
Yes, I think this evening it's more about the preservation of wickets. Yes, with 13 runs more to go past the total. I think they know that they have more than enough time to do this tomorrow and then to post a sizable lead if possible.
Yep.
So at this point, the captain, Joshua De Silva, out there with Tevin Imlak, it's all about looking to survive the day's play and to come back tomorrow fresh.
So final delivery of the over, of the 60th over of the innings. So 154 for 3. That one passing very close to the off stump there from Raja.
So the end of the over. And is it the end of the display? I pretty much don't think so, based on what we've seen from the umpires. Look like they are still going to continue.
Well, it very much looks that way. And you can see the Bangladeshi players having a word with umpire Taylor, and some of them having a word with last Mithun, having a word with umpire Tuckett. And it's 5:38. The light just beginning to fade away here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Naeem Hassan, he's not fading away from the attack at all. He's bowled 25 overs.
Yes, certainly he has bowled a good spell out there and not conceding too many runs.
Joshua Silva is playing him well. Joshua Silva is on 14. Tevin Imlach is on 30 or 39. Imlach striking at 30 at the moment. It's a good delivery. And this man has been consistent. If anyone hasn't been consistent, Greg Wilson, this off spinner, Naeem Hassan, has been consistent.
Yes, very consistent indeed. Just not have gotten the sort of support that would be required at the other end to really build pressure on the West Indies batsman. But certainly he has put up his hand for the captain and the team.
Silva lunging forward and getting in behind that one. Playing that one a bit uppish there, but mid-off was on the circle and he was quite wide as well. Very lucky there, Josh De Silva. This one played back to the bowler, and well, the umpire passes the stump, so it tells me that day 2 is going to continue a bit further. Well, it's not yet 5:45, it's 5:41. So they are playing it down to the wire here, the umpires, and while light permits as well, why not?
Well, I would want to think that the shadows from the Johnson Charleston is still a few feet away from the playing area, and usually once it gets onto the pitch, this will be an indication where the umpire normally calls it a D. So if there's anything to go by, this may be a guide by which we could go, because we do not know what time they are going to call it quits.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Greg. So the shadow not yet there, where it should be very soon, and so the umpire is using that as a guide. But the light fading away, but there's still some light available for play to continue and for that time to be made back up from yesterday that was lost. Imlak is going to be facing up to Raja. This one was coming in sharply and took the inside edge and it races away for 4.
Yes, good fortuitous boundary there for Imlak. This one getting the inside edge and just races down through the vacant fine leg region and he got 4 valuable runs. So the total, one would say, inches closer to that 167 required. Another 10 runs to overhaul the first inning total by Bangladesh.
So getting up on his toes there, Imlak, and pushing that one into the offside. So Raja not giving any room on those last 2 deliveries for Imlak to really free his arms, and of course he's not going to look to free his arms at this stage of the innings and this stage of the afternoon of the day, and he just look to be watchful, bat it out here, survive this period. 158 for the loss of 3. It's 61.2 overs bowled.
Yeah, the batsmen out in the middle certainly would know how much longer they would have to be out in the middle. So certainly they would have to be playing accordingly.
Slime is edging that one, and that goes all the way for 4. Syed Khalid Ahmed making a mess of that one down there at 3rd man.
Yes, a better effort really was required. Raja on this occasion shot outside the off stump. Imlak getting on top of this one, guiding it through wide footman area, and Saeed really making a hash of this one. They should have cut this one out, but the ball got out of his grasp and trickled over the ropes for 4 valuable runs. So 163 now for the loss of 3 wickets. Just another 5 runs and they would have overhauled that total.
Imlak was interested in a single there. Silva wasn't though. 8 runs off this over already. 2 boundaries in that. 162 for 3.
Well, Captain George De Silva knows fairly well if he's at the non-strikers in, he has a chance of coming back tomorrow.
Imlak is looking to drive this one.
Well, Raja on this occasion was full, and Imlak really looking to drive this one through the cover. Daren, just the captain, Mithun, if he gets past him either left or right of him, certainly he would have gotten 4 valuable runs. So as much as he needs to survive this evening, but if the opportunity presents itself, it looks like he's certainly prepared to play his shots.
This one worked down to fine leg, and Imlak gets one, and the score now 163 for the loss of 3.
Yes, a good productive over there for West Indies. Some 9 runs coming off this over. Raja continued to be expensive. Some 10 overs, and he has considered some 47 runs. So certainly the umpires are of the opinion that the light is still good to continue play, and more so the bowler would be Naeem continuing. So we'll spin at the northern end. We're still going to continue play this evening.
And this one is played nicely to mid-off, and Imlak gets one.
So Imlak has really showed a positive intent from the time he came out in the middle to join captain of the Silver.
He did, and that's good to see. That's good signs for the West Indies A team. I think Coach Andre Nicolacoli would be happy with that effort from the wicketkeeper batsman, the young wicketkeeper batsman from Guyana. Silva likes that shot. He's looking to play that shot a lot, and he's not being able to find the gaps there on that own side. Again, playing around that front pad.
It's a bit dangerous, but I guess this is his style of play.
He seems comfortable.
And he has worked for him.
Yeah, he seems comfortable doing it. Well, that completes 63 overs. It's 165 for the loss of 3. And play continues. It's 5:50 at the moment. 10 to 6. 10 minutes to the hour 6. And Grosile, St. Lucia. Remember, it's Bangladesh A taking on West Indies A.
Question remains, are the umpires playing up until light permits, or are they playing up until 6 o'clock possibly?
Well, just maybe playing the extra half an hour. Have to see, just to make up for time lost yesterday as a result of that delay.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw closer to the end of the day, the score is 165 for 3, with Joshua Silva on 14 and 10 Imlak on 23. Just about 30 overs left for the rest of the day.
Like the umpires are going to consult out in the middle. It very well be.
Bowling from the players' pavilion end.
Well, the Bangladesh players would have been having a word with the umpire. Josh De Silva as well would have been in there, and umpire Tuckett, and both umpires converging as a result, and we're yet to see what's happening. We'll have to just wait and see whether they'll make a decision here to close things off, or whether they're going to continue.
But if you are the fielding team, why won't you want to continue bowling?
Exactly, and I can't understand that. And they're still in there. Not too sure what's the concern for the Bangladesh and West Indies team, but it looks as though they have called it a day here at the DSCG, the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, on day 2 of the first of 2 4-day unofficial test matches between West Indies A and Bangladesh A in this A series that will be followed by 3 one-day matches. And it stumps on day 2. West Indies A finishing the day on 165 for 3. They started off this morning very well with the ball. They were able to pick up 4 wickets quickly. Mindley getting to his fifer, and also Jeremiah Louis picking up a wicket as well. It was excellent bowling from Justin Greaves, Louis and Mindley to really finish things off for the West Indies A team. Bangladesh, they started this morning on 135 for 6. They added 32 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. 167 they finished on, and the West Indies in response to that, they are 165 for 3. Tejarai Chandapal top scoring thus far at 49 of 119 balls. Jeremy Salazano 32 of 99. Casey Carty 36 of 63. And with the 2 batsmen there, Joshua De Silva, who is on 23, and Tevin Imlach. Joshua De Silva, who is on 14, and Tevin Imlach, who is on 23. So, the pick of the bowlers thus far, Naeem Hassan was picked up 1 wicket. And, of course, Raja has 1 as well for the Bangladeshis. So, that's how it sits here at the moment at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground after day 2. Greg Wilson, your thoughts on proceedings today, what you've seen and what you've observed?
Well, certainly the West Indies team would be the happier of the 2 teams. They were able to wrap up the Bangladesh inning, as you did indicate, for 176, and in reply 165 for the loss of 3 wickets. And we've seen some good stats from the top 3. Tejarai Chandapal just 1 shot from a half century. Casey Carty was batting beautifully until we saw him just playing what we would say a lazy shot. And Salazano certainly, playing away from the body, and what ball cut back and really went between bat and pad, and he was bowled. But with the captain De Silva and Imlach out in the middle, these 2 really look very positive out there. They've not looked trouble at all, and they would be certainly pleased with the effort, and certainly would want to come back tomorrow and get the further 3 runs that would be required to go past the Bangladesh team, and perhaps bat the rest of the day and put a sizable lead on the board.
Who knows, all that is possible tomorrow for the West Indies A team and the Bangladesh A team as well. Bangladesh, they would want to look to get into the lineup of the West Indies team very early, make some early inroads in the morning, coming back fresh. West Indies A, on the other hand, they would look to pile on the runs tomorrow on day 3. So, that's how we close things off here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground after day 2 of this first unofficial test match for the contest between Bangladesh A and West Indies A. Join us tomorrow for day 3 of this contest, which promises to be an exciting one. On behalf of the entire team here, Michael Rupwa, Matthew Rajaram, Jason Prasad, Visham Lalman, and of course Greg Wilson, we say goodbye for now and join us tomorrow for more exciting cricket at the DSCG.